Cada partido, cada momento los ha llevado hasta aquí. 16 clubes han demostrado su grandeza, pero solo uno se convertirá en leyenda. Valencia está lista para la final. La Liga FC Pro se decide en Mestalla.
Hello and welcome to the La Liga FC Pro Finals. We are live from the Mestalla Stadium here in Valencia, where today we will be crowning our champion. I'm Nicole Holiday and I'm so excited to be here alongside a wonderful team, two of which are joining me right now. It is the brilliant Richard Buckley and Jaime Alvarez Gravison. Hello guys, hola.
Hola.
Welcome, Gravison. How are you feeling? I mean, a huge day ahead of us today. We will be crowning our champion of the season. Big things are upon us.
I mean, I had a beautiful paella yesterday. It was amazing. It was the best dish I've had in a while. And today, I think we're gonna see, for the first time in the whole history of the competition, a double champion. I think Nicholas is gonna bring it home, but I'm really, really looking forward to the whole thing because the big dogs are out.
Absolutely. I love that I've not asked you for your predictions yet, and Gravison has just gone straight in there,
Straight
Richard
in.
Buckley. How are you feeling? I mean, the sun is shining in Valencia. Is it your first time here, Richard?
It is, yeah. I'm really excited to be here. We're in a stadium in the Mestalla, 102 years old. There's history in every single seat, every single wall. That grass has seen so much action, and we write a new chapter today. I can't wait.
Indeed. Didn't you tell me a fun fact about aquariums as well earlier?
If you want any fun facts, I'm here for the next 9 hours, okay? I'm here, I'm locked in.
All right, let's have a look at the format, how this is going to work. So we have 16 players here in Spain representing 16 teams. They are the best teams of the La Liga FC Pro season, and it is single elimination. So if you lose, boys, that is it. You are out, no second chance. So every game is so crucial. And I know everyone always wants to know about the money, Richard. So let's have a look at the prize pool. Here we go. There is a lot of money up for grabs here today in Valencia. Look at that.
Yeah.
If you win, 60,000 euros, a huge amount of money.
It's big money. Second place taking home 40k as well. We have to remind you, if you finish third and fourth, you get Champions League qualification.
Yes.
If you finish in the top two, that's an FC Pro World Championship ticket for the summer.
Yeah, so there's so much up for grabs today. It's not just the money, of course, and we can have a look at the bracket. So these are some of the matchups in the round of 16 to start the day. Boys, what are you most looking forward to out of what you can see?
My eyes go instantly to that lower part of the bracket, that Real Sporting Atlético de Madrid, that Resende against Andoni. I think that'd be the main match of the round of 16.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that as well because, Grav, I think it's fair to say that out of all of those initial games, that's probably the one that's going to be the tightest. Two absolutely brilliant players. And, I mean, I will ask you for your predictions later on, and you will get it wrong, Richard, like you did in the Cup.
Thank you.
Every
Yeah,
game.
thanks.
But that game in particular is so hard to call. Which game's caught your eye, Rich?
For me, it's Cadiz versus Las Palmas. Zadan and Fernandez, two players who have got aspirations to go on and win this tournament, and one of them will fall at the very first hurdle.
Okay, very serious. I think we can have a look at the live viewership rewards on the screen. Richard Buckley, talk us through it.
Yeah, as usual, we have got the live viewership rewards for the FC Pro Finals. You link your EA account, and if you watch for 15 minutes, you can pick up an 83 plus single. For watching for an hour, that's 60 minutes, you can pick up an 84 double. And if you complete all the FC Pro Season 9 objectives and earn your extra viewership rewards, that's an 84 plus times 5, just in time for Team of the Season.
The season is coming, so you gotta get those packs.
Yeah, we can have a look at the schedule as well, because like we've said, there are a lot of games happening today here in Valencia. There we go. So, of course, multiple games happening at the same time, some on the main stage and then some on a second stage over there. We're starting with the Iceman, the big man himself, the one that Grav has said is going to win the whole thing.
He went early. He went early.
I went early.
You really went early. Richard, I mean, you know what? If we're giving predictions early on, who are you thinking is going to take home the trophy?
I mean, that really is the €60,000 question. For me, I don't think Emry wins it again. I don't think he does the double, and I also don't think Nicholas goes back to back.
Ooh.
I'm going to go for Aubrun. I think Aubrun will go all the way. He's going to have the hometown buff, shall we say. He's going to have that support from the Valencia fans here, and I think he could go all the way, but that man is on a mission.
Here we are. This is then the first game that is happening. I mean, look at that. The sun is shining. It looks glorious. Look at the trophy sparkling, Gravison. And that man, Nicholas 99 FC, we know exactly what he can do. He won it all last season, but he was a bit disappointing in the cup a couple of weekends ago, Richard.
No, it was. And we had the chance to speak to him. He felt as though he was hard done by in his game. If he'd have won that match, he fully believes he would have gone on and won the cup. It's just it's such an improbable thing to see him lose this game, and that's taking absolutely nothing away from AdriDominic.
Yeah. For the people at home that want to know how to perform the Trivelas at his best, with the time finishing, with the weird angles and everything, you gotta look out for this man. I mean, I'm telling you, Fer and Nico both told me like a month ago, they were training with AdriDominic. It was just, it didn't matter if you moved the keeper, if you try to defend with the centre backs, those Trivelas from Dominic were going in all the time.
Yeah, this is Sevilla versus Osasuna. The stage is set. Look, we've said how good Nicholas is. He won it last year. He is so good. He's in such good form as well. He feels really confident from when we spoke to him in San Sebastian. If you're AdriDominic, how do you approach this, Grav? And I come to you because you've won this before. You know how this works. You've got the experience.
You not mentioned it.
Not mentioned it. We've been 10 minutes live. I think it's time for me to mention it now. Thank you, Nicole. It's a tough match for Dominic, and I think you gotta look at the match that Hugo played at the cup. You gotta be alive during that first half. You gotta be at least, if you're losing, you gotta lose by 1 goal, and then at the start of the second half, if you have the chances, you gotta go for those player locks, because Nico is vulnerable against those.
Yeah, there is the second game happening at the same time, which is just as important, and that is Jago Real Betis versus Roony Real Racing Club. And this one is going to be another really interesting game because Jago did really well that weekend in San Sebastian in the Cup. Is it kind of Jago's to lose? Is it all eyes on Jago, Richard?
I think it is, and I also think that he will feel as though he should win this game. He has very high expectations of himself, Jago.
We do as well.
I think we had the opportunity to commentate sort of with him. He didn't want to commentate because he won he was top of the group after week 1 of the Barcelona stage, and then he was so disappointed. He's got such high expectations of himself. If he was to lose this game to Roony, he'd probably be asking questions of what to do.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, we're going to head to the casters, but are you saying that Nicholas will win and Jago win the 2 first games?
I think that's the most probable outcome, yes.
Okay, right, let's head to our casters, the brilliant Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa.
Thank you so much, Nicole, and yes, welcome to the Mestalla Stadium here in Valencia. Myself, Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa. I mean, what a day. And it's nice to be in the sun, isn't it? Although we're sort of in a gazebo right now, as I would describe it. This is probably the best seat in the house for us, especially today. Look, there's normally 50,000 fans that queue up here today. There might not be that many, but there's €250,000 on the line, Ryan, and we're going to be kicking off in the best way possible with the defending champion, Nicholas 99.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure to be here. Seems only right, though, to start off with Nicholas, but he's got pressure on his shoulders. I think he has a lot of expectation to not only go far in this tournament, but to win the whole thing.
And off the back of what we saw in the Cup, I mean, you'd have expected him to maybe be a little bit more disappointed, but he wasn't to some ways. I think he was more confident of the levels that he still believes he can achieve and how good he's been playing this year. A lot of players have said he actually looks better than he did last year, believe it or not.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's the best I've seen Nicholas in a long time, and that's not even the fact he won it last year. I think he's even better now, but there's now a blueprint on how to beat Nicholas. It was set up in the previous Cup, so hopefully, for AdriDominic's perspective, he can adjust to that, and the Trivelas, I know Gravison mentioned, will be a big threat.
Absolutely. As we said, we're going to be going deep into the competition here in Valencia. 16 clubs are here battling out, not just for €250,000, 4 Champions League tickets, 2 World Championship spots. Remember that Nicholas has already got one of those spots, and so's Aubrun. So there's a chance here today that those spots might trickle down. But before we do that, let's check in with Richard Buckley and Jaime Alvarez to talk through the draft requirements today here in Valencia.
Thank you, chaps. I'll tell you what, it looks very nice pitch side. We'll be down there soon. Before we get into the drafts and the teams, we've got a little bit of interesting SBC content to talk you through. This was the player pick, in which 2 items could have been selected from the 4, and there was upgrades depending on how Valencia for Aubrun, Villarreal and Hidalgo, Emry Yilmaz and Sociedad, and also Andoni and Atletico Madrid. Do you play, Grav? What do you think of this?
I actually did the SBC and I picked Gaya and Becker as well. So if Aubrun and Emry do well and if they win a match and then get to the semi-finals, that's a +2, and I feel like they're going to be usable in my team.
Absolutely. Well, that's to look out for at home. Let's have a look at those squad building restrictions for this tournament, because they have changed. We've got an increase in budget and we've also got an increase in icons.
Yep.
How do you expect the teams to change from the Cup only 2 weeks ago to now?
I feel like we're going to have 2 really strong centre backs, which we didn't have. And then with the icons, we did see maybe people using Maradona or Emry. And probably they're going to be using both now.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at the Iceman's team. What has the reigning defending champion got in store for his opponents? Let's dissect it. Nicholas's team, here we go. You talk about Roony, he's in the squad. Interesting that he's gone with David Beckham at right mid. What do you make of this team?
It's a weird choice because the defense is the best one you could have because you have Tambrota, Marcos Llorente. They're expensive, but you got 50 million. And then Tchouaméni, Araujo, best centre-backs in the league for sure. But then...
What do you make of this?
I don't know.
Shooting at Cam.
He used him in the cup, and it was a good choice because of the incisive pass. But I don't know. I don't like him as much, and for me, Beckham is really weird choice. I don't know if you remember, but he had the chance to score a free kick and he didn't. Maybe that's why he got now Beckham. I don't know.
Well, let's have a look at the other side of the table, the other side of the stage, and see what AdriDominic is going to be using. You talked about Henry, you talked about Maradona. They're both in here alongside Xavi and Ronaldo. 4 icons, but has that sacrificed his defence?
It does, because 50 million budget, it all goes into Emry, Maradona, Rivaldo, Xavi and Tchouaméni, for sure. But then you have Tsigankov, which is a good player, but maybe finals average player when you gotta break down defenses. And then when you're defending against those monsters and you're using Íñigo Martínez with no anticipate and Balde, which is not a strong defender, well, he might suffer.
Well, let's wait and see. Will it be Nicholas's David Beckham potentially clutching up? Will that defence of AdriDominic hold up to the Iceman's pressure? We're about to find out. The first game of the La Liga FC Pro Finals is coming your way alongside Brandon Smith and Ryan Basoa. Chaps, take it away.
Thank you so much, gents. Yes, here we go then. Round of 16, and the best part is, especially this season, the FC Pro competitions, Ryan, it's straight knockout. It's 9.5, it's straight knockout. Your season could end in about 45 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very interested to see how Nicholas approaches this game. I know he's a top professional, but he's got the World Cup spot already secured. He doesn't have the East Champions League, so he needs to get that in this competition, but does that make him play differently? I don't know. Maybe the pressure's off, so he plays even better. AdriDominic, there's going to be heaps of pressure on his shoulders, though.
Absolutely. We're going to be playing 2 games as well at the exact same time here in the Mestalla Stadium. There he is on camera there, Nicholas 99. What an opportunity it is for him today to go back-to-back as a defending champion in the La Liga FC Pro. I mean, I think we've only seen dominance like that from Neat.
Yep.
And that was quite some time ago. AdriDominic on the opposite side for Osasuna. He's always here, Ryan. He's always in the competition. But maybe he's like that latter run in the tournament, or getting past the round of 16, or getting past the top 8. People have said he's superb and how good he's been. This is no better opportunity to show it against Nicholas.
Yeah, exactly. It's more so just about the consistency. Of course, he has the ability to beat somebody like Nicholas on a one-off occasion, but can he do it when the stakes are this high? And it's not only if he was to defeat Nicholas, he still has the other obstacles of a potential Aubrun matchup, Emry Yilmaz, etc. So for him, it's a huge opportunity, as you said, to make a statement in the scene. Absolutely.
We can see you as well at home if you have just tuned in across our broadcast on the EA Sports FC channels. Do say hello, do get involved in the conversation today. We will be chatting to you regarding those SBC player picks for the FC Pro Live items. Who do you think is going to come out on top as well and maybe pick up the trophy here? And more importantly, book a spot at the World Championships or in the Champions League. All of that is on the line today here in Spain. As these two players are just locking in now. I can just see to the right-hand side of our screens here, Ryan, that we have got another game underway, and there has already been a breakthrough in that game. Jago's taking on Roony, and at the moment, Jago leads by a goal to 0 in a round of 16. We said it a few weeks ago, and we saw him. This could be one of his best seasons he has ever had. 100%,
and I think for his fortune, he's fallen on the side of the bracket where he avoids the likes of Nicholas, Emry Yilmaz, Aubrun until further on in the tournament. So for his sake, I feel like he can make a deep run in this tournament. I predict him to get top 4.
Honestly, I think it's a great shout, because if you look on the opposite side, we're in a situation in Ryan where we could be seeing Emry Yilmaz take on Aubrun in a quarter-final game, and then only one of those two make it to the E-Champions League. Again, the reason why the bracket is shaped up like it is, it's all based on that FC Pro Cup of players that fell out earlier in the tournament than expected. The bracket sides, there's so much that comes into it. And for a lot of those players, it hasn't looked nice, this bracket at all. But look, you can't hide from anyone here in Valencia. You have to play your best FC to try and come through tonight. This is the stats.
Wow. Look at the difference in goals
coming into this competition. That includes everything that you would have seen from, I believe, Carpan League. 8 wins, 65 goals to the 36 that AdriDominic has scored. You know one thing, Nicholas is going to create chances, but can he stop the Travellas? Can he stop the mechanical brilliance of AdriDominic, which he has shown, and we saw it in moments of the Cup back in San Sebastian just a few weeks ago. For those that are tuning in as well, this is the league finals, this is the grand finals, as you will probably see across the next couple of weeks in the FC Pro ecosystem. Loads of leagues concluding. Yesterday it was the Dutch league in Amsterdam. Today here it's LALIGA. Next weekend it's Germany. Then it's the French league, the Italian league. It's continuous leagues. I don't know if we can jump across to our second game, if that will be possible at all. We're waiting to kick off still our first matchup. And you can probably tell, by the way, it's quite bright here. I've got very sensitive eyes. And I'm thankful that we're not facing the sun this way, Ryan.
Yeah, it'd be in big trouble.
What a view, by the way.
No, it's a beautiful stadium. Didn't realise Ben said this, like a decorated history this much, to be fair. I actually didn't.
It's ridiculous. It's such a, apparently they're building a new stadium here in Valencia as well. I mean, look, they're swapping out of this one soon. Well then, let's jump across there, because this game is currently underway. And as it stands, Real Betis and Jago are leading by a goal to 0. We're just looking at that bracket again, as Jago looks to come forward for a second here.
Oh, smart.
Hello, Jago.
Great tackle.
Look at his bracket side. Fernandez against Zadan. He'll be playing one of those two in the quarter-finals. Kaka still getting a shout in this team, by the way. I'm surprised he still does feature. What a tackle down again. Both ends.
It's an incredible tackle. Kaka was a bit slow there. There's a lot of space in behind Tchouameni. Got caught up very, very easily.
Tchouameni there. 2 ridiculously strong tackles down both ends. Quick through ball. Has he got the legs? He has. Rodrigo. Can Rodrigo get a shot away? The angle was too tight or not? And Jago might have just saved his best performance for no doubt the most important day of the season.
For me, Brandon, it's harsh. That first time ball over the top, you expect your defender to get the body ahead of the attacker. Very unfortunate. It's a tough goal to concede, but no discredit to Jago there. In behind was decisive. It's a bit unlucky, though, from Roony's perspective, in my opinion.
I mean, look, in another world here, Ryan, it could have been 1-1.
Yep.
But just back to the point I was saying about this bottom half of the bracket, we know that Jotaba had a great run in the Cup 2 weeks ago. He features in this bottom-hand side. He takes on Jorge JRG. Hang on a second. Jago for 3, just off target. Resende, Andoni, Jago, Roony, Fernandez and Zadan, all in this bottom side of the bracket. And then you look at the opposite side of the bracket. Nicholas is in there, Tuga's in there, Aubrun, Hidalgo, Emry Yilmaz. I think you'd obviously choose which side you'd rather be on. This is just falling so kindly. Jago! 3-0 he leads in the first 30 minutes.
Okay, Brandon, I'm not just saying this, right? I feel like it's a bit unlucky again for Roony. He could have intercepted the ball there again. The rubber to green throw in favour of Jago. But again, in front of goal, he's very confident, takes a chance when it falls his way. And 3-0, it's a harsh start to the game for Roony, I'll be honest. It's sort of falling in a similar pattern where we saw his previous game in the Cup, his last game. He conceded over 10 goals against another player from Argentina, Nicolas.
But the tough part is, Ryan, in a situation like this, whether it's been unlucky or not, I fully appreciate that. You can't let this game slip away now. Could be 4-0 down before half-time.
He's going to be. It's all over the place right now.
Sienkoff inches away from making that 4. Well then, let's leave this game because it's time to kick off our main featured game. Nicolas against AdriDominic. Let's see how this one comes out. I mean, look, the biggest change coming into this, Ryan, is the budget. 15 million coins now available for all of these La Liga FC Pro players.
Yeah, the extra icon plays a massive impact as well. And as Gravison said, David Beckham right midfield, I feel like is a bit of an obscure choice. It's very Nicolas, to be honest, to choose somebody like that, because I feel like there are better options. But I guess, of course, it all depends on how Nicolas is going to be setting up Trivela, keeper movement. We're going to be seeing that pattern very, very frequently in this game because, as Gravison mentioned, the Trivelas are very dangerous from those angles there with Adri.
Well, as we saw in the Cup, Ryan, he is beatable, Nicolas. I mean, not everyone can beat him, but Hugo Sanchez of Ibar. Here comes Nicolas! Off the crossbar of his first proper chance, just 7 minutes in. So the point I was mentioning, though, in San Sebastian, Ryan, no one would have expected Hugo Sanchez to go and win that game. I know there was moments where Nicolas nearly turned round the comeback of all comebacks in it. So he has got an L next to his name. And off the back of that, players here in Spain would have gone, you know what, maybe you've got to catch him on the wrong day.
Yeah, you can't do that, though. Those type of passes out from your goalkeeper. I don't like the choice of Balde at left-back. I'm really not confident he's got enough to stop most of the attackers on this game. Inigo Martinez in at centre-back as well.
Are we just seeing a lot of coins going to the attack?
Yeah, it's very top-heavy, which is understandable. You get the 4th icon, you can get a lot of the top attackers in your team. It's got Maradona, which is a heavy, heavy investment.
Well, Maradona, since his introduction back into FC 25, has been so popular. Here's Thierry Henry now. AdriDominic there.
Fluffed
you
it.
mentioned about small mistakes.
They're the chances. It's a little half chance, but you need to take those when they fall your way.
Can't time your shot red, can you? Fortunately, he does get a corner, though. Chouameni there was the player to take the shot. Another weird, wicked deflection. That one played all the way as far as ball in there. Time Green Trivela. That time, Thibaut Courtois.
Yeah, but Nicolas knows. The coaches and Nicolas, they would be very, very aware and would have done their due diligence to make sure that any angle where a Trivela is possible, you have to move the goalkeeper. Beautiful.
Rivaldo for Nicolas. Surprised he went that way with the shot. I thought he would have maybe tried to give himself a slightly better angle. Trivela! Just over that left-hand corner there from Rivaldo, who Has looked like quite the player ever since he got that brand new promo item.
See the press there from Nicholas. It's ridiculous.
Rivaldo, De Jong, Thierry Henry, there it is! Probably the most reliable striker that you'll see in these teams across the next 24 hours. He's worth the big bucks, Ryan, because he always steps up when you need him to. Team of the year, Thierry Henry, will get Nicholas underway.
Yeah, the moment you got the ball there, get it out the feet, you've got finesse shot plus, you aim it into the corners, you're going to find the back of the net sooner or later. So it's a big start for Nicholas in this game. I was going to say, the further the game went on without Nicholas scoring, the more it favours AdriDominic. You just need to sort of survive the onslaught of attacks Nicholas will have early on in the game. And as Richard and Gravison said earlier, if you can just get to even like the 70th minute, if you're down by 1, I wouldn't even say that's a bad thing, because you still got 20 minutes to then sort of push on and try and get a goal. The one thing you don't want to do, though, is make sure this, or make this game get out of hand. If it goes 3, 4, 5, then it's pretty much game over.
Well, a quick update in the other game is that it's 4-1. Jago is leading against Roony. As it stands, Roony could be being eliminated in the round of 16 here. Remember, 60,000 euros to our champions today. So much on the line. Here comes Nicholas now with another wave of pressure. David Beckham there looking to play a lock into Jude Bellingham. Still in possession though, just taking his time. It's great to see that Zubimendi still gets a shout in these teams, Ryan. What is he, 20,000 coins?
Yeah, so underrated. Great play styles, helps out defensively as well. Great stats, of course. But as you mentioned, for the budget,
it's ridiculous.
100% worth it. Oh,
what
sensational.
A pass.
Speaking of devil.
Zubimendi.
Almost. Goal number 2.
That would have been quite the difference, wouldn't it? Thierry Henry scoring 1, worth all those millions of coins, and 20,000 coins, centre midfielder. Zubimendi. Very nearly finding a second. If you have just tuned in, this is the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals for the league stages here. We are live in Valencia, inside the Mestalla Stadium, the home of Valencia FC.
It's big mistakes. Triggered the fullback out of position.
Thierry Henry, Nicholas. Back to Henry.
Keeper's out of the way.
Keeper's gone missing. And Nicholas won't get an easier goal than that. Ryan, talk to me. Where did it all go wrong with the goalkeeper movement?
In fairness to Adri, you have to move the goalkeeper in those angles before. I get it. But then the keeper needs to get back in position. It's unfortunate. Trivela option was there. So was the finesse, or Burrow into a finesse. He's moved it. Keeper's in no man's land. It's an open goal pretty much. So it kind of makes the mind up already for Nicholas once he gets the ball to Henry there.
It just felt like he was taking his time.
Yeah.
And he was taking it so slow, Nicholas, that he was just waiting for his opponent to start just moving, really.
Yep, you panic or you make a choice there. Nicholas will capitalise on it.
Some people might not even know, but that Sanchez has got the most play styles right on the game. 13 in total. And he's also another budget buy.
Yep. Off, yeah.
Of course, the Ukrainian forward of Girona. Speaking of Girona, they're not here this time round in the Grand Finals of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Their pro player in Kone, I mean, by his standards, not a good season. AdriDominic looking to restore a bit of hope before half-time.
He's playing like, the best way I can describe this is he's mapping out an attack in his head, thinking that the passing options should be there, but they're not, because Nicholas is pressing so aggressively. He's cutting all the passing lanes. He just needs to take time a little bit and just build up an attack. Oh,
David Beckham, look at the space, look at the time! Oh my, you've been
so
given a
lucky.
lifeline.
It's an awful offside trap, I'm sorry, terrible.
You have been given an absolute lifeline there, AdriDominic. Trivela comes in, and Courtois will be the hero again. How has he not scored that one, Ryan? That really should have been 3-0 at the halfway point.
Adri did... It's miles off it the last 20 minutes in game. He's been given, as you said, a massive lifeline there. The offside trap is criminal. I'm going to be real with you. Deserve to be punished. So he's lucky. He needs to just push on and hopefully he can just get a goal or something on this attack. It's beautiful. It's unlucky.
We will check into our other game, Ryan, at the halfway point here. Nicholas, 2 minutes away from being 2-0 up. Maybe on for a third hit. Thierry Henry, step over, exits, Courtois again.
That would have been so unlucky for Adri. Didn't do anything wrong there. Got a bit fortunate for Nicholas. Just going to play for last attack, I would assume. Gets it back again. Oh, that's not the pass you want.
Added time of 1 minute, 10 seconds left. Is all that's left to play here. And that will do us at the halfway point. Nicholas, the defending champion here in Spain. He won the league and the cup last year. He won't be able to do the double this time round, but there is still a chance he could go and lift the trophy here this evening in Valencia. We've joined us at the right time. What an opportunity this is for Jago of Kaká!
Oh my gosh!
How on earth, Ryan Pessoa? Hang on a second. He's only got 10 players on the pitch. Jago's just missed that massive chance there, Ryan. And he's only got 10 players left on the pitch for the last 18 minutes of that game. That could be a massive turning point in the game, him not scoring that.
That makes the chance even more just devastating that he's missed it, because the speed boost to get into the space was fantastic. But it's just the aiming of that last chance. Has to go in.
Well, again, we're just seeing a few of the highlights from that game as both are in a pause at this moment in time. But Jago took a 3-0 lead in 36 minutes of the game. The score is now 4-2. There is still a gap between the two players, but I'm just more curious about the red card. What did the red card happen for? I don't know if we'll be able to get it on the replay for you.
Balde, who I said shouldn't be on, has actually scored. That was the goal to give him something, and then 63rd minute, 4-2. The red card changes everything.
Well, let's stay with this one while we can, because our other main game will have plenty of time left in it.
He's in.
Hang on a second. Roony!
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Rivaldo makes it 4-3, and suddenly Jago, with just 10 players on the pitch, is looking slightly panicky because he only needs a goal. Nicholas
outside.
for a third.
Oh, it is. Wow.
I mean, we timed that one right.
Perfect.
Straight off the halfway mark, and Nicholas has added a third onto his list.
Yeah.
It's a 3-goal cushion for AdriDominic. I mean, look, it probably should have been 3 or 4 before half-time, for being brutally honest.
It's not been the greatest game from him, from what we've seen so far. I thought it was offside, to be honest. Emry timed it perfectly, in behind, 3-0. But we have seen comebacks start to be staged in this tournament already. So for Adri, I wouldn't say game over yet. It's just it's a mountain to climb. And look at it, it's different levels right now. Look, it's, yes, over. I take it, it's done. Nicholas high flying, it's just so easy. He makes it look like Ah, just dominant. Game over.
Nicholas makes matters worse for Osasuna, and AdriDominic will leave him to it because he is very much on his way to a quarter-final. He is one game away from an E-Champions League ticket, the tournament that he was able to win all those years ago back in Sweden. He's looking to be back there again.
God. Look at the space. Oh,
I've got a feeling, Ryan, that this one might be going
you think it's going extra time, don't you?
extra time.
This is nervy, Jago. This is not a position you want to be in.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Off the line, just about. Roony is really knocking on the door of Jago, and somehow he's just staying in the game. And there is no better time for us to welcome in someone who's playing this tournament, unfortunately not competing here today. Chasita, good afternoon, welcome to Valencia. How are you, my friend?
I'm fine.
We've got two very different games here to kick things off today. Nicholas is absolutely cruising. He's 4-0 up in his game, but over here for Jago, he's on the fence now, and he could be on his way to giving up a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, he was leading, I think, 4-1. But Roony is a really skillful player. I think he's really good on attack, so he's trying to draw the game and trying, obviously, to go through the next round.
We didn't see exactly what happened, Chasita, but there was a red card in the game for Jago, and if you were in this situation and you had 10 players left on the pitch and you're up by a goal to nil, what is the method of approach here?
I think you have to be clever. I think you have to hold the possession. I think you have to
Like here.
try to put players in defense, and I don't know, maybe a 4-4-1 without a striker.
Is there anything you do tactics-wise? You maybe change maybe to short passing or your depth? Do you just adjust it or do you stick?
Yeah, I'm using 70 depth
Yeah.
usually. Maybe 95 is really overpowered, but I think in this situation I will put 4-2-3 without a striker, like 4-2-3-1 without a striker, and then probably 50 of depth, something like that, because your team will go to the back, obviously very easy. So yeah, I think that's the best.
Well, this
Oh
is
my
it then.
gosh.
This is it for Roony.
It's on.
Is he onside? Sign coffee is Kaka into Thierry
Pass
Henry.
it!
Does he just about keep possession? No, he does. This chance just about alive now.
It's good defending. I'm going to
Game
be honest,
over.
great defending from Jago.
Or not.
There's time.
He's
There's still
giving
time.
him one more attack. 28 in-game seconds. He just got to get the ball past the halfway line.
Oh my gosh.
We played the 2 minutes. This is last chance saloon for Roony to keep his LALIGA FC Pro Cup alive.
It's a great
Into
time.
Kaka,
Oh
what's the
my
save?
gosh. Oh my word.
And just about somehow the ball was bouncing, it was ricocheting around the box. Jago, with only 10 players on the pitch, does enough to keep himself in the competition. He goes into the quarterfinals. He's 1 win away from an E-Champions League ticket. An extra 5 minutes in that game, Chasita, it might have been a different story.
Yeah, I think this is like the drama we want to see. At the end of the day, Roony was really trying to draw the game. He couldn't, but in this last one, I think this is like the typical chance that you remember over the years. We all got like these typical situations that you remember over the years.
Yeah, that's a big
This
chance.
is one of them for Roony, I think.
I think the keeper moved a little bit early as well. I thought he was going to shoot the other side.
I think it was like Jago tried to obviously get the keeper really fast because he thought like it's a finesse to the first post. But I think Roony saw the keeper movement, but he just like struggled to change the direction.
Yeah.
It's obviously a very tense moment because it's the last one. If you draw, probably you end winning the game because you were 4-1 down. You are drawing, and obviously you got 11 against 10. So yeah, this is the typical one that you remember over the years.
Yeah.
Just seeing in the chat as well, we can see today, get involved in the conversation here and the coverage from Valencia for the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. Some in the chat saying ice in the veins there at the end. I think more of back against the wall was probably
You know
what used for Jago. And as someone said as well, he had to pass the ball. He did.
There was one
Ryan?
that, come on, is that just a pressure?
For me, yeah, it's a pressure
open,
moment.
the pass
I
is
mean,
there.
if Roony, for example, this game is training in his home, he's shooting to the other side,
Yeah.
it's a goal. Obviously, there is a really tense moment because you were 4-1 down, you get 11 against 10 players, so you are like stepping up in the game. And then you got this last chance that I'm sure he will remember in 1, 2, 3, and 10 years, because obviously you win this game, you are only 1 win away from Champions League,
which is crazy.
and 2 wins away from World Cup, obviously.
I feel like if that chance, as you said, came maybe in like the 20th minute, I think he scores it. Compared to then, I understand the pressure. We've all been in that situation where the tensions are higher. Go back in the game for AdriDominic. For me, this is... I would still say it's way too much to come back.
Yeah, it's probably done. I think the Iceman doesn't choke usually. So in this one, I don't see him conceding 5 goals or 4 to go to extra time. Obviously, Dominic is a really offensive player. He can generate with a little bit like 1, 2 passes, just a speed boost. But Nico is just made different, to be honest.
Yeah.
A question for you as well, Chesita. Obviously, would have loved to have been competing today in the finals. Yes. You've had a bit of time now to sit back and reflect. Where did it go wrong in the cup, or was it just an off day for you? Is this competition just got stronger and stronger? Because some of the names that have come here this year in Spain have made this competition even more harder.
Yeah, obviously I think this is the most difficult league in the world. For example, in my group you got Emry Yilmaz, Dani Aguilar, JRA, and there is other groups like, for example, Zadan group got Nacho Abella, David Sanchez, like obviously apart from Aubrun, Nico.
Hang on, AdriDominic.
Yeah, 5-2. Let's take care of this game, because Dominic is a really offensive player. He can, like, you're playing against him, maybe you are like chilling, to be honest, like playing just passes. He take the ball from you, he just run straight forward and he can score. So AdriDominic is dangerous, but yeah, I don't see the Iceman conceding 3 more goals. But yeah, for me in this league, this is my first year not making to the finals. So obviously, it's really painful. But I think at the end of the day, this league is the stronger, probably the stronger ever. And yeah, I got a really tough group. I managed to qualify for the cup. Then I got Jago, that for example make top 4 in the cup. He was playing good. I lose 5-4 in a really tough game for both. At the end of the day, I think this kind of competitions is tight situations, very small margins. So yeah, I couldn't manage to win that game, but obviously you have to prepare yourself to be ready to compete with defeat, to be happy and to try to make something good from it.
It's offside.
Well, I mean, look, you know, in the kindest way possible, Nicholas was 5-0 up, and I think we can probably count on 2 fingers, let alone 1 hand, of the amount of times that someone's turned a game around like that against the Iceman. Who would you say, as a fellow pro player here, Chesita, so you go into a game against Nicholas, you're not just playing against a top player, you're playing against
one of the players,
I'd say the arrogance. No, the arrogance of Nicholas, you know, the aura.
He doesn't care. He just like he goes there and he wins against you. Like, he doesn't care who you are, what are you doing. For example, for me last year, I was playing against Nicolas in quarterfinals. I was obviously 1 win away to get Champions League football, and I was leading 2-0 in the, I think, 33 minutes. I was losing 2-3 in the 40 minutes. Like, obviously I did wrong. Yeah. Obviously I kind of shocked. but yeah, he doesn't care. When he sees a little bit of blood, he just go there and he just smash you.
Do you think he's the greatest we've ever seen?
Nah.
No.
Nah. Like, obviously he's one of the greatest. For me, honestly, because
is it the World Championship part of it for Nicholas that doesn't do it for you, or?
He obviously win a lot of things, and for me the most impressive thing about Nicholas is the consistency. Yeah. Obviously we know about his record going to World Cups. I think it's 8 already, 8 in a row. That's mental. Like, just making 1 is really hard. Making 8 in a row, different games, it's crazy. For me the greatest, I don't know if right now, but I saw the video about Tex and Anders talking about that. Yeah. For me, in maybe 2, 3, 5 months, will be Anders. Yeah. And right now, he could be already.
I mean, we can ask the chat.
I think it's Anders.
We can ask the chat as well at home. Who would you say is the GOAT, the greatest of all time in this e-sport? Because there's so many ways you look at it. Because you look at Tex of that 1 season where he dominated everything. You look at Nicholas, who's made 8 World Championships in a row. But yes, he hasn't won a World Championship, but he has won an E-Champions League, and his consistency's ridiculous. And you look at Anders Vergang, who's won a World Championship in his first, what, 2 or 3 seasons playing this?
Sanders is the best.
And he's won the FC Pro Open.
The thing for me is like, for Tex and for Nicolas, they lack. Obviously, Nicolas got a really good run in the World Cup. He lost against Umut in the penalties. But for example, for Tex, I love him. He's one of my favorite players. But for me, he needs a really good run in a World Championship to be considered the GOAT. For example, you got Dosari that got really good runs, obviously. And then you got Anders that in his second year, in his first year, he won a World Cup. He was 2v2, but obviously it's a World Cup. Then he won with Denmark. He won the championship, the World Championship. I think he's just like, if he's not the GOAT already,
He will be soon.
He will be.
I think in the chat, someone just saying that you have to win a World Championship to be qualified for GOAT status, and I think you could probably agree with that.
I agree with it.
I kind of agree, but obviously if you see like Tex, he didn't win a World Cup, and honestly he didn't do like a really good run in a World Championship.
Texas has the best year we've ever seen.
The thing for me, his prime in FIFA 19 with the FUT Champions Cups, he was like unplayable. So I think also a lot of people was enjoying his game style, more than, I don't know, for example, Nicolas, that he's more maybe defensive, more, he just like to take the ball more than Tex. He's just like, in FIFA 19, Tex was dribbled like Neymar, you know? So yeah.
AdriDominic now.
Oh, he's overcooked it there.
Yes.
He's running out of time, unfortunately, to keep himself in the LaLiga FC Pro.
I feel like if there was any chance to come back, he had to score that. I still don't think he will come back, but I feel like it's just to give him
Honestly,
a little bit of optimism.
From my experience, you can't fail against Nicolas.
Yeah.
You can fail opportunities because he will make you pay that. So yeah, but for the moment, if Nicolas managed to win this game, we got 2 of 2 players from Argentina going to quarterfinals and playing for a Champions League spot.
How does that make you feel in terms of other players from other nations and stuff coming over to the league? Do you enjoy like having the higher competition, or does it make you think, I wish it was a little bit easier? Like I wish Nicolas was somewhere else.
Yeah, obviously, if Nicolas was playing in another league, I will be more happy. But I think it's really good for the league to got the best players in the world. Basically, for example, you see Hidalgo from Villarreal. He got Aubrun in the first round. If he wins, he got, I think, Emry. Obviously, if Emry wins his first game, and then he could get Nicolas. So Aubrun, Emry, Nicolas to go to the final and get a World Cup championship spot. It's basically for me like winning a World Cup.
Agreed.
Yeah.
A question for you as well, Chasita. You've got the pleasure today of soaking in the atmosphere here in the Mestalla Stadium. Who do you think is going to win today?
I think the best player. I don't know if he's going to win because obviously a lot of factors can determine that. But for me, the best player is Emry Yilmaz. You see him in the cup in San Sebastian. He was just very different. To be honest, he just like he was in my group, and he was playing bad. To be honest, he wasn't the best Emry we have ever seen. 19 of 24 points. So he doesn't care. He just like win all the time.
He doesn't even crack a smile either, does he?
Yeah.
When he won the cup, it was just like he was bothered.
Honestly, last year with Nico, he won the LALIGA FC Pro Cup and the LaLiga Finals. He didn't care. He just wanted to go to sleep because he was tired. Like these people, is like they are a bit different. Yeah.
They're not human, are they?
Yeah, they are. Like Nicolas is a robot.
Well, full-time result there, Nicolas. So that's step 1 complete on his road to lifting that trophy again. He's in the quarterfinals. We already know he's at a World Championship, Ryan, but he's 1 game away from an E-Champions League spot.
Yeah, that's a massive thing for him. I know he'd want to be back there again where he's got the trophy before. So, yeah, it's a step closer.
Chasita, thank you again for coming on today. An absolute legend of the Spanish scene. Stay with us for a split second. As we said, there is so much more to come today here at the LaLiga FC Pro. So many more round of 16 games. What a venue for it, Chasita. What a place to host the tournament.
Mestalla is one of the best stadiums in Spain, probably. Historic club, so it's really good to be here with all the fans. It's a sunny day also, so that's really good. And yeah, we are enjoying the event, and all the people that is maybe watching from his home in Valencia, usually come.
Yeah, if you're in Valencia, get yourself down into the Mestalla Stadium. Apparently it's going to rain later, I hope not, because
better not.
we'll be running inside. As we said, that is our first round of 16 game concluded. As we said, Jago goes through, Nicolas goes through. The two Argentines in this competition are one step away from an E-Champions League spot. However, for now, it's back to Nicole and the guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Brandon, Ryan, and Chausita, who has graced us with his presence. I heard that he was having a little sleep after a busy day yesterday. I think as well, I mean, we were chatting about what we've just seen, but I think we heard Chausita saying that he thinks Emry could win today, Richard, or have we just made that up?
A little bit. Like,
Chausita can tell us otherwise.
Nicolas is great, Emry's really good. I mean,
all of them are good.
we sort of knew that.
Sounds like a politician. Okay, guys, so we've seen the first two games so far. Nicolas beating AdriDominic, which is kind of what we were saying earlier on, what we were expecting, really. I mean, he got a good few goals early on, Nicolas. Domination, really. And then AdriDominic started to kind of come back, and we thought, oh, okay, could we see something here? But it was easy enough for Nicolas, wasn't it, Rich?
It was just a lead. Like, it was too big of a turnaround. And especially against a player of Nicolas's quality, you're just not going to be able to do that. He got a couple of goals, late consolations, and maybe could have forced the issue if he'd have got a third and a fourth, but he never really looked in doubt, did he, Grav?
Not really. And I got a question answer in this match, because I didn't see Beckham as a really good choice, but then he did have a couple of good passes, and especially that finesse to make it 3-0. Maybe it's a better version of Griezmann in a way.
Yeah.
And now you have four icons.
Yeah, in the second game, it was Jago taking on Roony. And again, earlier on, you guys kind of said Jago should win this convincingly. And this game was really good, actually. This was happening on the second stage. Again, initially, Jago was dominating. He went 3-0 up in the first half, had a good chance to almost make it 4. And then what did we see? Roony making a comeback, Richard.
Yeah, it was convincing until it wasn't. And it was really odd. Like, the game just turned.
Yeah.
We see him with Rodrigo. He's fist pumping, he's buzzing. He thinks he's through, almost. And then Roony, out of nowhere, Grav, nearly upset the odds.
That's the thing with the 4-4-2 with the 95 depth. Obviously, this red card changed everything because of Tchouaméni, the best centre-back in the whole league. But Jago was using the 4-4-2, 95 depth the whole match, and that could be good when you're leading by 3-4 goals. But then, if you start defending badly, you can see, as we saw, you can start conceding goals.
And here is the bracket. So, like we said, Nicolas goes through to the quarterfinals, and Nicolas will be facing either Tuga or Hugo Sanchez. Jago goes through and will face Fernandez or Zadan. The thing is, we've got so many brilliant players in the tournament right now that, because I was going to say, oh, Nicolas versus Tuga would be good, oh, Jago versus Zadan or Fernandez would also be really good, but it's going to get tougher and tougher, of course, as it goes on.
I would love to just jump onto Nicolas' mind, because he destroyed Tuga on the group stage in both matches, and then against Hugo Sanchez, he did lose convincingly the quarterfinal. So if you're Nicolas, what do you prefer to play against?
I don't think he cares, for the simple fact I think that was his most difficult game, the first game. Now he's won that first game. He's one game away from the Champions League. He's already got the World Championship spot locked up. I think all eyes are on the trophy for him now.
Yeah, I think we are going to head to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the La Liga FC Pro Finals here in Valencia. Richard Buckley and Gravison alongside me. Guys, we've had our first 2 games and they were good, interesting. I think it's fair to say the 2 players that we thought would go through went through.
Yeah.
No surprises
I'm 2 for
yet.
2.
No surprises.
I'm 2 for 2 on the prediction.
Whoa,
You are
come
absolutely
on. Ricardo
buzzing.
Bucalero with the
And
predictions.
Ricardo Bucalero. Here is the schedule. What is coming up next? And all eyes on the next game on the main stage, which is Resende versus Andoni. Gravison, this is one that we had our eyes on this morning. We were talking this up, and I do hope that it lives up to the expectation, right?
I do feel like Andoni is the Spanish guy with the most chances of winning the trophy here in Valencia. But his toughest match probably is the first one against Resende, because he was the best player in the group stage. And wow, first game of the day, Resende Andoni. I don't know what's going to happen, really.
How do you see it going, Richard? Go on, 2 from 2. Make your prediction.
4 out of 4.
I think Resende wins. I think I've had the opportunity to chat to him a little bit. Both coming here to the venue, at the venue, behind the scenes, he's supremely confident. He's been here for a while as well. I don't believe he went back after the Cup, so he's been in Europe for a long period of time. He's been getting that practice in against top European players, and probably other than Nicholas, he's the most experienced player on the stage. So being out there, unusual environment at the Mestalla, it's not going to bother him. I think he picks up the victory.
I'm going to back up my Spaniards. I'm going with Zadan and Andoni in this round.
Ooh, okay. I've not even asked you about the second game yet. Jumping ahead once again. I feel like Resende as well, Richard, goes it's not slightly under the radar. Maybe that's a bit unfair, but, you know, he's quite calm and quiet, and I think maybe people don't have their eyes on him as a potential favourite to win the whole thing, but he absolutely could. I mean, he's representing Real Sporting here today, but he could go all the way.
And they should have their eyes on him as well, because he is a top player.
He is.
Maybe he's missing that one sort of huge European trophy to his catalogue. He's won a lot in South America. On the other side of it, Andoni is a player, I mean, you can speak, Grav, he's been at this stage a lot. He's won in 2v2 tournaments. He's missing that big La Liga trophy.
He is. He is, because he won the 2v2 on the Cup, on that famous Fuerteventura tournament. And he's won it all. He's won World Championships in 2v2. He's won some titles here in Spain as well, but that La Liga title is missing. And if he wants to cement himself as the greatest of all time here in Spain, he has to win this trophy.
Absolutely, and Gravison, you'll know what it would mean to Andoni to finally, I suppose, win the trophy here in Spain, because if you weren't watching earlier or you haven't been watching us the past few weeks, you've won it before. So you know how big this is, and as a player, it's, you know, up there. It's like the pinnacle in Spain of what you want to achieve.
It definitely is. I think when we refer to Spanish people around the years, if you balance winning the 2v2 World Championship, it should be better than winning the league title. But I think here in Spain, people appreciate more the league title. So that's why I feel like if Andoni gets to win this trophy, in my opinion, he'll be the greatest to ever play the game here in Spain.
Ooh, that's quite a big shout. There's so much
but
talent here.
He has to win it. He has to win it first.
Yeah, true. You can see Andoni now, and he's just kind of getting focused. I love he was just drinking some water, getting in the zone, because they'll both be nervous, won't they? As will the players in game 2 on the second stage here as well in Valencia. And that is, Richard, this is one that you were really looking forward to. Fernandez versus Zadan. I mean, 2 really talented players. Zidane's got a lot of experience here in Spain. He won it a couple of years ago. But I don't want to make a prediction on this, as always. I will get it wrong. But that's because this one should also be really tight. Both of these games, actually, are going to be really hard to call.
Yeah, I think there will be. I think when Grav was mentioning Andoni being Spain's best asset for a Spanish winner here in Valencia, I actually think it maybe slides with Zadan. He's been there, he's done it before. His demeanour when he's around the place, he feels and like players can say they're relaxed, but are actually quite nervous. I genuinely think he is relaxed when he gets up onto that stage, and that can go a long way. He's playing against a player in Fernandez though that won't allow him an easy game. You're not going to beat Fernandez 6-7-0.
Never.
Yeah.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be quite cagey. I think it could go all the way, maybe extra time in that game. Both two very gritty players. That's probably the best way to describe them. For me, I think we see two of Spain's best assets get eliminated in this round.
It could happen.
Both Fernandez and Resende will win, but it's going to be a great round of FC.
Interesting. I mean, as we've said, we are here in Valencia, in the Mestalla Stadium, and you can see here, this is the fan zone. There's a lot happening there.
A lot
bit
happening,
of
yeah.
table football. How do we say that in Espanol?
Futbolín.
Footballin.
Football table.
Oh, is mesa table?
No, futbolín.
Okay, just footballin. I mean, loads of people joining us here, which is great, and they all look like they're having a lovely time as well. And they will know that this is a huge occasion here. And like we said as well, this stadium, it's historical.
It is here in Spain.
It's wonderful.
In a few years, Valencia is going to play in the new Mestalla. So for La Liga to have the finals here in this Mestalla, when it's the last years we're going to be seeing of this stadium with the football being played here, it's a huge honor. And of course, for the people here playing, they can do all these activities that we're seeing, but they can also get to meet DJ Mario and Albelda. So, I mean, lots of stuff to do here in Mestalla.
Yeah, I think I also saw someone with a sticker or face paint or something on their face. Oh, and there's someone else there.
I'm still trying to get Richard
Ricardo
with
Bacalero.
with the Real Oviedo badge.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, Richard, because wasn't it in San Sebastian where you were saying that you would get your face painted if someone went all the
If
way?
Jataba won and he lost in the final to Emry Yilmaz, so I can't make things up.
Right, so what will you do, or who will make you get your face painted today?
We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, come on. Say it for the camera. Say it for everyone watching at home.
I mean, I predicted Aubrun to win, but I feel as though that's nothing. I'm just happy. I'm just happy to be here.
If Aubrun wins, he should get a bat, because the bat is like the main animal here in Valencia. So could you imagine like the Richard as the Batman?
No, I couldn't imagine that.
Hold on, a bat is the main animal.
Yeah.
It's on the badge, right?
Yeah, it's on the badge. It has to be like a story in the city or something. I don't know.
Okay. Wait, so you've already changed your mind on who you think could win here
I
today?
get Aubrun from the top.
Yeah, but then you just kind of back down a little bit.
I said Aubrun. You got them games to go to.
We're going to go to them soon. I don't know what's happening. I think Brandon and Ryan have a little party pitch side.
They're on the pitch. They're getting fined.
What about Emry Yilmaz? Because we should probably talk a little bit about him. He, of course, won the cup in San Sebastian and looked pretty convincing doing so. And he's feeling good. We spoke to him and he spoke really well. And I'm going to pause you there because actually, before you even said anything, it's time to head to our casters, Brandon and Ryan. Over to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to lie, Ryan. I'd love to see Richard Buck with a bat on his face.
I feel like he dresses up as Batman.
As Batman.
If Aubrun wins it, if Richard, you can hear me, that's a forfeit.
I think just the face painting was enough, right?
No. Let's get the costume out. We've got enough time, surely, to get the costume in for Richard Buckley to put on, but how much are you going to speak about my prediction before you even ask me?
Well, for the whole day?
No, for just this
right,
round.
okay.
Resende and Fernandez, I agree with Richard. I think they both win.
I think looking at that, in terms of the head-to-heads and the favourites for it, I think you'd probably angle towards that. How good Resende look, by the way? I mean, it feels incredible. Like a bit of a new coming for the players like Jago and Resende that haven't had the best of maybe the last 2 or 3 seasons, but they've come back and they are firing and they're looking really, really good, especially here in the LALIGA FC Pro.
He's dominated his group. Obviously lost the game, but his loss came against, well, in the cup, it came against the eventual winner. So it's really hard to gauge. It's really hard to be critical on that loss. Obviously for Andoni, I feel like he played an Aubrun that wasn't really playing that well, and he didn't win. I feel like Andoni needs to step it up a little bit. But we do have our second game going on as well. Gonna jump on over to it, Brandon. It is a goal, and it's fallen the way of Fernandez, keeper. miles out. He's not even in the goal.
Well, that's our second game over here. And it's 2-0. By the looks of it is what I'm hearing from Fernandez, who is once again quite enjoying himself here in Spain. The Portuguese pro last year had a top 4 in this competition and a top 4 in the league. It was enough for him to qualify for an E-Champions League, but it probably left a slight taste in his mouth, Ryan, to make it to a World Championships.
Yeah, it's hard to take the positive of making it to an E-Champions League when you've just missed out on a World Championship spot. It's something that upon reflection you'll be able to acknowledge and accept it. Is that 3? 3? No, he's cruising.
Fernandez! Welcome to the Mestalla here in Valencia. I wouldn't say that's the warmest of welcomes, though on the opposite side to Zadan. If you can cast your mind back a few years, he's one of the only players alongside Nicolas that won the league and the cup in the same season, whilst he was representing Deportivo Alvarez. What a rough start this is, 20 minutes into the game. And you can't argue, Ryan, that this is the time that he desperately needs a full 90-second pause just to take a moment, look at what on earth's happened in these first 20 minutes, and now he's going to pull himself somehow back into this tie, because before you know it, you could be going into half-time 4 or 5-0 down, as Nicolas was in the same scenario last game where he was 4 or 5 goals up, and you're just chasing a game that is unchaseable.
I think the pause is essential in these moments for Zadan, just to sit it out a little bit, wait the full time of the pause, and then just try and bounce back into the game.
Well, let's jump back into it now. Three goals to nil. Fernandez made it to the quarterfinals 2 weeks ago, then ran into Jago. Who was able to eliminate him 8-5. And I'll tell you what would make this interesting, Ryan, is that Fernandez would play Jago in the quarterfinals for an E-Champions League spot if he was to win this game. And what a chance that would be to get some revenge.
For both players, I'm pretty sure Jago knocked both of them out in the cup. So it's just a matter of, do they have what it takes when the stakes are even higher to overcome a player that is hungry to succeed? Like, Jago wants it more than most, honestly.
Couple of player switches coming in there to try and get Vinicius Jr. just a couple of touches on the ball.
Heavy investment for Vinny as well.
You would have noticed, in terms of investment with these teams, 15 million coins is the budget available this time round. It has increased all the way back from the groups. You can remember back in the groups in Barcelona, it was only an 8 million coin budget, then it went to 10 million. The Cup gave us a 12 million coin budget, and now 3 more million coins as Fernandez is inches away from a 4th goal in the first third of this game.
What helps as well with not only the budget increasing, the more items that are being released that fit the La Liga restriction, but obviously as the year and the cycle progresses, the player prices come down quite a lot. Like Emry now is a reasonable price. You've got the likes of Kaká, who I would say is relatively expensive, but there are other options that have come down tons in price. Because before, even to get a Team of the Year Vinicius Jr. in the team would have cost you everything. Now it's at a reasonable price to get him in the team.
I mean, you say reasonable, Ryan. What is it, 5 million coins?
Yeah, I think 5 million for a Team of the Year item in Vinny.
I mean, for your sort of budget, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I don't know. I wouldn't have gone for it, but I don't think it's a terrible price.
Oh, what, it's It's a third of the budget, isn't it, already, on one player? But if you think he's that good, which, don't get me wrong, he is that good, then you've also got to try and get 4 icons in there, which, don't get me wrong, I know not all the icons are super expensive in certain positions, but if you want your heavy hitters in there,
you've got to have Emry in the team, which he does. He's got Vinny, he's got Griezmann here, could have found a space into the box. He's got De Jong, got Xavi, he's got most of the players you kind of need. So even with the heavy outlay in Vinny, it's still a very, very strong team.
That was the foot birthday, Antoine Griezmann there. Just over 600,000 coins to get into the squad. But of course, has got that famous finesse play style plus. Is he onside? Fernandez, no. Team of the year, Thierry Henry. Wouldn't have had a better chance at goal. We're happy to say that our main featured game has kicked off now. It's this one here. It features Resende against Andoni. And for those at home that are watching, who chose an Azpilicueta item from the FC Pro League partner SBC? Because a lot of you have been asking about it. I mean, which 2 items did you choose? This could be our first upgrade of the day, Ryan, couldn't it? Just one win, it'll be a +1.
Yep. Personally, I don't even know who I would have chosen. I didn't do the SBC, if I'm being honest. I probably would have chosen Buchanan and Becker, probably.
I mean, just having a look at that Azpilicueta item, we know he's not always been blessed with all the pace in the world. He is getting older. 86 pace for a centre-back.
See, do you know what it is? I just want a little bit more.
You've got to have a bit more, haven't you?
I mean, just want a bit more. I need a bit more stats-wise first, and including the upgrade, a potential +2. Two players that both, they love the player lock. Andoni, I remember years ago, it was one of the first players I saw utilize it so effectively in competitions. Sensational from Resende. Oh my goodness.
Well, let's talk about both these players in a bit more detail, Ryan, because for Andoni's level, he's one of the few players that has been fortunate enough to have that loyalty from his club in Atletico Madrid, especially off the back of last season, because let's be honest, it was a really poor season for Andoni last year. He did play in the Champions League, but that was thanks to Atletico Madrid's actual performance in the real competition.
Yeah.
There was a way last year where if your club was in the top 8 of the actual Champions League, you could qualify for the Champions League. And in LALIGA FC Pro, he didn't even make the cup, and he didn't even make the league finals. He was eliminated in the group stages last year, which by his own standards were no way near good enough for representing a club of the stature of Atletico Madrid. It's clear to see this time round, though, Ryan, he's come with a completely different mentality. He's been working hard, and you can see it in the performances that he's given us in the league and the cup 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think it's great to see him perform at the highest level again. I think it's something that him and both Resende, in fairness, are players that have been performing or playing for a long period of time, so it's good to see them still have the hunger and desire to want to reach the World Championships, the Champions League, to win a huge trophy like this in Spain. Could be a chance with Emry and Maradona going forward here. Nah, it's a poor ball.
A lot of love for Andoni here today as well when he came out and walked out onto main stage. That's what Gravison was saying. If there was going to be one Spanish player that could bring it home today, you feel like it could be him. He has won the cup before when it was in its 2v2 mode. He was teammates with Tuga. You can cast your mind back to that. In Portaventura world of all places as well, a theme park, which doesn't surprise me. The LALIGA FC Pro, Ryan, they host tournaments here, there and everywhere.
I'd have found it hard to not get on a roller coaster there.
In good reason. This tournament's been hosted in Atletico Madrid Stadium.
Yeah.
It's been hosted in Espanyol Stadium last year. It's been in Madrid, Barcelona, as I said, Portaventura World, an actual theme park this place has been in. San Sebastian for the cup in the last 2 years. It really does travel around all of Spain. And there's a reason why so many people want to play in this league. What a clever pass that is, just offside.
I think it's the most competitive.
You're not going to find a league, Ryan, that just offers you a cup midway through the season. Over 350,000 euros in prize money. It's ridiculous. Here's Xavi.
Beautiful.
It's Emry. I love the idea, just to dink it up into the pathway.
I feel like as a player, this would be the league. If you had an opportunity to represent a Spanish team, or any team, sorry, I would say, it would, I think, if I was playing, I would opt to go for Spain. As you say, they got the prize pool, the level of competition is very high, it's competitive. Just the structure of the league is incredible as well. There's opportunities to win not only the league, the finals, but you've got the cup as well.
And by the way, for those that don't know as well, it does feature not just the top clubs in La Liga FC Pro, but also La Liga High Promotion, the second division here in Spain. All of those clubs have a pro player. That's 38 players getting the opportunity to play in this league every single year, which is absolutely incredible. Hence why Resende's been able to get himself a move over here. If you're not aware, he's based in South America. He's from Brazil. Speaking of Resende,
he had a pass in there. Now he's gone
to make
for
the
it.
most of this one. Just fire deflection goes wide of the left-hand post. That corner quickly played in. Araujo.
So one thing about both Resende and Andoni, they're both playing very. It's like they're looking for the perfect chance. And I feel like that's just a testament to like the players like that came around in my era when you play. You kind of want that 100% chance, whereas you'll see like Emry Yilmaz, sort of someone that's newer into this. I say newer, you know what I mean? Like in the last couple of years, any sight of goal, ping, goes for it, just shoots.
We see Marmad Ashvili there with the goalkeeper choice for Andoni. You're only now 3 players per club here in the Liga FC Pro, but you feel like if you're not taking Courtois, I don't know if you're leaving a bit of an excuse for yourself there, Ryan.
See, Marmad Ashvili is not a terrible shout. I prefer him to like Unai Simon, for example. He's taller, 6'6". He has decent play styles. He's just missing far reach. Far reach, I think, is an important play style for long shots, Chireles, finesse shots. But it's not a bad shout. I wouldn't say it's a bad shout.
It does allow you just to have, I guess, one more of the pool of Real Madrid players
it's needed outfield.
Here is Andoni now. Game still 0-0 after 33 minutes played. Here's Maradona. Zubimendi there tries to pass into the pathway of Thierry Henry. And in our other game, there has just been another goal in it. I don't know if it's a consolation. No, it's not. I am really looking at a 5-0 scoreline for Fernandez. What's the back post here? Rivaldo, he's got options there. Back post still is available. He goes to Frankie de Jong. He can't hit the target.
Little driven cross there, back post. I feel like the attacker would have snuck in behind, but just following on your update, it's 6-0.
6-0? I thought it was 5.
6-0 in 62 minutes. Oh my God. Oh.
6-0. Di Fernandez, he is on his way to play Jago in the quarter-finals. That's in our second stage. We have 2 games taking place at the same time here inside Valencia. A few people asking why that Azpilicueta item is next to Andoni's name. That's because that's his SBC item. Nice. Shot comes in. And we've had to wait quite some time for a breakthrough. But it is Real Sporting's Resende that will open up the scoring here. Speak about timing of a shot, Ryan. That wasn't timed any better, was it, from the Brazilian himself in Kaká?
Yeah, it's a little Emry Yilmaz-esque. Get in the box there. You're not directly facing at goal when you receive possession, but it's a ball roll to open the angle, finesse shot. And on precision, those shots are dangerous. You aim it to the corner. Unless the keeper's moved preemptively, you're not going to save it. So it's a very, very important goal for Resende. An important moment as well, just before half-time, because there hasn't really been much in this game. as I said earlier, both players looking for the 95% chances instead of taking some of those riskier shots.
Well, as it stands, if Andoni doesn't win this game, he will be eliminated from the tournament. And that Azpilicueta item, for those that have chosen it, will remain at a 90 rated. Remember, it's a +1 for just a single win in this competition. And if he was to make the top 4, that's winning 2 games. That's around a 16 and a quarter-final game. He would then become a 92 rated item. Look at the feet from Maradona here, by the way.
Great ball.
That's a clever little pass. Wins a corner.
Shake of the head there from Andoni. He's not happy with what's going on.
Added time to follow. As Resende looks to have the final chance of this first half here.
Just discipline. Could have whipped it in for a cross. He's opting to see if there's any additional added time. He's got 1 minute before half-time, so now he has to try and create an attack. He's giving it away. Last attack will fall. Never mind. I was going to say fall in favour of Andoni.
It's still willful to Resende. Just get the ball clear from Andoni. The half-time mark, it is Resende that leads by a goal to 0. Let's jump back across, Ryan, because this game is getting out of hand. Fernandez, 7-0 he leads. This might be the biggest scoreline we have seen in a La Liga FC Pro Grand Final. I mean, this is ridiculous. Against a player of Zadan's quality, he has not had a look in, let alone an even sniff into this game. He is struggling.
Yeah, it's comprehensive. This is a beatdown that, yeah, it's a tough one to take. 7-0. It's just the fact that you've held out Zadan, who's one of the best attackers in this competition, to no goals, which is crazy from Fernandez. 7.
Well, we can guarantee you a quarter-final already then, can't we? Jago will have a rematch against Fernandez. Very different round of 16 games though, Ryan. One guy's won 7-0 and Jago had a red card and was hanging on and won 4-3.
This feels like a different Fernandez though. I feel like in the cup, obviously you still want to win it, but I think the main ambition for Fernandez was to make it to the finals. Obviously he would have loved to win the cup. It didn't fall that way, but now is the time where the performance levels need to increase, and the composure, the decisiveness, and so far from what we've seen, it's been an incredible start from Fernandez.
Well, if we can, let's jump back across. I'm hearing goal shouts, and I haven't seen a goal in this game, Ryan, so I'm imagining there's been a goal in the other game. Is it an equaliser, or is it a 2-goal lead? It looks to be a 2-goal lead.
It's Kaká again, Resende, poetic. Brazilian in behind, chip, 2-0.
I mean, he's a split choice, isn't he? Kaká. He's not in everyone's team.
Yeah.
And he's not on everyone's wish list of the 4 icons that you can use.
I think Xavi and Emry should be certs. After that, it's about Rivaldo, and if you do have the budget for a Kaká as well. Some people opted for Maradona. I would personally go for Kaká over Maradona. But so far, it's been working very, very well for Resende. Oh, it's a bit unlucky there.
Andoni. Unfortunately, is Getting closer and closer to a scenario where that Azpilicueta item will not be getting an upgrade. It will remain as a 90, which is still quite a decent upgrade. You might recognise that face behind Resende. That's Rafifa. That's a throwback, isn't it?
Yeah, big fan of Rafifa.
He's still involved in the team. What? Technically, nearly 9 years on from that 2017 season.
That's crazy. It can't be that. Yeah, that time just flies.
That is a throwback. Well, I've just looked across. There is a consolation goal that came back for Zadan in that game. Unfortunately, he's going to be crashing out of the tournament. The champion of before is 3 minutes away from being eliminated there. That game's about to tick over to a full-time result as well. 8-1. Incredible. Congratulations to Fernandez. I mean, look, he's looking dangerous for Cadiz. Back to this one now. Following this game, Emry Yilmaz will take main stage. Just feel like, for me, Ryan, he's the favourite for me today.
I would say, from what we've seen in the Cup, it's hard to root against him, but I think him and Nicholas and Aubrun, those three, the fact that they're on the same side of the bracket, I think whoever comes out of that side, in my opinion, wins the whole thing. It's just, I can't even call the game because we potentially got a rematch with Hugo Sanchez against Nicholas, potentially.
And he will be...
Or Tuga against it. One of those, it will be a rematch regardless for Nicholas.
Maradona there couldn't get the ball across to Emry. There was the potential crossing option. Hang on a second, Marcus Llorente, power shots!
Wow.
It would be an Atletico Madrid player bringing the Atletico Madrid pro back into this one. For a second there, I was thinking, what shot type are we in for? Then everything slowed down. Power shot comes in.
Smart. Saw the keeper movement as well. Anticipated the keeper moving for a Trivela. Power shot near post. Very, very intelligent from Andoni. So way back into the game that he needed, to be honest.
I can't remember the last time I saw a power shot go in, Ryan.
Months.
Honestly,
Yeah.
It feels like it.
Start of the year, before the patches, that was, yeah, it was a nightmare.
Full-time result there in the other game, 8-1. It did finish. That'll be Real Betis against Cadiz. Jago against Di Fernandez as a quarter-final, which is already locked in. Griezmann. Fakes a play a lot there into Kaká, who's on for a hat-trick, by the way. Still Maradona with it. Taking so much time is Resende, and Javi very nearly at the final piece of the puzzle there in that Trivela.
Very, very nice build-up just to get into that position to get a shot at goal there because it was so congested. Andoni defends very, very, very well, to be fair.
Look at the high line that Resende's playing there, Ryan. He can potentially be caught off guard. Just like this.
See, foul there, you can't trust him.
Nico Williams, look at the time he's got. Just needs to find a pass. He tries the La Croqueta. It could fall back on the edge of the box. Jude Bellingham, red time finish, but he was blocked anyway.
For someone like Andoni, who loves the player lock, I'm very surprised he hasn't player locked and pulled the attacker in front of the goalkeeper for a tap-in. Usually see that a lot, especially he's done that in years gone by, very, very frequently. So went for the La Croqueta cancel into a shot.
Better though from Andoni. And that high line that Resende has been playing was very nearly punished.
of side traps there from Resende with the aggressive line heights kicking in.
He's your favourite player on the pitch as well, though, Ryan Balde.
Yeah,
Never make it into your ultimate team, is he?
Unfortunately not. Yeah.
What is it about him that you don't think is maybe good enough?
The physicality.
I mean, he's got the pace, we know that.
Yeah, he's got anticipate plus as well, which is nice, but it's just the physical, I think, is very important this year.
Emry, Javi finds Maradona. It's a link up between all three icons there. Via a heavy deflection. Real Sporting 15 minutes away. His first time playing in the Liga FC Pro for Resende. What a season it could be for him. Such a risk as well for him to make, Ryan, for him to get a club to back him in some ways, to pay for his flights over from Brazil, to say, look, I am the real deal, I can do you a job this year. I mean, they had Ethan Higgins last year, who was superb.
Former teammates as well. Is that,
yeah,
it's perfect, isn't it? The way it just
in
works
the stars,
out.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
And then to then level up again from Ethan, which is a difficult ask, which is what he could be on the verge of doing if he can win a couple more games. He could be on his way to an E-Champions League. If he was to win, obviously, not just this game, but for one more game, it would be a massive accomplishment for Real Sporting. I mean, this is the beauty of this FC Pro ecosystem. There's teams that are technically playing in Europe, if you pardon the pun, in an E-Champions League, but would never maybe have the chance to play in a Champions League.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of both of these players, but I would love to see just Resende back again at a huge tournament. It's been a while for him to get the opportunity in Europe, just to make sure that he is in the conversation for the World Championship spot as well. It's a good thing to see.
Hola.
Vamos a ver, porque está defendiendo bien, pero cualquiera de estas con ese rival, con el Emry, te la puede liar.
Oh, tío.
10 minutes. For Andoni to try and tie this one up. And the winner of this game would play the winner of JRG or Jota Bar, the man who made a grand final in the cup a few weeks ago. A big chance for Resende. Kaka so close to a third goal, sorry, not an equaliser. That could have been the match winner. Does have a corner though, decides to play short.
I think it's too soon to be looking for the last attack, in my opinion. I say last attack, just to keep possession, I think it's too soon. Beautiful dribbling though.
He's taking important seconds off the clock as well here.
You can see it's just frustrating. Andoni's just rushing, and I think that's the plan. You see?
Oh,
He's
Kaka!
You know what? It's unbelievable, Resende. Fair enough, man.
Well, it would be the two Brazilian icons linking up perfectly to book the only Brazilian player in this competition has spotted the quarterfinals. You can only sit back and appreciate the movement and the footwork from Kaka.
Beautiful.
He did all the hard work and then just put it onto his plate for Rivaldo to tuck it away.
I was going to say, you can see there the aggression and frustration from Andoni. He's just rushing. I think that was the plan for Resende there, just to make sure that Andoni starts to pull players out of position. It's wonderfully worked. Deserved goal.
Well, 2 becomes 3. And Andoni, unfortunately, is 5 minutes away from being eliminated in this year's the Liga FC Pro competition. He won't be on his way to an E-Champions League this year. No chance of a World Championship. We have to say, Ryan, that Resende, alongside a few other players, I mean, look, this is a Resende that's been to World Championships. He's won 2v2 competitions. He's played in Club World Cups before. He's someone who's been around this scene for years, but it feels like this year maybe we're seeing him back at the level that we knew he once had. Yeah, it's the highest level, as you mentioned. We've seen him in a few years, but as I said, it's great to see. He still has a job on his hands because he's up against potentially Jataba or JJ Jataba, runner-up last tournament, or in the cup, I should say, a few weeks ago. So it's not going to be easy. However, if you told him before the finals bracket took place or started to form, if you had an opportunity to get E-Champions League and you could pick players to avoid, I'm sure he would have asked to avoid Emry Yilmaz, Nicholas, Aubrun, etc. So slightly fortunate. There we have it. Full-time result. Azpilicueta will not get an upgrade for those that did choose the SBC. He will remain at his 90 rated item still. That's because that man has just knocked out Atletico Madrid from the competition. Resende books a spot in the quarter-finals of Real Sporting, and he is one win away from an E-Champions League. As we said before, no one is safe in this competition, Ryan. You look around you, another big name falls. Yep, absolutely. I think on paper is one of the closest matches we would have had in the bracket, to be honest. But yeah, massive well done to Resende. Absolutely, massive well done indeed. Again, if you have just tuned in, you're joining us for the round of 16 here at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. We're here at the Mestalla Stadium in Valencia, and what an opportunity this is going to be for our players today. We're going to head to a quick break. When we do get back, the games continue to come thick and fast as the champion from 2 weeks ago, Emry Yilmaz, takes the centre stage here. Don't miss it.
Atletico's tenacity, Real Madrid's unwavering spirit. This season is unmissable. And you can be part of it with La Liga in FC Mobile. With weekly La Liga highlights.
So you don't miss a legend doing this.
Rivalries renewed with the new generation. In-game and out.
Christmas on fire.
We'll see. No matter how hard you try, nothing is ever predictable. La Liga, this is where icons are made. And in FC Mobile, add them to your squad and turn back the years. All of this in your pocket.
La Liga en FC Mobile, donde sea por el club.
Well, welcome back here to the Liga FC Pro Grand Finals here in Valencia. I've run from pitch side. I'm backstage now with Lewis, a very popular FC mobile content creator. Lewis, how are you?
Doing fine.
We had you in the cup, didn't we, in San Sebastian?
Yep.
We loved you that much.
Yeah.
We invited you back again today to talk all things about FC Mobile.
Yeah.
If you're not aware of FC Mobile, what's going on at the moment? There's a lot happening in the game, especially with La Liga.
Yeah, I mean, La Liga event right now, it's like more of a static event now. But have you ever wanted to play FC 25 anywhere and anytime?
Yeah.
Yep. So with FC...
Tell me more.
Yeah, with FC Mobile you can. It's a completely free game that you can play anytime and anywhere that has a lot of game modes and events every single week. Okay, here in the screen we can see like the main menu that has a lot of menus, like to play, your club, etc. Here in play we have like a lot of events, pitch beats.
Sorry, so I just see you've got 85 million coins.
Yeah, that's normal.
85 million coins you've got. Does that happen on FC Mobile, does it?
Yeah, and billions of coins, actually.
Billions?
Billions, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, sorry, continue.
Yeah, and we have Division Rebels with different game modes, versus attack, head-to-head, margin modes, and you can play with your friends. Okay, head-to-head is like the classic matches, then we have versus attack, that it's like quick event matches, and margin mode, that it's like career mode.
Can you go to a team, your team?
Yeah, sure.
Please, because the biggest thing about FC Mobile that blows my mind, I've had the chance to make some content on it.
Yeah.
Why on earth have we got players that are more than 99 rated? I can't get over this. I love it, though, at the same point, because I'm guessing the main reason is there's not a new game every year. It's the same sort of database, is that right?
Yeah, we have like a reset like every couple of years, but we have players that we can not transfer, but we can keep it all the year. For example, this Peter Crouch that I have here, it's like one of the latest events that is 109. Because you can train it, and it's like evolutions, but more personalized because every single player can have one.
And the best thing is, right, Lewis, you can just play on your phone. You can play wherever you want.
Yeah, you can play it anywhere at any time and completely free.
And just very quickly, what's your favourite thing about FC Mobile?
I think that it's that you can play with your friends and do a lot of challenges and open a lot of packs. It's so fun that you can play it anywhere.
And you can also use Peter Crouch, who's 109 rated. Lewis, where can people find you if they want to follow you?
On X, YouTube, and Twitch mainly. On Instagram if they want.
What's your app?
Yeah, Resende.
There you go. Go and drop them a follow. Thank you for your time, my friend,
so
here
much.
in Valencia. Nicole, it's over to you and Ryan Pessoa, and I believe you might be joined by a special guest.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Thank you so much, Brandon and Lewis and Ryan. We are joined by a special guest any minute now. I mean, Brandon, kind of spoiler alert there. But we're really excited to be joined by the brilliant Resende. I'm going to move over so you can have your space. Thank you so much for joining us. Firstly, congratulations. We just saw you winning out there on the main stage. I've got a couple of questions, and then I'll let Ryan, and I'm sure Brandon's going to run over because I know he'll want to speak to you. I'll let them ask their questions. But firstly, how do you feel and how did you find that game against a tough opponent in Andoni? Here we go. Here she is.
I think in the beginning of the game I was a little bit nervous, but he was like so much nervous, and I was just trying to be calm and have a little bit more possession to be confident to do like different plays, and yeah, that's it.
How could you tell that Andoni was really nervous? Could you just see in his mannerisms?
Yeah, because when he was with the ball in his defense and I was pressing him and he was just giving the ball to me, so I think he was a little bit nervous.
And I'll let you guys jump in a sec. But how did you prepare for today, for the grand finals here in Valencia after the Cup?
Yeah, I'm living in Brazil, but I stayed here in Europe, especially in Spain, to play against the players that are in the finals. So I stay here, practice a lot, and was this.
Wow.
if somebody told you on paper, right, coming into the finals, you'll be avoiding the likes of Emry, Nicholas, Aubrun, etc., to get to that spot in the finals, you would have loved that. Or if you've got the opportunity now, you're not going to have to play them until later on in the tournament. Does that put a bit of pressure, thinking you're probably, in my opinion anyway, one of the best players on that side of the bracket?
I don't think so. Like, I'm thinking by myself. I'm not thinking about this. Of course, they are in the other side of the bracket, so they play against each other, and it's better for me because they are in the high level at the moment. But I just want to play game by game and stay focused on the next one.
And just to ask you this question as well, Resende, we haven't had the chance to see you back at this level for a few seasons now. Do you think to yourself that you're 2 wins away from a lot of things changing? You're a win away from an E-Champions League, you're another win away from a World Championship. Your whole season, your whole career again could completely change today.
Yeah, I understand this. That's why I'm working a lot for that moment. All season, I'm like working really, really hard to be in this stage and have an opportunity to be in the World Championship, or I don't know, get the trophy, and of course Champions League. So I'm ready.
We know that there are, of course, a few more games, but if you did make it to the grand final on that stage out there later on this evening, what would it mean to you, and what would it mean to you to win the whole thing?
I can say like a lot of words here, but it's difficult at the moment. To be honest, like I said, I'm working very hard for that moments, and I know in the last years I was not playing that good in 1v1. Of course, had the chance in 2v2, but I need to prove for me, that I can do it. So, to be honest, now I'm not thinking about the final, but for the next game.
I have a quick one actually. For your next game, are you going to be watching that game? Obviously, in terms of you're not going to.
No, I don't like to watch my opponent gameplay.
Yeah.
I prefer to be focused on my gameplay.
Because
if I start to look how they play, I'm gonna be like
second guessing everything. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Fair enough. Okay, we are going to let you go in a minute and prepare for your next game. We wish you all the best, of course. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us your time. And I think we're going to have a look now at the bracket. So this is how things are looking. Resende will be facing Yotava or JRG next, but he won't be watching that, so he might not even know Brandon Smith, who he's going to be facing. Jago will be facing Fernandez. Oh, that's going to be a good one. And Nicholas will face either Tuga or Hugo Sanchez. So we've got one of the quarterfinals already done there, so we know who's playing in that one. But yeah, the others are open for now. I mean, it's going to get bigger and bigger, juicier and juicier. Brandon Smith, who knows what's going to happen?
I think I love that as well. You're saying about that rematch that's going to happen between Fernandez and Jago. They played in the cup, didn't they, 2 or 3 weeks ago? There'll be some unfinished business there for sure, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Fernandez will want revenge. He will 100% want it, and
he's just won 8-1, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. But look at Emry Yilmaz as well. He's got a big task on his hand. He's got a target on his back, Emry Yilmaz.
Absolutely, this man here, Emry Yilmaz, representing Real Sociedad. He looks cool, calm, collected, Brandon. But I mean, he'll know that this game is huge because, like we've said before, this is knockout. If you win this, you go through. If you lose it, that's it. You are out. And he is up against this man, Flippercito, representing Getafe. And I'm laughing because Flippercito is such a character that we love here. I know.
I'm a big fan of Flippercito, seriously.
He brings the vibes. He brings the celebrations, Brandon Smith. Will we see him celebrating, though, this afternoon on the stage outside in Valencia against Emry Yilmaz?
It's a big ask, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if we were speaking to him right now on this analyst desk, he would say, I'm the best player in Spain, I'm going to win. But he has to back it up. You can have all that self-confidence, and I love it, and I love that he's backing himself, but you have to back it up. And unfortunately, there's been moments where he hasn't backed it up. In the groups, back in Barcelona, he wasn't great. In week 2, he came back in. Yes, he got it all right, and he didn't lose a game and did enough to get himself back in the cup. But he's had some tough matchmaking, hasn't he?
Yeah, agreed. I think this is a rematch again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So they faced each other in the cup, didn't they?
I still obviously back Emry Yilmaz to win this game. I love an underdog story, but Emry Yilmaz for me just has way too much for most players in this competition.
Yeah, well, that's what's interesting is obviously the weekend in San Sebastian in the cup. we saw so many surprises, game after game. We didn't know what was happening. We couldn't predict anything. Everyone's predictions went totally out of the window. But so far today...
I'm 4 out of 4 right now.
Are you? So is Richard Buckley. Brandon, what are you for?
I didn't even know we were playing predictions. it went that south, didn't it, in the cup? I thought the only prediction I want for everyone is who's winning the whole thing.
I can't answer that
And
yet.
for me, it's Emry Yilmaz.
Let me just see. I'll give my prediction who's going to win it when I see the quarterfinal matchups. Let me just see that first, and I'll give my whole prediction.
Okay, so you are saying Emry Yilmaz.
Emry Yilmaz to win the whole thing.
That's what was interesting earlier on when I had Ricardo Bacalero, Richard, and Richard Buckley and Gravison on the desk with me, and they were saying, I mean, Richard is saying Aubrun, and Gravison, I don't know if he actually said who he thinks. Nicholas? He might have said Nicholas, yeah. But I said to them, what about Emry Yilmaz? We can't discount him. He won the cup. Just a couple of weeks ago in Spain. He's brilliant. And just by speaking to him as well, and also speaking to Resende was really interesting because Resende, and I love this, that he's kind of stayed in Spain, in Europe, and he's been playing the Spanish players or the opposition that he will be facing here in Spain today, because he wants to feel confident and comfortable here in this tournament. And Emry Yilmaz just feels like he's in a really good place. He's feeling good. And he'll be backing himself today, won't he, Ryan?
100%. I think it's going to be out of him and Nicholas, in my opinion. I don't know.
You don't want to call it.
I'll call it when we get to the final.
I think the one thing that I will be shocked if we don't see this today, a quarter-final that will be between Aubrun and Emry Yilmaz. Yeah. That is 100% happening, and one of those players won't play in the Champions League this year. For me, that's one of the biggest shocks that we're probably going to see today.
The way the bracket shaped up is so harsh. It's so harsh on him.
Oh, it's exciting, though. And there is, of course, another game happening at the same time, and that is Jotaba versus JRG. And I think that's going to be a really interesting game as well.
Jotaba.
And another one that's quite hard to call because Jotaba, what's a surprise?
Jotaba wins it.
Really?
Wins it. Yeah. That guy, I have to give credit to. Because before the cup, I thought he's a good player, but I don't think he's good enough to let alone get to a final. I think he's good enough maybe to get to a quarters or a semi if the bracket favours him. He was sensational that whole run. Obviously, he came up against a player that was better on the day, but for this game, I think he wins it.
Yeah, but, I mean, JRG, you can't discount him, surely.
Look, he's here for a reason, isn't he? And this is straight knockout FC, as we'll say again and again. And we saw that as a prime example in the cup of, you know, if you're not at it, you're going to be eliminated. But just on Ryan's point, for how long it's been from the cup to the league, the momentum is still so there for Jotaba. He's got more coins to spend on his team. Yes, he lost in a grand final against Emry Yilmaz, but what a bracket run he had to even get to that grand final. So I agree with Ryan. I think there's one clear winner on that one.
Ooh, OK, well, we'll find out shortly. Right, it's time to head over to our casters, Richard and Gravison.
Thank you very much. We've got a very special guest as well, Nacho Abella, Ricardo Bacalero. I had to get the glasses on for the simple fact it's very bright down pitch side.
It is.
And I can't really see much. But I'm excited to be here. We've got some big games coming up. Nacho, it's bittersweet for you. It's great that you're joining us, but you'd much rather be on that stage.
Yeah, I want to be there, obviously. But this year it was not on my side, so it is what it is. Now it's time to enjoy and see who can win.
Well, here we go. We're straight into action. It is going to be Emry Yilmaz kicking from left to right, representing that Becker item. And from right to left will be the Enigma, I'm going to call him, Flippercito. When you play against an opponent that you've played only 2 weeks ago, it was 5-3 in the Cup. What do you learn from that, Grav?
A lot of stuff. But I did watch the game back, and it was 5-3, but it could have been 10-1.
Okay.
So he has to change so many things, Flippercito, if he wants to win this game. Starting from the defense, I think he was too passive on the quarterfinals of the Cup. And then on the offense, he did score a couple of goals with Xavi, which were lucky, really lucky. So he has to be better with the strikers as well. But for me, the main part, if he wants to be competitive in this match, he needs to defend better.
I'm 100% agree, because if you play passive against some player like Emry, you are going to be punished all the time.
He could be punished early here. Henry, dink over the goalkeeper.
Probably is the best finisher in the league, Emry, by far. In my opinion.
The Cup champion.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He scores goals for fun. does Emry Yilmaz, and he looks to be picking up where he left San Sebastian in pole position, Grav.
Wow, what a pass. I mean, none of us saw it coming, but it was just spectacular. The pass to Emry, and then, as Nacho mentioned, in this position, you could have went maybe for a driven shot, maybe a finesse, but that's just an easy chip shot, and that's chip shot, and that's 1-0.
He always take the best decision. I mean, it's something that I learned training against him. It's crazy. I mean, I wanna attack like him because he never miss clear chances.
What is it about him in these areas that makes him so dangerous? Could have another chance. Lorente, power shot at the near post. He's got every single finish in the locker, does Emry Yilmaz. 2-0 up, and Flippercito having to go into an early pause 11 minutes into this game.
It's normal because 11 minutes and you are 2-0 down, you need to pause the game, because if you continue playing, Emry is gonna continue with the confidence that he had, and probably is gonna punish more to you.
Well, this is the second game that's taking place on the second stream here. Elche and Burgos going 1-on-1, and it's an early goal for Elche, Grav. Is this what we expected from this game as well? He was fantastic at the Cup, Jataba.
He was the runner-up in San Sebastian a couple of weeks ago, and he's the main favorite in this match. And here is a clear chance for Bale to make it 2-0, but it wasn't. It was saved by the keeper. He has another chance now, but no, it's clear. And I want to ask...
There's Bale, good shot, good save.
I want to ask Nacho just in a second. Yes, Courtois.
Ask away, ask away.
What are you going to ask? What are you going to ask?
Okay, obviously I'm going to ask about that game in the Cup. What do you think Jotava did right to win that match against you?
I think that it was a 50-50 match, in my opinion. I saw the match like 5 more times, and it was a 50-50 match, but I like in the way that he take the possession. I mean, he was... Every attack that he made was he finished in my area. He didn't lose too many balls in the middle of the pitch, who is dangerous this year. So I like the way that he plays. Obviously, I prefer that he play worse than he did. But I mean, he's one of my best friends, and I'm disappointed to be out of the finals, but in the other side of me, I'm happy because he's...
You're happy for him?
Yeah, he's showing his level, because last year he was too close in the finals against the Fernandez, and now with the boost of the confidence that he must have now, he's playing crazy. I mean,
that's one thing I was going to say. Sometimes you've got the ability, Grav, and you just need that one tournament, get into a semi-final, get into a final, to give you the extra 2% self-belief, and it looks like Jataba has now got that little bit of self-belief. He will be going into this game not nervous, but expecting to win. Exactly the same mindset that Nicholas has, that Emry Yilmaz has, that Aubrun has, that you have, Nacho.
Obviously.
You go onto that stage expecting to win the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll just speak about that in a minute, because that Gareth Bale, that
so
icon,
fast.
so fast. He's the fastest in the league, you'd say?
I think that he's the fastest because obviously by the pace and the body type.
Yeah.
I mean, he's crazy. When he starts running, he's maybe like Emry. You can't stop him. And watch out this.
There is Henry Travella, but that's...
I think that this is
Was it
nervous.
offside? No.
That's nervous 100%. You are playing finals, your first finals. In my opinion, watching like from here, it was nervous 100%.
Talk to me about that mindset that I was just speaking of before the chance graph that Jataba has now.
I mean, I think it's what Tundi needs now. That mindset of just coming into these competitions and knowing that, of course, you're playing great opponents and, of course, you can lose the match, but your main path is just winning it. And the main thing you got in mind is just winning it all. So, because it's a little bit of what Flippercito does in a way. I truly believe that Flippercito believes that he can win it all. Then when you start playing the game and Emry scores those 2 goals, maybe your confidence is out. But you got to believe that you can win everything.
Let's see this last chance here coming in from Jataba. It's not going to fall. There has been a couple of goals on the main stage. We're going to head there right now and see what is happening between Emry Yilmaz and Flippercito. We're in a pause, so I can't tell you what's happened, but I did hear a goal, goal, goal.
Yeah, we did in Spanish.
And it makes me think that Emry might be 4-0 up.
Flippercito is changing something. So maybe more goals for the Emry, I think.
Let's have a look at the replays and see what we missed.
It was 2-0, and it's still Emry. This time with a finesse to make it 3-0. And another pass into Rivaldo, who goes and goes and goes.
Oh, that's nice.
That's great.
Shot cancellation, come on. Get out of here, Emry.
4-0.
Something important that I learned from the last year was that the fact that the 4 players that made semi-finals last year, they did the same. We did the same in the finals, because if I don't remember bad, it was the Fernandez, Nid, me, and Nicolas.
Yes, it was.
This seems like the boost of confidence that you take when you make a good tournament is outstanding. I mean, it's crazy, and it helps to get another step. And we can see Jotava.
And I think that as well, what a pass that is, straight over the top, he's offside. I think just going on that, Grav, it's because the time difference. It's only 2 weeks.
Only 2 weeks. There's not much you can change in 2 weeks, really. You've been playing the game
You're
for...
not going to learn new mechanics.
Nah, not
The
really.
items that are released, you've got probably 2 promos maximum, maybe even just 1 team. So as Flippercito gets one back there, the actual change in the gameplay, unless there's a huge patch that comes out halfway through, which at this stage of the game there probably won't be.
Not much.
It's a very similar tale.
Not much, because as Nacho can confirm, the hardest thing to change in FC is patterns. When you have certain patterns in the way you build up, in the way you finish, in the way you switch, in the way you defend, it takes months to change those situations.
2 weeks is nothing.
And it's probably not even 2 weeks, because you're travelling in on a Friday, you're leaving on the Monday. It's probably more like, once you actually get time to practice, 8 days.
Because always you are gonna want to rest. Yeah. Because when you finish the cup, you're not gonna be playing the next day, because your mind needs to be to rest and, I don't know, to be focused again. But the most important part, I think, in the game is have your head good, because if not, you're gonna be out.
You saw the stats before the game. Emry, I think, was 100 shots on target, but he only actually had 63% accuracy on those chances that he created. He's moved the goalkeeper there. This actually sort of plays into what I was saying there. He's very risky in his play. He attacks risky, Emry. He'll take a lot of shots. He'll take a lot of opportunities from different angles, but also defensively, there is gaps. You can get at him. He's very aggressive in that defensive play. For Flippercito, is it just about sort of protecting, I'm going to say protecting a 2-goal loss going into half-time at this point? Because this game, if that finesse goes in, 5-2, Emry gets another chance straight from kickoff, the game could be done before half-time.
How would you play, Nacho, against Emry?
It's really difficult, because I think that you can go all the time fast in attack, because he's gonna punish you, because he's maybe top 3 in the world in this type of play. And I think I will try to get possession, but he pressed really good, so it's really difficult when you face something like Emry or Nicolas or this type of players that you feel that they made everything perfect. So it's really difficult.
That's a red timed finesse. Don't think not perfect there.
Yeah. Maybe Flippercito now with the 4-0, he said in his mind, okay, if I lose, I don't care. I just gonna take more risk with the passes, with the shots, and that's why he maybe scored 2 goals.
Yeah, he did change the cam into a shadow striker as well.
Another chance of Flippercito.
Really good Flippercito right now.
Hold the phone. It was 4-0. It looked like this game was over. 3 goals just before half-time for Flippercito. And does Emry just look ever so slightly uncomfortable there, Grav?
It does. A beautiful double pass into Emry with a finesse to make it 4-3. And it seems like the change in formation and tactics worked out well, but as Nacho mentioned, it had to be some mentality change. You're 4-0 down.
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't matter.
You have nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
On the second game between Jotaba and JRG, There has been another goal. It is now 3-1, Elche leading. We'll bring you those updates when we get them. That could have been a penalty.
Could have been.
Yeah.
He's got away with it.
The main problem that Flippercito can have mentally now is like what he just did.
Yeah.
He needs to play the same way that he did to be 4-3. I mean, he can change his build-up, his way to play. Because if not, if he changes, it's going to be a game goals.
Oh, what a pass. He's Emry in front of the defender. He just power shots it straight across the keeper.
Save.
Great save by the
So
keeper.
many chances already in this game.
Wow. What, like 10 clear chances?
Yeah.
And now look at the right back out of position.
Yeah, it's Lorente who's pushed up the pitch.
I think he's triggering runs all the time now to pushing back Emry, because if not, Emry is really aggressive and he's gonna catch the ball all the time.
Well, we saw it wasn't the last attack, but the one before that. The game was moving too quick. I didn't even get a chance to say it, but he was so aggressive with Araujo from centre back. He almost ran him all the way out to right back, which typically people say don't do. Don't pull your centre backs out. But Emry is so aggressive and he's so confident in that defensive way that he's happy to do it. That's a player look through ball. Is the goalkeeper going to get there? Just about.
If I was Flippercito right now, I will take the last chance.
Yeah, but how can you against Emry?
Now he needs to go.
Again, look at Araujo all the way out here because Lorente is high up the pitch.
He needs to be patient now.
I can't tell you what's happening because it's behind the item.
Maybe try pass to De Jong.
Last chance of the first half.
Really good chance.
Henry, can he twist and turn? Recycling back to Xavi. And
And now he has to defend.
Yeah.
Because Emry is so quick on
look
the
at all those
counter-attack.
red shirts flying back.
Really bad decision by Emry.
He's given the last chance back to Flippercito.
Nothing to lose. Nothing to lose.
Oh, offside. That was close. That was a close one.
And now the tide turns again.
Watch out.
Emry Yilmaz with an opportunity to come forward. That's going to do us for half-time. 4-3. 7 goals split at half-time. What a game we are witnessing here on the main stage. Grav, your half-time thoughts from this match?
Great first half. It did start with 4-0 and the way he was attacking Emry with the passes from the cam into a striker, the first-time passes. But I think Flipper kind of adapted to that. He started to push with the centre backs, being much more aggressive. And then I think when he was 4-0 down, it's just, as Nacho mentioned, just a change of mentality. Okay, if I don't have anything to lose really, so I try to go and push bodies forward. He did change into a shadow striker with the cam, and then, as Nacho mentioned as well, trigger runs.
20 minutes, it was 4-0. It's so early that in 9-minute halves.
And also the double tap that he's made all the time in the area, he's killing with Emry with it, because I want to say that it's impossible to defend. Because when you have a player like Reef that you made double tap to Emry, it's impossible to defend with a centre back.
Well, let's see this final goal of the half.
Here
It
again.
fell to Flippercito, the double tap, allowing Henry to take it first time on the half volley. Let's see what's happening between the runner-up in the cup, that is Jataba, and JRG. 3-1 Elche leading at the moment. We've not seen a lot of this game.
No.
But it's probably going the way we expected.
Yeah.
Yes. You did play back in 2022 the 2v2 with Jorge.
Yeah.
How would you describe the way he plays?
He changed a lot between 22 and now. I think that in the past he was more passive in attack and defense, and now I think in defense he needs to be maybe more aggressive, but in attacks he changed and he's
unbelievable skill move there. Maradona, has he overplayed it?
Goal!
Crazy
Come
goal,
on!
man.
He's not overplayed it.
In attack he upgraded a lot his level. I mean, because he's now with the confidence, and that goal is crazy what he did with Emry. Crazy extra pass.
He's off his chair is JRG, and he's back in the game. 3-2 the score. Let's have a look at that. The extra passing to Maradona, and then that extra one there.
Oh,
crazy.
Incredible. Incredible goal.
I think he had fear to shoot with Emry.
Yeah.
He saw the keeper and he said, no, I'm going to pass the ball. but he did it incredible.
It looked like he was scared to shoot with Maradona
As well, yeah. I was just mentioning before, for the people at home that may not know, Nacho and Jorge both played in the Team of the Season Cup together. It's crazy to see now, 3 years later, how the whole scene changed up. But you know what doesn't change? Maradona scoring goals and Emry scoring goals again to make it 5-3.
Yeah, as soon as we get underway in the second half, Emry Yilmaz comes out flying, reinstating a 2-goal cushion. But 4 goals wasn't enough earlier on in the tie. So what can Flippercito do this time around for Getafe? It's just slowing it down ever so slightly.
If you can see now, Flippercito is doubting with pass the ball to the attackers. And he didn't do that when he was 4-0. And that's the problem, to be close in the match against something like Emry, that you can think, okay, maybe I can win again.
Is it
and your
mindset?
mentality
Back in the game
change
now.
again to the start of the match. So that's the most difficult part to change, because it's not your hands, it's your mentality.
Yeah.
It's something really difficult to change.
If you look at the minimap, he's had a window to pass it to the cam, like, I would say 3-4 times. But he's not seeing the cam, he's free, but as Nacho
That's a nice pass, right into Henry's feet. But turn back there.
He dabbed again. I mean, he needs to be more aggressive, because if not, it's gonna be really, really difficult to beat Emry.
An equalising goal there for JRG, 3-3.
This match is
in
gonna
that
be
match.
crazy.
Both games, 57 minutes on the clock.
Well, goalkeeper movement.
He's playing with fire at the moment, Flippercito.
Again.
And if he keeps giving the ball away, he's going to get burnt. As Emry Yilmaz.
Wow. Unlucky.
How has that gone wide?
That's the precision shooting right there.
But again, Flippercito is not watching all the pitch. He's only watching the player that had the ball. So it's really difficult.
Let's have a
if he
look.
plays like this.
This is live action at the moment. 3-3 on the scoreline. Both games really competitive. I think this is the first time today we've had both games be really, really tight.
Yes.
5-2, 3-1, 4-3, and 8-1 scores so far today.
I'm happy because we are watching a lot of goals.
Yep.
So
yes.
That's a pleasure.
Marcus Llorente, driven pass into Maradona. There's Rivaldo, it's red. I think he red timed it.
He did.
But really, really bad decision, because he needs to go to the low driving shots. I think that Rivaldo, at least, he had on Silver. So he needs to exploit this.
Do you think a low driven shot is a goal in that?
100%. 100%. And with Rivaldo, it's crazy.
What we're seeing is JRG on top at the moment. This would be a shock. Runner-up at the Cup was Jataba only 2 weeks ago in San Sebastian. Maybe eliminated in the round of 16. Same point he got eliminated last year in the finals.
Otavio is taking more risk with the middle first now, and he don't need to do this because he's getting JRG. Sorry. The pass to the striker, and he needs to be careful with this.
One thing that we're seeing tactically in this match is Jotava using that 4-3-3, which it's good to press and to counter-attack, but then to defend,
it's hard.
It's hard, especially in a low block, because the 3 midfielders go high up the pitch, and
you can't lose the ball in those areas.
No, you can't.
But now we can see that how the match changed in terms of Jotava is not taking risk. Watch out this with Alaba.
1-on-1 with a goalie. He moved the keeper, but he was just shot a millisecond too early. If we'd have moved him a little bit further over, that's a guaranteed goal at the near post.
Of course. Again, a yellow time shot.
5-3.
And Emry doing what he does best, game management.
But honestly, this match is in the right way to Flippercito to come draw. I mean, only 2 goals, 20 minutes left. He had the time.
Ooh,
Courtois playing for Resende.
He's got away with that twice there.
Be careful with your Rende.
He's waiting. Is that run at the bottom of the pitch open? Cruyff. He's second guessing where he wants to go.
That's the main problem that he's having right now. He triggers players, but he don't pass the ball. And Emry is really smart in this type of things. If he see that you don't pass the ball, he's gonna go for you. He catches the ball all the time.
That's a fault. Yeah. Now pause maybe. I'll pause this game if I'm Flippercito.
Yeah, me too. He needs to take time to think and
recompose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and try to change something as well.
At least any substitution or something.
Something, yeah, something.
No, Emre is gonna play with the time, obviously. He's really good also doing this.
Great FC.
No.
Wins the second tackle, wins the third tackle. Everything's bouncing, a blue and white shirt at the moment. Gets away, in the end does Flippercito.
We have to remind people at home that Emre is playing for a World Championship spot because he's not qualified for the World Championship yet.
And maybe, what do you think about maybe he can have more pressure?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or do you think that Emre is gonna, I don't care about this pressure, I'm gonna play at my best?
I think
anyway,
any player will have that pressure when they don't have the World Championship already confirmed, as a third goal flies in for Emry Yilmaz. The 3-goal cushion reinstated. 6-3, and we go into a pause. Flippercito with everything to do. There's been a big goal in game 2, and you can see by the fan reaction which way it's gone. Burgos, JRG leading after being 3-0 down. He's now 4-3 up. If we can, let's have a look at that replay and see the goal.
I was gonna say something when we was watching this match before the change now, that I know too much how Jotava plays. I mean, he's one of my best friends. And I was watching him without confidence. I mean, if I saw the build-up that he made, and it was really bad. No player locks, just simple passes. And it was really, really poor. And now, as we can see, it's 4-3, and you only have
15 minutes, if that.
I think less. Yeah, 15 minutes, yeah.
Wow.
But he was 8 minutes out to be out of the cup against me. So now he needs to be more clinical and taking risk.
This is the game we're going to stick with, as Emry Yilmaz is leading for Sociedad by 3 goals, 6-3 up. Jotava, big chance, went for the near post. The finesse there with Henry.
But look at the acrobatic, no.
Rebound?
No.
He needs to be careful now because the corner counter-attack is really hard to defend.
Oh, he's dived in with the tackle as well. Maradona against Araujo.
First Henry, cross.
He's taking his time. Grav, that's a huge chance squandered with Henry.
It is, but now, no, Xavi gets the ball, and this could be huge, Richard.
I don't know how Xavi managed to...
Xavi. How many strength?
Oh, and now chance 99. For a counter-attack. Now, Jotava changed to the 4-2-1-3, so he has time for those passes into the striker.
Oh,
that's a red card maybe, and Cafu is through. He has to score in this attack. Marcos Llorente.
Llorente into Xavi. He's looking for that play lock fake. Once again, it became a real key to his success in San Sebastian. The play locks in around the box.
I mean, I think Jorge is going to panic in defense. He needs to be calm and try to get the space. But I don't do too much player lock because he's losing time all the time.
He only needs one chance.
No,
Henry gets the bounce back. And he's offside.
No, he needs to be more clinical. I mean, he's spending 3 seconds with the player lock, and you can't spend 3 seconds in front of the area. He needs to be more fast, taking decisions. It seems like he's scary to play right now.
You get one more chance here, Grav, do you think?
He will.
At least I think 2.
But he has to defend well. Look at Maradona.
Really
he gets the ball back, and now the fullback is out of position. This could be it, Richard.
Williams, so much pace, driving into the box. He gets shoved wide by Tchouameni, but dancers round him.
Hey!
Oh, what's happening? Oh! How's that not a pen?
What? VRA? What is the VRA?
We have to tell you.
What is the VRA?
Emry Yilmaz has won. Emry Yilmaz is through to the quarterfinals.
That's clear penalty.
Drama
Oh my God.
in the Mestalla. Will JRG see this game out? It's gone long.
He's gonna have one more chance.
With 7 goals scored, I think we might get. I'm going to go +3.
+3, +4. Yeah. Let's see the added time. +2. What's happening?
Wow. Zubimendi. Player locked into Henry. Has to be perfect for Jataba.
Really good.
Driving down the byline.
He needs to go back fast.
Into a dangerous area. Jude Bellingham. Xavi. Can he pick a pass? No, he can't.
This is it.
That's out.
And the biggest shock,
the runner-up
of the day, the runner-up of the cup is eliminated. Burgos go through. JRG with a 4-3 victory. Jataba eliminated. Big drama here. Catch us after this break for more action in the FC Pro La Liga finals. Hello, welcome back to the La Liga FC Pro Finals. Wow, Brandon, Ryan, a couple of brilliant games that we just saw there. I thought at one point Flippercito was going to make a comeback
When it went to 4-3, I thought, hold on a second.
It was a bit weird backstage because we were obviously sharing the talent room with the Spanish commentators, and at 3-0, a few of the Spanish guys saying it's a rage quit, it's job done at 3-0. We turned our back. Game then went to 4-3, and you're thinking for a split second, no way, Flipperito might be one of the best players in Spain.
I know. I feel like I left the room for literally a minute, turned around, looked at the screen, and I was like, what on earth is happening? But he couldn't quite make it happen, could he? So that was Emry Yilmaz versus Flipperito. Real Sociedad versus Getafe. And yeah, Emry went a few goals up early doors, and we kind of thought, yeah, this is maybe what we would have been expecting from it.
It was pretty scary, wasn't it? Yeah. I think it was 3-0 up in 17 minutes. This is goal number 3. And then when you've got an Emry Yilmaz in front of you that's off the back of winning the Cup just a few weeks ago, he's full of confidence. And I mean, at 4-0, Ryan, what were you thinking? 21 minutes on the clock.
We could see a double-digit scoreline. However, the quick response from Flipperito has to be commended. Look at the through balls he was playing.
But Ryan, so what happened here? What changed for Flipperito to be able to make this
couple
comeback?
Mistakes, but complacency here. The double tap, trying to go into space. Henry first time. From then, I thought, hold on a minute. This could be a game on our hands. But Emry Yilmaz just sort of settled a little bit more, especially in the second half. I think going into half-time, I thought Flipperito was destined to score another one, but I think just the ability of Emry Yilmaz sort of shone through.
You know what I'm gutted about? I didn't actually get to see Flipperito's celebrations for his goals, and I can imagine, Brandon, that they were magical, majestic. Here is the bracket then. So things are heating up here in Valencia, Ryan.
Got my first prediction wrong of the day. It happens. Sometimes you're wrong. Elche 4-3. What?
Jataba knocked out. The Cup finalist, he's gone. JRG taking the win. That was such a close game. And I think everyone who made a prediction on that, you guys were like, yeah, absolutely, Jataba's going through. But no, Brandon, it wasn't meant to be.
Absolutely. I mean, look, JRG, fair play to him. It was 3-0 down. He's come back in that to flip the game on its head at 4-3. I think that's the only shock today we've seen so far. Everything else relatively has gone plain sailing and what we thought it would be. The only other couple of shocks I could see there is maybe, I mean, Tuga, Hugo Sanchez, that's coming up next. That's a 50-50 for me. I'd even say Hugo Sanchez might be the favourite in that because Tuga's not been great. But then on the other side, Hidalgo's been good, and Aubrun is, I mean, Aubrun's Aubrun. Aubrun should be winning this game coming up next.
Yeah, if Hidalgo wins, I would classify that more of an upset than if Hugo Sanchez beat Tuga, in my opinion. I think Hugo Sanchez is favourite in that game.
So as it stands, we've got a couple of the games that we know are happening, and that is Jago versus Fernandez. That'll be a good one. Resende versus JRG. We didn't expect that to be the case, but there we go. And then you've got Nicholas, who will be facing Tuga or Hugo Sanchez. Like we said, that's really open. I mean, hard to predict that one. And then Emry will be facing Aubrun or Hidalgo. Oh. Here are the fixtures coming up. So we have another 2 coming up in a few minutes' time. And we've said already that Aubrun Hidalgo game could be quite interesting. And then Hugo Sanchez versus Tuga. I mean, we've now seen one surprise. We said they were thick and fast in the Cup a few weekends ago in San Sebastian. I mean, we could see another upset here, but I'm just thinking, so of course in that first game that will be happening on the main stage, Aubrun versus Hidalgo, Aubrun will be favourite for that.
I think he's favourite,
right?
I think you have to go with Aubrun, even though I think in the Cup, honestly, I don't think he was good. I thought he was really below standard. Defensively, I thought he was strong in that game against Andoni, but I feel like he didn't perform. I associate Aubrun as one of the best in the world, not only in just Spain, like the whole of the world. So I feel like he needs to up his level if he wants to win this tournament.
I think technically right now he is the second best player in the world, really, Aubrun, isn't he?
Yeah, that's
Anders Vergang's number 1 because he's in the FC Pro Open. Aubrun came second in that. But the levels that we saw from him in the Cup was not a second best player in the world. In the league, I think we saw Aubrun play very well, but I don't know what happened. I mean, like, he was able to give us an interview, wasn't he, in San Sebastian afterwards, and was pretty honest of, I've got to be better, I've got to be a lot better, I wasn't at my game. If he was to lose this next game, it would be a massive shock. As I said earlier, there has to be a quarter-final here of Emry Yilmaz against Aubrun for a spot in the Champions League. I don't see a world where that is not a quarter-final that happens today.
But you're saying Aubrun right now you think is second best in the world, but then based on form, like you just said, recently you both have kind of said that, you know, and I hope he's not watching right now, but we think you're great. But right now, based on form, that maybe he's not second best in the world, as you're saying, Brandon Smith.
It's a tough one. I mean, I've also said that Emry Yilmaz is going to win the whole thing, so he's going to have to lose at some point on the way through, hasn't he? I still stick with that. I think Emry Yilmaz will win today and he will be champion. Look, there could be a number of things here that could be affecting Aubrun. It could be how the game's feeling now with the current meta, maybe. It could be this squad restriction that he's got. I mean, he's got 15 million coins. He doesn't really have any excuse this time round. I don't know about you, Ryan. I don't know what maybe's been a bit different from Aubrun in the last couple of weeks.
Obviously, since FC Pro, there's been a few patches. The game has changed, but there's one thing I want to say, though, is that Aubrun can play below his standard, but his low standard is still higher than a lot of people's average or best standard. So I think he's still got enough to beat Hidalgo. That's not disrespect to Hidalgo. Hidalgo's a top player as well, but I think Aubrun this year has just been a cut above.
Yeah, and we had Resende here earlier chatting to us, Ryan, and he was saying, what I found quite interesting is he was saying he could tell that he was nervous, but when he faced Andoni on the main stage, he could really see and tell that Andoni was really nervous. So, you know, how big a part could that play as a player yourself? You've played the game in major tournaments. Out here in Valencia, in this stadium, on the big stage, I'm sure there's people outside watching them as well. You know, to not let the nerves get the better of you, that must be tough.
Absolutely. I feel like a lot of players suffer with nerves going into the first game. I think once you get in on the main stage, you play a couple minutes in the game, then you start to ease, but then a couple minutes, the game could be done. It's like Tuga, you could tell he was nervous. Even though Emre is better on paper, the first 20 minutes, he was just giving him the ball. And it's something where a lot of times you can't afford to do that, especially when you've got the likes of Aubrun in this tournament. You can't afford to start slow against him, so you have to be on the ball.
Absolutely, and the players are getting ready for this big game, like I said, on the big stage here in the Mestalla Stadium in Valencia, and what a place it is. And we can see here Aubrun representing Valencia, by the way. So is that added pressure, Brandon?
Absolutely. I think when he signed with Valencia at the start of this LALIGA FC Pro, he probably wasn't told that the grand finals were going to be in his own stadium, and I think that just adds even more pressure onto him. It's not a nice game. It's not a nice piece of matchmaking, as we've said. This bracket is not favoured some of the stronger players here because they're playing against some absolute juggernauts in terms of Hidalgo is incredible. What a player he is. I think he looked great in his group. He topped his group in the group stages. We only got to see him in one game in the Cup because he was one of the few players that were eliminated directly straight away in that round of 16. So he's got a lot to improve on, but he's going to give Aubrun, a really, really tough game here.
Yeah, and Ryan, Brandon and I have just been saying, pressure on Aubrun because home crowd. But actually, home advantage is a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's pressure on Hidalgo because, again, as a Spaniard, you want to make sure that you're in the tournament at the latter stages. You don't want someone to come into your league and sort of kick you out early on and stop you from getting to an E-Champions League, a World Championship spot as well. Aubrun's already got the World Championship spot, so you can say pressure's slightly alleviated on that part, but he wouldn't even be caring about that. I'm pretty sure he's a top professional. He wants to win the trophy, and I'm sure that, again, it's going to be very difficult. He's going to have a monster run if he has to get there anyway.
Yeah, and the second game that is happening at the same time, I mean, it may have already kicked off, guys, is that one, Hugo Sanchez versus Tuga, Iber versus Malaga. And,
I don't even know.
You don't even know, Ryan. I was going to come to you for a prediction.
I'm going to say Hugo Sanchez because Tuga, I love Tuga. Like, he was so good. When it's not the same. I don't see the same Tuga that I did before. The mentality I do is the same, but it's just not visually. I'm not seeing. For me to predict him to win, I need to see him playing top level FC, and I haven't really seen that this year so far.
And that kind of feels like the problem is, Ryan, your language there is like, you know, Tuga has been really good, and I know what he has been able to do before, but right now you're just not really convinced.
I'm not. I need to see a convincing performance. I'm a visual person. I need to see it before. I can't just say he's going to win because of the name factor. I need to see him perform well.
The thing about Tuga as well that I'm sure Ryan will be talking about here is that Tuga's the type of player that his middle name should be tournament football, because he will know every single minute, second of a game. For example, when a corner's being taken, when a throw-in's being taken, how long you can waste on a corner, how long you can waste on a throw-in. He's not had the luxury of being able to do that because he's not been in winning positions often, Ryan, and he's not had the opportunity to manage games like he was before. So I back what Ryan's saying, and honestly, on paper, I go into that other matchup, and I think Hugo Sanchez wins it.
And is that also based on the fact that, and we cannot forget, Hugo Sanchez knocked Nicholas out of the cup? Nicholas, the Iceman, the man that we all speak of so highly, and we still obviously think he's absolutely incredible. We know what he can do. But that was such a big victory for Hugo Sanchez, wasn't it? A statement win.
It was, but if there was 5 more minutes in that game, Nicole, I think Nicholas might have brought back one of the best comebacks of the season. He was hanging in there, but credit where it's due to Hugo Sanchez. He gave himself such a big sort of cushion on the scoreline that Nicholas had so much work to do. And look, you've stopped Nicholas defending his cup 2 weeks ago. Why not maybe get through this bracket, and who knows, you might be able to meet him again for another rematch.
Yeah, we've said how experienced Tuga is. Do you think that will help him then today? I mean, we've obviously just said Hugo Sanchez. And by the way, is that both of you saying you think Hugo Sanchez is beating Tuga?
It hurts me saying that, you know. It really hurts. I'm a big Tuga fan. It's just, you don't want to be playing against a Tuga when he's keeping possession, like he's in the lead. However, I just don't even see him having a comfortable lead to be able to keep the possession. Like, I don't see it. Yeah,
we just saw Hidalgo there on screen, in his seat, getting ready and doing some deep breaths. It looked like he was closing his eyes and kind of, I suppose, just getting into the zone, right? Because it's so important that they can control their nerves, because this is a huge game coming up. So let's head over to our casters, Richard and Gravison. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. Great to hear the thoughts of Brandon and Ryan coming into this big game. It feels quite poignant. We're in Valencia. We've got the Valencia representative in Aubrun going to the main stage now, but
we've got the fans as well.
We've got the fans making their way in as well. For me, this feels like the toughest game to call because I've not seen the highs from Aubrun throughout this entire La Liga season. And Hidalgo, the only way I'm going to describe it is the best way possible. He's a real dog on the stage.
He's a dog.
He's got that dog in him, and he will not go down without a fight. And part of me just thinks, even though I predicted Aubrun to go on and win the tournament, I've got a feeling Villarreal might pull this out.
Yeah, yes, they could. The thing is, and I do really like what Ryan said before about how the lowest form of Aubrun is still really high to the whole competition. So the lowest form of Aubrun could still beat Hidalgo convincingly. So I don't know. I think it's the toughest match to call.
The stats are really even between these two. 5 wins to 6. Only 4 goals scored separating them. Aubrun has been a little bit leakier at the back. Less shots on target for Hidalgo. Shot accuracy very similar as well. Neither of them have played outstanding FC.
No, not on the group stage, not on the cup.
This entire campaign. But you only need one good performance to start the fire.
I mean, Nicolas last year, group stage, awful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turned up in the cup, qualified for the finals, won the thing, and then won finals. So it's just the matter of turning up today.
Before we get into this game, I think I can just have a look over my right shoulder. I can see the guys on the stage putting their headsets on. We're probably a minute, maybe 2 minutes away. I want to get your opinion on that game between Hugo Sanchez and Tuga taking place on the B stream right now. What are your thoughts on that game?
We mentioned before how Jotava, after being runner-up, might have the confidence going up. Hugo Sanchez could be the same example, but I think us Spaniards, with the level of FC we have right now, I think when we play with pressure on our shoulders, we don't perform well. So I expect Tuga to win this match, and I'm going to say convincingly. What do you think, Richard?
I think Tuga does win this game, but I wouldn't go as far as say convincingly. I think it might be quite tight, although I did say that one of the games previously between Di Fernandez and Zadan might go to extra time, and he won 8-1. So I wouldn't read too far into my predictions.
Okay.
I am 5 for 6 for today.
5 out of 6?
5 out of 6. The only game I didn't predict was Jotava.
Okay.
I said JRG would have won that game. So we're about to get this match underway. We're only a few moments from kickoff. Let us know in the chat at home. We can see you. Who do you think is going to win this game? Who do you want to win the tournament? Has your SBC player pick item got an upgrade so far? Who do you want to go all the way? Azpilicueta for Atletico Madrid out of tournament.
Out of tournament.
He will not be getting an upgrade.
Nope.
Here we go. We are going to get underway very shortly indeed. We've got 2 games to bring you here from the Mestalla in Valencia. It is the final round of 16 game with Hugo Sanchez and Tuga going head to head. And on the main stream will be Valencia and Villarreal. We're going to kick off with Hugo Sanchez and Tuga. Richard Buckley and Gravison in the commentary booth to bring you all the highs and lows from this upcoming round.
A pleasure as always, Richard. Let's go for it.
Hugo Sanchez kicking from left to right in that. Yellow strip.
Yellow, I would say, yeah. It's not easy to call, I'd say yellow.
I was going to say cream, but yeah, sort of a mustard.
Yeah.
And from right to left in the all blue for Malaga will be Tuga. Marcus Llorente out wide. He's been an absolute menace all tournament long.
Nice defense with Maradona. 4-2-3-1 against 4-2-3-1 at this moment. Oh, thought he was gonna go for a pass into the left back, but decided to go for a speed boost. Defended. Well defended by Tuga. That's one thing we expect from Tuga. those situations in which he won't panic in the 1v1 situation. Never, ever, ever. He might play switch wrong, but he won't panic.
Well, we'll keep you updated with that game as the goals do fly in, but the main game for this round is Aubrun representing Jose Yaya and Buchanan for Villarreal. Only one will get upgraded on the path to a 92 overall.
Who will win this derby? Valencia against Villarreal, two teams from the Comunidad de Valencia. Will it be Villarreal? Will it be Valencia? We'll see it in just a few seconds.
It will be Hidalgo from right to left, all in yellow and all in black. Representing the bat from left to right will be Valencia and Aubrun.
Representing the bat, I like that. Is that Aubrun or is that you, Richard?
I'm completely impartial. Here is Hidalgo looking to build up. De Jong fired into his feet, but he can't quite turn with Emry. But early pressure coming in there from Rivaldo and Hidalgo. They do win the ball back in a very promising position, but once again give it away. Both players quite scrappy in possession in the opening stages, and Aubrun's best attack could be coming his way here. Incisive pass plus activated with Rende down the line. Johan Cruyff selected, no Maradona in sight. What do you like, Cruyff or Maradona in that cam position?
I'd never liked Maradona in game. I've always preferred Cruyff. But maybe the Bellingham. The team here, Bellingham as well. Maybe the one that Nico's using. I don't know. What do you think? Oh! Ho, ho, ho! What a goal to make it 1-0 to Villarreal. Thierry Henry, the main guy. We were discussing maybe Cruyff, maybe Maradona. No, the main guy is Thierry Henry to make it 1-0 with the left foot. Incredible goal.
Yeah, he might have made his name in North London, but his spell at Barcelona has given all of these teams a star player, a star man to lead the line. And Thierry Henry opens up the scoring inside the first 15 minutes for Hidalgo.
Incredible goal. What do you think? Maradona, Cruyff, what would be your choice? Maybe two strikers. No cam.
Yeah, maybe just a 4-4-2, two strikers. I thought Lewandowski was excellent at the Cup, so I'm a little bit surprised that we've not seen him. But with the budget increase on the coins, I can understand why. I actually thought with the 15 million coin budget we would have seen R9 feature.
It could be, yeah. But he's just simply worse than Henry this year, I'd say. I like the teams. I'll probably go for Thierry
That
Henry.
Bale was outstanding.
That was incredible. He was incredible.
Yeah, maybe Bale and Henry.
It could be incredible strikers for a 4-4-2.
Yeah.
What about the wings? Maybe Nico Williams? You don't like Rivaldo that much.
Do you know what? I've been really impressed by Sakhanov, the right mid. I think more of a budget player. That's a finesse from deep, and that's Aubrun finding the top corner with Johan Cruyff. Give him space and he will punish.
We discussed Maradona, we discussed Cruyff. It has to be the Dutch icon with that finesse coming in from a ball roll.
He's actually defended that quite well. He's quite close to him.
He did defend well, but sometimes when you play against those icons, those great players, it doesn't matter what you do, because it's all about angles. It happened as well with Emry in the Cup. I don't know if you remember the Griezmann, in which he just went for a ball roll and that's power into the net.
Me and Ryan actually broke that down on the analyst board as well. He did a little shimmy and then finessed it from maybe 35 yards into the top corner. We have had a breakthrough in game 2 between Hugo Sanchez and Tuga, and it is Tuga who took the lead inside the opening 15 minutes. We'll give you any updates from that game when we get them. All square here between Villarreal and Valencia.
Great defense by Miguel.
Really aggressive.
Really aggressive. That's the way you gotta defend in here in the finals. especially now with the 95 depth and the way you play with 50 million budget. You gotta be aggressive with the fullbacks, with the center backs, because if not, you'll just push bodies forward and you'll concede goals. As we just jump into the second match, we just saw, as Richard mentioned, Tuga scoring 1 goal, but Hugo Sanchez came back with another goal, maybe another one, because Henry is through. Will he go for a normal shot to make it 2-1? Hugo Sanchez with a great comeback in just under 5 minutes to make it 2-1. Wow, great goal by Thierry Henry, the main man today here in Mestalla.
Incredible turnaround, so quick. He was 1-0 up, and then before he knows it, he's 2-1 down. Just move the goalkeeper ever so slightly, and you have to move the goalkeeper there. You have to try and take a risk. But it was the composure shown by Hugo Sanchez to finish to the other side.
He did wait for a long time to move the keeper, but just Hugo Sanchez wait longer. As we just hear,
I'm hearing a round of applause, yeah, here in Valencia, which would make me think that there's potentially been a goal scored. We'll bring you it when we can. As Malaga will try and find their way back into this game.
He's just not being quick enough in the last third of the pitch. You gotta just go faster, I think, with the way you trigger runs with the wingers, with the way you build up. You gotta just go faster, a bit faster. But as you can see, Hugo Sanchez is being fast with that passing to Rivaldo to make it 3-1, as he just points into the crowd, points into the match as well, because he knows this is a really, really important goal to make it 3-1 against Tuga.
Yeah, what a turnaround. It was 1-0 down, and now the leads 3-1. Once again, that double tap pass proving so strong. That is a replay of Aubrun going 2-1 up.
Aubrun celebrating as well.
Yeah, we're enjoying this game live now.
That's not something we usually see from Aubrun. I mean, I'm thinking about FC Pro semi-finals against Levy. He scored that goal to make it 2-1 in, I think it was like the 85th minute, something like that. But he didn't celebrate that goal, but he was passionate here in Mestalla. As Marcos Llorente goes for a shot, saved by Courtois. Now chance for a corner. Ooh, that's a big mistake. Thierry Henry, red time.
It's tough, isn't it? It looked like it could have been a good opportunity. Just trying to find a pass on that occasion. I've got a little bit of trivia for you. Well, not trivia, more of a question.
Okay.
At half-time.
Yes. Maybe.
I'll tell you it now.
Yeah, maybe in just a second.
Because he could be in on goal. Good tackle from Tchouaméni.
Go for it.
3 players who have played for Valencia. I want you to rank them 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
David Silva.
2.
Juan Mata.
3.
David Villa.
1. I got it right. Do you think I got it right?
I would say so.
I'd say I got it right. It had between Silva and David Villa. That's a hard one. I mean, Silva was just so consistently good. The Premier League for Man City, the league for Valencia as well. I don't know. I would say Juan Mata is the 3rd, which breaks my heart because he's from Oviedo.
Aubrun, player locked into Henry and then to the back post, and elects to recycle.
Should we have a look at the chat to see that top 3? No. Maybe not now. Maybe
let us know in the chat what you think.
Maybe in just a few minutes.
Approaching half-time. Let us know in the chat what you're thinking of the action. If you've got any questions for a 2019 La Liga champion in Gravison.
Richard Buckley.
Ghost Echo, I just came to say hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Aubrun! 3-1. Valencia lead.
That has to be a poor defense on Hidalgo. poor defense. It was just an easy attack, an easy pass into Thierry Henry, easy speed boost. You can see the player switch was all over the place, the way Araujo was all over the place as well. And Henry to make it 3-1.
Question coming in for you, Grav.
Yep.
What players are sure to get upgraded?
So now, if Aubrun gets to win this match, he will be graded.
Yep.
And then we can rule out both Buchanan and Azpilicueta. And then
Becker has already got one.
Yes.
Because he won the game early on today. If he was to get to the semi-final, he would get a +2.
Another point, yeah.
Another +1, sorry.
Yep.
He would get a +2 overall. So there you go. Someone said Mata #1. Which version of Henry was that?
Sí, por si acaso.
This one?
Yes.
That's the
Team of the Year.
Team of the Year. Yep, icon. Juan Mata #1. It's difficult. How was Juan Mata over at the Prem? Because in Spain he
For
was...
Chelsea was really good.
Yeah.
I think he struggled at Man United a little bit.
Yep.
But he was good. He's also just everything that you see from him. He's just a great guy.
Yeah, he
does
is.
quite a lot of work with charity.
He does.
And he donated or still donates part of his salary. So yeah, a real sort of great player, great ambassador. Tuga gets one back there. That was a replay. That's 3-2 now, going into half time.
Important goal for him.
I picked Azpilicueta and Buchanan. Sorry to hear that.
Good luck with that, my friend. As you can see now here in this team,
64% possession for
Tuga.
Tuga, yeah, which expected more than likely.
Yeah, probably. Especially because Hugo Sanchez just goes for the attack, really.
That's a great play inside the box here for Aubrun. He's feeling himself right now. Is the 4-4-1-1 still the meta?
Yeah.
And why is that?
I wouldn't say it's the best formation, because you have so many different formations that are meta now, but it's still meta, because you have the cam, you have the striker, you can put it inside forwards on the wings. The only thing is it's still...
Maradona gets the rebound.
Oh.
Quite unfortunate.
The only thing I would say is a bit weak on the defense, because after the patch that we got on January, the midfielders don't defend as intense as they used to do.
Yeah.
But still, probably here in this gameplay here in Valencia, I'll argue it's the best one. But then if you play Foot Champs...
4-2-1-3.
Yeah, I'd say so. Do you play 4-4-2?
I enjoy 4-4-2. I was actually playing 4-5-1 with the 3 centre mids.
Okay, so Abu Maka.
So I've got a lot of great centre mids. That's my problem.
Okay.
But no good CDMs.
Okay, that makes sense. So
yeah. Vamos, Gravison.
Vamos.
I love you. I want to meet you.
I love you as well.
Come to the venue. If you're in Valencia. If you're in Valencia right now. Chance for Aubrun. Great block from Araujo.
That was lucky because he wasn't defending. That was the AI. That was lucky. What's that again? Richard, come on. What's that? Lakers in 5 again? What is it?
No. Rodrigo stepping into the box, forcing the save from Casillas. That is Giovi behind Aubrun. Coach for this season.
This could be it.
A nod of approval for Giovi. He likes what he's seeing. Aubrun bounces over the bar.
What a block.
Corner whipped in quickly. There's a bicycle kick. There's 4-1. And could that be game done?
It could be it. Araujo was the one to make that impossible block for Hidalgo. And Araujo is the one to score that beautiful bicycle kick for Valencia, for Aubrun, to make it 4-1 at home. Beautiful timed bicycle kick. You can see 0.07 previsione goal. And it seems like this game could be done and dusted.
Let's head on over to the second game that's taking place right now. It's between Hugo Sanchez and Tuga. 3-2 at the moment. Plenty of time in this game for it to twist and turn. Will it go Tuga's way? Or will Hugo Sanchez once again knock out a formidable foe in an FC Pro La Liga competition? It was Nicholas just 2 weeks ago. Could he add Tuga to his resume?
He could. He most definitely could. But not with that, not with those switch of play.
And a pause comes in.
And again, 37% of possession against 63. We are seeing Lavinten as Hugo Sanchez coach as we just jump back onto the main
He's in
match.
on goal. Hidalgo. Travella on the goalkeeper. I said it was game over. Scratch that away. 4-2, 2-goal game. And Hidalgo just looks with a nod of the head like he's going to do something spectacular on the stage.
Who was that guy on the chat that did the SBC of Aspilicueta Buchanan? He might be.
Yeah.
You should come back to the stream because your Buchanan might be able to go for an upgrade. 4-2.
The correct finish.
Shot. Yeah. Yes, it was. I love the combination of the low-driven shot playstyle with the Trivela on silver. I think it's amazing.
Because it contextually does the Trivela if you're low-driven it, correct?
Yes, yes, it does.
So in that position, you actually don't want to be holding L2.
No, because
Trivela.
No, because if you hold
It'll
L2,
do a skill shot.
Yeah, you will go for the flare shot.
Yep.
Which is beautiful, but not useful.
So there you go, tip at home. If you're wanting that Trivela animation, just a simple tap of the shoot button to activate the low-driven shot, and if you've got Trivela as a playstyle, it will activate that shot type.
Will activate, in my opinion, the best shot you can use in a 1v1 against the keeper. It's just so useful, so quick.
Rivaldo looking to thread it into Maradona. That's the first time over the top through ball. Henry versus goalkeeper. The keeper didn't fancy it. And Aubrun with Henry rounds him like he's not even there. And a third goal is being scored as a cushion in this game. And in game number 2, there's been a third goal scored for Tuga. This was the goal that just went in for Tuga against Hugo Sanchez.
Nice cross. He was unlucky with the Araujo block. And Henry was quick enough to get the ball into the net. 3-3. Now Sanchez has the ball. He's just player locking, passing to Gareth Bale. Just offside. That's a beautiful, beautiful team with Eibar. I think it's the best team we've seen today, with Maradona, with Gareth Bale, Emry, Rivaldo. That's a nice team, Richard.
Somebody in the chat saying this could be a new nickname.
Yep.
Coldbrun. Not going to stick?
Nah.
No.
Don't like it as much.
Unfortunate.
Do you like it, Coldbrun?
No, I don't.
Sorry, man.
Sorry about that. It's not going to stick. How do you do the low-driven shot? Someone asking in the chat. Well, we've got pauses. Talk us through it.
It's the easiest shot you can do in game, actually, because you just gotta press the shot button, not hold it, just press it. And if you perform it with just under 1 bar of power, just do a driven shot. It's just as easy as that. You don't need the playstyle to do it. Of course, if you have the low-driven playstyle, it will be even better, but you don't need the playstyle.
There you go. We got a pause in play. We're going to stick with this game. It's 3-3. From what I saw, the game on the stage does have a significant cushion in it at the moment.
Yes, I think Hidalgo scored another goal, but still, it's just The game seems to be controlled by Aubrun at the moment.
For anyone at home actually asking about the league, I'll give you a Richard Buckley top tip. You've actually got 3 hours, 58 minutes left to complete it.
You do?
You do. I mean, you can watch this first round, see who's been eliminated, and then
just do the other ones.
You've got 3 hours, 57 minutes left.
That's a long time. That's Richard Buckley just giving you
top tips.
Top tips, yeah.
So I would say don't complete Azpilicueta if you've not done it yet.
Don't do it. Just don't.
20 minutes left to play. Tuga flying forward. Maradona is the extra pass on. He's twisting, he's turning, and he just overcomplicated it.
And now, chance for a counter-attack. Look at Llorente. Just running, pushing the pitch. Now Gareth Bale goes for a speed boost. Passing to De Jong. This could be huge. Rivaldo twisting and turning. He gets the rebound back. No. Tuga gets the ball back.
20 minutes left to play. One of the tightest games we've had today. We've seen some huge scorelines. We've seen an 8-1, 5-2, 6-3s, 3-3 with 15 minutes left to play. He's danced around him, and he's been bailed out by the goalkeeper.
That's close. That was brilliant dribbling. Now a chance for a corner. Taking short.
Still onside, Frenkie de Jong. To Maradona. Is he looking for a Trivela angle? Is he looking to play into the box? Oh, it just bounced away.
Just bounced away with the player lock. It seems like this game could go either way at any second and any given chance. Any predictions, Richard? I think
Tuga.
I stick with Tuga, yeah. I'll stick with Tuga. He's a master of these moments.
In the 50-50s, he usually comes out on top. De Jong. It's going to bounce nicely for him. Back to De Jong. Rivaldo. He's waiting. He's wanting one of those attacking players to pop up.
That's a
got
fault.
Free kick.
Where is David Beckham? He's just waiting for Nico to use him. Not in this match.
Surely that's too far out to shoot.
I wouldn't say so.
Outside the left boot?
Yeah, probably. Look at Araujo.
It's gone on the line as well. If he just dinks it into that space there's so much space.
You could take it short.
Frenkie de Jong.
Yeah.
And then Trivela.
He's just going to shoot it. It's Tuga.
It's Tuga! Forces the save from Courtois. We have just had an update. 6-4. Aubrun leading.
Wow.
We'll go back to it if there is a 5th goal scored for Hidalgo. But right now our attention is focused. Tuga. Tuga? One player's got to go. Will it be Tuga? Or Hugo Sanchez? Is there a pass there into De Jong? There is. Extra one to Rivaldo. It just looks like he's lacking a little bit of creativity in the final third.
He's lacking something. Will this be it? No, it won't be, and that's a great chance for a counter-attack. Look at the player lock. Emry could be through.
Yeah, he's so direct. Henry for Hugo. Bale with the extra pass. Couldn't quite slip it through the gap.
And now Tuga to just...
It's too long to play for last attack here.
I wouldn't say so.
5 minutes, 9-minute halves.
It's a lot of time. Look at the right back, Marcos Llorente.
He's going forward. He wants that player on the edge of the box.
He wants it, yeah. He wants the midfield. Look at Xavi.
Llorente, dangerous, inside the box. Rivaldo, De Jong!
Incredible!
Tuga's off his chair. 87th minute. The Portuguese star bursts into life.
Wow.
And Tuga's time is not over yet here in Valencia.
It's more alive than ever, really. So we just jump back into game one because we've seen a roar coming in from the crowd.
It looks like Aubrun has gone 7-4 up, I want to say.
Yes, I would say so as well. And that would be game over for Hidalgo. That's it, 7-4. And that's
game over.
Game over. Gaia with a 1 point extra overall, and that's Aubrun.
Yep, and Buchanan, no upgrades.
And there's another Spaniard, fellow Spanish, eliminated into this tournament.
Absolutely.
That I would say the only Spanish player left is just Jorge now. It's just Jorge and 7 foreigners. You can see Maradona trying to win a header, but not precise enough, I would say. And no surprise here, really, Richard.
Yeah, we expected Aubrun to pick up this win. When it got tight, when it got cagey, there could have been a chance for Hidalgo to force something back in this game. But with a 7-4 scoreline, it looks to be all she wrote.
And now we have time in this match, because I think it's just under, what, 4 minutes to try to go for the goal, but Tuga is a master.
Absolutely. You don't expect Hugo to get a touch.
No, not really. With the way the game management from Tuga, this should be GG.
Plays a little searching ball down the line.
2 minutes added.
2 additional minutes. He's dribbled the ball out of play, and it's allowed Hugo to have a chance.
Oh, that's a big mistake, and this should be it. He's gonna pass it back to the keeper. He's gonna switch up the play.
LALIGA will continue. Tuga will continue here in the FC Pro La Liga finals. Hugo Sanchez knocked out a giant in Nicholas only 2 weeks ago in San Sebastian. He can't do it again as Tuga goes through. And on the main stage, Aubrun is victorious, 7-4. Hidalgo also crashes out of the competition. Incredible stuff. Gravison, just before we head away, I want to get your thoughts on those 2 games we just saw. Tuga clutching up and a decisive victory for Aubrun on the main stage.
The first thing that I'm thinking is those predictions from you. That's 7 out of 8.
7 out of 8.
7 out of 8. I gotta tell you, congratulations, my man.
Thank you.
That's great from you, Richard. And thinking about the match, Aubrun was just better than Hidalgo, and I think he was better than what he played in the cup. And then Tuga, tough match against Nicholas to qualify.
Absolutely. Tuga's a tough game for anyone. It's the Iceman coming up next. Aubrun looks to be kicking into gear at the perfect time here in Valencia. The quarterfinals will roll on right after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the La Liga FC Pro Finals. Alongside me, Brandon Smith and Gravison. Hello guys, how are we doing? Lots of excitement so far today.
Lots of upsets. We sat here, me and Ryan, Ryan's not here, so I can't really lean on him, but we both said that Tuga Sanchez was going to win. We didn't expect that from Tuga Gravison, but you commentated on it live, and Tuga's done enough to get himself into an unbelievable position now, isn't he? One game away from an E-Champions League.
Yeah, but what a game against Nico. Good luck. Good luck in that game.
That's the spirit.
It's not the nicest matchmaking, is it?
It's not a nice one, especially because on the group stage he got 2 tough defeats. I think it was 7-2 and 6-2. But still, it's just one game. And in one game of FC, anything can happen. We've seen it today.
Yeah, Brandon, you got that quite wrong then, didn't you? Have you got anything to say to Tuga?
Sorry, mate. That's all I can say. I mean, I didn't expect it. I just didn't expect Tuga to have maybe clutched up in the last minute there. Of course, we're looking at the highlights from Aubrun's game. That one went a bit more to what we expected it to be. We expected Aubrun to have a quarter-final game against Emry Yilmaz, which will be coming up a little bit later on today. There's a little teaser for you. He started well, and as much as Hidalgo wanted to come back and into the game, Aubrun was able to pull not 1 but 2 goals away and to start to really make it into a bit of a mountain to climb for Hidalgo.
Yeah, and from in here, Gravison, I could hear the crowd every time. I knew that there was a goal in the game, and it was probably for Aubrun because I could just hear cheers outside. But obviously, you were out there commentating on the game. What was it like?
You could feel the crowd.
Yeah.
They were maybe not as loud as the Real Sociedad guys were in San Sebastián with Emre, but still, they have the quarterfinals coming up, which is probably the biggest game for Aubrun to qualify for ECL. So they were good, but they can be louder.
Oh, there you go. Go tell them that to their faces. Brandon, when Hidalgo got a couple of goals back, did you think, ooh, are we going to see a comeback here? Are we going to see a bit of an upset? Or did you have faith in Aubrun the whole time?
I just think we know how good Aubrun is defensively, and with 10 minutes left on the clock, you still need to score 2 goals against him. It's always asking a lot, isn't it, against, as we said, and I back it, probably the second best player in the world at this moment in time behind Anders Vergang of what we've seen this year. And look, he did score late, but it was unfortunately way too late. There just simply wasn't enough time. As we switch games over to this one now, Tuga against Hugo Sanchez. We just thought of what we saw in the Cup, to be honest, Gravison, that Hugo Sanchez might have been the stronger player here, especially as the fact that he did beat Nicolas in that tournament just a few weeks ago.
Yeah. They looked, both him and Jotava, they looked invincible, really, in that cup. But it's just something about Spanish players. When they play at high stakes, when there's pressure on their shoulders, I feel like we don't perform as we should. And I mean, quarterfinals, we have 8 players, just 1 Spanish player. That's just not acceptable, in my opinion. And we gotta look just back at home. We gotta prep for this summer, maybe next year as well, because of course maybe the Spanish level is not as high as it was in the past years, but it's just 1 out of 8. It's just not acceptable.
How tough is it though, Grav, being able to work on the mental side of the game and keep your cool, not let the nerves get the better of you, which is what I think we've maybe seen here a little bit here in Valencia today. That must be really difficult, but a lot of players now work with coaches to kind of overcome that, don't they?
Yes, they do. I would say it's the hardest part of the game. I mean, you could practice, you can change patterns, you can try to look for, I don't know, ways to improve many things on the game, but then the mental side of things, you gotta look for help with a psychologist, because if not, I think it's impossible. At least it was impossible for me.
Yeah, right. Our first quarter-final is going to be underway shortly on the stage here in Valencia, and it is the small matter of Resende. Real Sporting versus JRG Burgos, and we had Resende here joining us on the show earlier on after his win today already, and he's good, he's feeling in a good place. I think it was really impressive, Graf, that Resende stayed here the past few weeks in Spain trying to play against his Spanish opposition and the other players that are going to be competing today. It can only do him good to have that experience, right?
For sure. I mean, it's a huge thing for many South American players traveling to compete here in Europe. Not only here in this La Liga, but in other leagues as well, because you're just leaving behind everything, your family, your home, probably maybe a partner as well. But the thing is, if you have a dream, you gotta look for it.
Got to chase it, haven't you? And I mean, I love that Resende said to us as well on the desk, I'm not going to watch my opponent's game. If he did watch his opponent's game, he might have been a bit worried because JRG was 3-0 down in that game, Gravison, and then came back and won 4-3, which was absolutely ridiculous.
It was ridiculous.
Incredible
Nacho couldn't
stuff.
believe it.
I know. I will get your predictions for that game shortly, but we're just going to have a look at the bracket here on the screen right now, and you can see who has made it through to the quarterfinals. We, of course, started with 16 players here today. So we have Resende versus JRG, which is coming up shortly. Jago versus Fernandez, which is the other game happening at the same time. And that should be really good, but we'll chat about that in a sec. And then Emry versus Aubrun. Oh, everyone's eyes straight to that one. And Nicholas versus Tuga, I wonder if that one will actually be a little bit closer than I have a feeling you guys will be thinking it will be.
I mean, Nico is my favorite, so I'm gonna push the narrative of Nico destroying everyone until the final. But I mean, that Aubrun against Emry, what a game.
I know. You can see the fan zone here where we are in Valencia, but Jago versus Fernandez, Brandon, is the second quarterfinal taking place shortly. And that is a very good matchup, isn't it?
It's a rematch, isn't it? And it's a chance for a bit of revenge for Fernandez, who just won 8-1 in his earlier game today. And he's going to be sort of really up for that game against Jago. Jago knocked him out of the cup in the quarterfinal stages. So look, what an opportunity. And to make it even more exciting, whoever wins qualifies for the E-Champions League. That's the most exciting thing about this round. It's not just a semi-final spot, it's a ticket to another $250,000 plus tournament in the E-Champions League later next month.
And a chance to compete for another month, which is huge for these players.
Yeah, and Gravison, Brandon was just saying that these two faced each other just a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, they did.
As a player, have you gone away and then watched back that game? So will they both know what to expect from each other this time around?
Of course, and because they have two brilliant coaches as well, I do feel like maybe the result of the game is the same with Jago beating Fernandez, but I think the game itself is going to be so much different because in 2 weeks, maybe you cannot change the patterns of the way you play, but you can change the tactics, and I feel like it's going to be tight, really tight match.
Okay, are you both going to say who you think is actually going to win it?
Jago. For me, it's Jago.
Oh, you said that really easily. You were like, it's going to be really tight, a really tough one to call. Jago.
I just think that Jago is in the right space of mind now. And when that happens, we saw it back in the days, 2019. He's one of the best players in the world.
Brandon?
I think that Jago isn't going to go and win it today, but the whole competition. But I think from the performance he's had this year and the work he's clearly been putting in, I think he deserves an E-Champions League spot, so I'll say Jago as well.
Okay, well, it is quarter-final time, so let's head over to our casters, Richard and Ryan.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, great to hear the thoughts of the desk there, Ryan. Talking about Jago.
Yep.
Deserved. For me, you've got to earn it, though.
I agree with you.
And I actually think Fernandez beats him.
Okay. All right, you're 7 out of 8 with your predictions.
I'm 7 out of 8 on predictions.
I'm 6 out of 8.
What are you saying?
I'm agreeing with you.
I think
However, early on in the day, I said Jago's making a semi-final.
Yeah. So on the main stage at the moment, Resende against GRG, I think we're both in agreement that Resende is the favourite in this game. And I also think out of all the players in this competition, Resende has got the nicest run to a final.
100%. And also, I will say, as we take a look at the bracket, how it's unfolding so far, I feel like it's a similar pattern with Burgos and JRG, similar to Jataba and Elche in the cup. I didn't predict Jataba to pretty much win any game.
Nope.
So JRG, I can't predict him to win this game, even though he's defeated Jataba.
You don't see it? I mean, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. I think on the top half of the bracket, you've got 4 sort of just outstanding players.
Yeah.
With Emry, Aubrun, Tuga, Nicholas. Any of those, for me, if you said before we even started, one of them was going to win the tournament, I'd shake your hand and say, yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
On the bottom half of the bracket, it is a little bit mixier. You've got that South American influence with Jago and Resende, both from Argentina. You've got JRG, the only Spaniard left in this tournament. And then Fernandez, who has been a serial semi-finalist at the Cup, in the league last year. This year, again, he's always in the conversation, but never quite over the line.
Yeah.
Could this be his time? Another semi-final. If you say to him you're playing Jago for a chance at E-Champions League once again, you both absolutely take it.
100%. I said this at the start of today. The bottom half of the bracket, if you're a player there, you're delighted because you're avoiding the top 3 players in the competition. If we're being completely honest, you're avoiding Emry, you're avoiding Nicholas and Aubrun, and you've got a chance to progress into the E-Champions League and, the World Championships before you even play them.
And a semi-final might be enough.
Exactly, because of the spots.
Aubrun, if he was to beat Emry, that spot goes down. And then if Nicholas was to beat Tuga, that spot goes down. So there's huge implications on this game. We can see Resende on the screen here, getting locked in, ready to go. I'm just having a look over to my right-hand side. I've just seen a thumbs up from Rafifa, who is behind him. He obviously used to be a professional player himself, now he's coach. And he's been with him every step of the way here in Spain. From Barcelona to San Sebastian, now in Valencia. Let's see. Will it be the final Spaniard in this tournament dropping out? They're fighting for 60,000 euros and for the FC Pro La Liga title. Let's get this game kicked off. JRG against Resende on the main stage. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa to guide you through your quarterfinals here in Valencia.
Oh, speed boost. Audrey's gone. He's gone. Oh, it's a great start, JRG. The moment you get Henry in those positions, Richard, I've been telling you from the start, he's just so fast. So quick. A dream start for Burgos and JRG. Resende on the receiving end of an early goal.
I mean, we didn't even have time to sit down in the commentary position before his speed boost in behind, Henry away, and a finesse around the goalkeeper. We can see the chat once again. We'll keep that conversation flowing. Let us know who you think's going to win. Any questions for former professional player Ryan Pessoa?
Former with capitals right there.
Former professional player Ryan Pessoa.
What's your thoughts on the choice, Richard, of Maradona?
Yeah,
both players using him as well.
We were just talking about it, me and Grav. Cruyff, Maradona, Jude Bellingham. I think out of all of them, I think Cruyff is the best option in that cam position.
I think Jude Bellingham would be bomb for me out of those. I think having Maradona with the incisive and the finesse as well it opens up opportunities to score goals and create opportunities that you wouldn't even have if you didn't have those play styles.
So are you surprised? I asked Grav this and he said no. We've got 3 extra million coins in budget. The R9's nowhere to be seen.
I'm not surprised just because...
Ronaldinho, nowhere to be seen.
Kaká's a rare one, right, in a lot of the squads, and I feel like...
He was great in the Cup.
Yeah, I feel like Resende dominated with him against Andoni, but I feel like I would go for Rivaldo, Henry, and Xavi as the certs of the 3 icons. And you've got that extra icon now, and you can deliberate with you with Maradona, Kaká, as we mentioned. I wouldn't go with R9.
I mean, when you look at Resende's team, Henry is the out-and-out striker for everyone, and he doesn't feature it.
Yeah, he's gone with that Brazilian influence.
A few questions coming in, Ryan. How's Azpilicueta doing?
Yeah.
Do you want to break the news?
It's a tough one, my friend. First rounder, no upgrades. And I'm going to say this.
You got a 90 rated fodder.
Goes into the Hullet SBC. Yeah. Perfect. I feel like Aspi on this game, I don't know where I'd play him. I didn't choose Aspi, I'm being honest. So
I didn't choose him. I chose Jose Gaya.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I thought Aubrun was going to get a +2.
Yep. Becca.
And the other one I chose, and they went straight to an SBC.
Oh, that's poor.
Because I'm all in on Jose Gaya in Valencia. I was waiting for the Sevilla pick. He never came.
Yeah. Still waiting.
That early goal in the opening minutes has been the only chance so far. Just as I say that, Courtois, he's acted like a wall. Got big and forced the Rivaldo strike away.
It's a mistake.
Could be punished. Resende, he does just play a little bit slower in the final third.
So patient.
Yeah.
Good defending.
How did Aubrun play? Aubrun was successful with a 7-4 victory. And he will play Emry Yilmaz in the next round. The squad building restrictions for this tournament, 15 million coin budget. You're allowed to use maximum of 4 icons and 3 heroes. But you're only allowed to use 3 players from one La Liga club. Maradona, which is it's easier now, those restrictions, with the 4 icons.
Yeah, that helps so much. So much. I think a lot of the players pick themselves as well. Like De Jong, I feel like it's...
Llorente, guaranteed.
Absolutely. Tchouameni.
Araujo.
Yeah.
Tchouameni. Left back's probably up for discussion.
100%. I feel like that's the one where you can go either way. I wouldn't go with Balde just because I like a physical player there. Alaba, you could argue maybe he's even too slow. But it's a tough one. I think left back is the one position where there are question marks.
I said it earlier, if you were in the street, the SBC is actually still active right now.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It's up until 7 p.m. local time.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
So there's about 3 hours left.
Yeah.
Meaning, if you're going to do the SBC, don't pick Azpilicueta. Don't pick Buchanan. We're looking at a game between Valencia and Sociedad, meaning that Becker or Gaia are going to get a +2.
Yep.
The other one has got a +1, so just pick those 2.
This has just been made easy. Just see Maradona lurking. I just feel like we've seen him a few first time through balls with him. I know he doesn't have incisive goal, but just a regular play style is enough. Here he is on the ball.
Yeah, teeing up Griezmann. That's a finesse shot, bouncing off the crossbar. And Resende with that slow build-up. Crashing one off the bar. On the other side of it, almost a flip in gameplay. JRG is happy to go forward and happy to go forward at pace.
Oh,
that is unbelievable skills down the byline.
Beautiful play.
Uther 20 in the chat. I already picked Buchanan and Aspi.
Yeah, it's not it's not your day. It really isn't.
Sorry about that one, buddy.
Might fit into an Evo down the line.
Evo watch me Azpilicueta. Edge of the box, Maradona lets it go. I'm not sure if that was by design, but that pass into Kaká is just offside.
Resende plays offensively, he plays very slow, and he's got a lot of patterns that he looks for. And I was saying this earlier with Brandon, it kind of reminds me of like the older school type of player where you look, they're looking, he's got an attack just set out in his head, and if it's not there, then he doesn't take a long shot like Emry Yilmaz, for example.
I was just laughing because we on our position, we're pitch side at the moment. We've got the entire Mestalla behind us. We're out in the sunshine. JRG looking to go through the gap, and we can hear the Spanish commentators as well. And he just gave the big goal reaction when it was offside. I've only got one of those in me a day, and if I waste it on an offside,
I've got one every five years.
It's a nice build-up. Kaká on the finesse shot.
It's lucky.
Gets the bounce back. Again, will it fall for a third time? Not on this occasion. I'd just like to see a little bit more speed in the attack from Resende.
Yeah, it's, again, very similar to against Andoni. I don't know if it's pressure. I don't feel like he's playing with pressure. It's just quite slow, if I'm being completely honest with you. And I'm not really sure why. I think maybe that's by design.
The home team, Burgos leading 1-0. Lovely through ball there into
nice.
the gap. Goes to the edge of the box again. That's a Trivela and does find the back of the net. I think it might have got a pretty large deflection off Araujo.
I'm not sure. Keeper's caught off there. Obviously, it's a Trivela in a position where maybe you don't even move the keeper, not expecting it. Maybe you're anticipating a driven pass to the striker, but Resende won't really care. We'll see it here. Goes back.
Look. Does it bounce off Araujo?
I don't know if it does it?
This angle will tell us. We wait patiently.
No, it doesn't. Keeper's just...
I think he got deflection.
Keeper's just nowhere near it.
I think he did get a deflection. Chat, did that get a deflection off Araujo? Well, there's the goal. It took him 40 minutes to get back into the game. But Resende ties this match up at 1-1. And after a very, very early start,
it's a smart tactical foul. Not a big fan of that.
Yeah,
stopping a counter-attack.
JRG's not really been able to get going, has he, since we went 1-0 up?
It's a very, I always find it very interesting when you can just take a look at two games, right? The same game, literally, it's FC 25, but it's played so differently compared to, let's say, another game we saw with Flippercito or Emry Yilmaz. The tempo is all out, whereas this one is very, very slow and methodical, literally, just trying to find, they're looking for the 100% opportunities.
Everyone in the chat saying it didn't get a deflection.
Yeah, thank you, chat. You see?
Griezmann, that slow technical dribbling on the edge of the box. Maradona, there's De Jong again, back into Griezmann. What a goal. What a goal from Resende. He's planned that attack out 4 passes earlier.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying with the patterns, is bring it towards the byline, playing it back. The defensive line isn't going to step as quick if you're not automatically, or not manually offside trapping. Driven pass, a turn, and then it's just down to whether the keeper moves to give you that space at the near post, and it just steps there. You can see Courtois gives him the Trivela angle. Resende, great goal to go 2-1 up.
Outstanding finish.
I was going to say, I thought it could have been another chance just before half-time. Resende turning the game on his head, Rich.
Let's have a look at the replays, Ryan. This was literally first attack of the game. That Henry, I have to say, I've played him a lot on champs. I've played him a lot on rivals. Not one player on the game gives me more problems.
It's the fastest
than that Henry. Like, the speed boost that he gets is up there with, like, I really don't like it.
He's so fast.
I played against someone who evoed Adama Traore, and he had quick step and rapid.
Yeah, that's the same I've got.
Yeah, and that was unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a nightmare.
But I think it's the dribbling and the control that Henry has. Sometimes when you do a sprint touch like that and the speed boost out of it, the ball can get away from the player too quickly. He keeps it so close to his next touch. It's quite incredible.
That's why I said he has to be a cert in all of the teams. I find it very surprising Resende hasn't, but it's worked for him so far.
Well, he's not playing in behind.
No, he's playing very, very slow, like with the passing, as we've mentioned.
He'd rather have Kaká in that position, or Griezmann. This is the best Henry item ever, someone in the chat saying.
100% agree. Trust me, this is from somebody that's used Henry every single year. He's been added into the game. I've used him every year, and he's never been as good as this one.
Do you think it has to do with maybe the accelerate type as well?
Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. Because you find players with like similar stats, for example.
Yeah, like Haaland.
It's not even close.
He's got a similar sort of, a little bit taller.
Yeah.
But somewhat similar pace, and he can't get away like that. Kaká even. Quite tall as well. I think Kaká's 6'11".
6'1". Yeah.
6'1" or 6'4". And he can't get away like that. 6'11" would be a sight. Rivaldo. He's overplayed it.
Completely.
You can see the coach behind both of these players with the headset on. Would you like that? If they're talking to you through the game?
I've had it before and I didn't like it. I think it's obviously personal preference. Sometimes you don't, I wouldn't want a coach to micromanage you. It's more so just about little things in the game that you're noticing or things that you could potentially improve on, but just to be speaking constantly, no, thank you, not for me.
Question in the chat here for you. I know you've not been on your console recently.
Yeah, go on.
If I can only do Eto'o or Drogba's SBC,
Drogba.
Which one should I do?
Drogba for sure. I haven't used it yet. However, I think the Eto'o SBC, because that is available on the market, I would rather just complete the Drogba who you can't get
Aerial
hit.
plus meta back with Drogba, knockdowns?
I wouldn't say it's completely back, where it gives an option for, as you say, corners, near post, knockdowns, as you mentioned, quick step and low driven.
Another question coming in here from Flam, I want to say. What are we saying? Team of the Year, Henry, or the Cristiano Ronaldo SBC?
Henry. Seriously.
Well, one's an SBC that you can do with fodder, and one you have to buy aftermarket.
Yeah, you've even got the other Henry, the Immortality item, which I've used on my Road to Glory.
Is that the one with Lord Driven Plus?
Yeah. I was a bit hesitant to complete it, lack of it's less stats than the Team of the Year item.
Yeah.
It's got less play styles, like press proven's gone, etc., etc. 4-star, 4-star. But it was honestly really good.
Incredible player. Has Atleti played yet?
It's bad news.
Unfortunately, they have.
It's bad news.
Atletico Madrid are out of the tournament. 0 upgrades for Andoni. Team of the Year, Henry or Ivo Welbeck?
Oh, that's a close one. It's Henry, though. Welbeck's dangerous, to be fair. Is that going to get there? You see what I mean with Balde? He's just not... He's not with it, Rich. He's too weak there. Corner. We haven't seen much. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. That could have been a nightmare. But yeah, we've not seen much in this game.
With the game that's taking place on the B stream right now is just kicking off. We had a slight delay in it. So we'll bring you that information of that game. Probably live, actually, once we've wrapped up this game. It's going to be a long round.
Is that a 3-round bounce for you?
Will be. I'm just enjoying it. I'm talking to the chat.
I've got a question for the chat as well, and for you. Give me one player from La Liga that you're looking forward to their team of the season item the most. Obviously a realistic. You can't tell me someone that's...
Rafinha's right up there.
Same here. That's the one for me.
Rafinha is right up there. I think an outstanding touch Griezmann could be special.
I'd like to see what play styles they give to Lewandowski, for example. Like if he's got like incisive plus and like quick step, finesse, and not driven or something along those lines, then yeah, Henry, I don't know what's going to happen. Great ball.
Oh, his bicycle kicked it just wide. When can we expect a Ryan versus Stokes matchup live on screen?
Tell Stokes, let's go.
And someone replied to that person in the chat saying "Unk face off."
Nah, how about this? They have like an OAP tournament.
Yeah, that's a big chance. 1-0.
Yeah.
Between Fernandez and Jago. A lot of people are replying in the chat to your question. Rafinha, Yamal.
Yamal would be incredible.
Lua, Yamal, Isco.
Ooh, back in the days, you used to have some incredible items. Oh my goodness. Seriously though, imagine that like an old school tournament, like a vets tournament. Get Harry Hesketh in there as well.
Who's still actively playing like a lot? Like Stokes isn't allowed because he's a current player now.
Yeah, Harry plays quite a bit. He's got multiple.
No, like pro, like competing.
Oh, you mean who currently still?
Yeah, so like you're not allowed to play it if you're competing.
Gorilla.
Is Gorilla competing still?
Yeah, he played this year.
Sorry, Gorilla, if you're watching. Sorry about that.
Did he play this year?
Also, congratulations on the great news.
Yeah, massive congrats there. Wait, did Gorilla play in I can't remember.
Like, I'm not having, like, you're not allowed Shorey to play, because obviously he played at Ebren.
Yeah. I would have
or Tom Lees.
Yeah.
I'm talking like you, Danny Taylor.
That is crazy. So, come on, Danny Taylor's before my time, you know. That's what he was playing. You know, there was no monitors then. It was those TVs with the big backs, the SCART and the HDMI cable. Sorry,
line up the red, white and yellow pins. 2-1 up. Resende still leading.
We do have fun, Richard, don't we? This game, though, there's not been much in the second half. You expect the tempo to increase, though, with JRG knowing he has to score.
Edge of the box, Rivaldo. Is there a finesse opportunity?
Beautiful.
Takes the speed boost, but goes near post.
I'm going to give massive credit there to both players. The speed boost, the dribbling was great from JRG. The keeper movement was incredible from Resende.
Oh, he's got a bounce on the rebound on the Trivelo, but doesn't quite get there. I'm actually trying to think now of players like for example,
Gravison.
someone like Rocky.
Yeah. Oh,
He's still playing.
Yeah,
he's actively playing.
Gravison counts.
Grav would be in.
Yeah.
Who else do we have? The Bullock.
I haven't heard from him in years. I can't remember. I'm having a complete blank, I'll be real.
Megabit.
Oh, God. I don't want him there.
Does that bring back bad memories?
Yeah. Stop me qualifying for how many events? 2019, 2020 as well. I'll never forget.
Inside the box. Resende. Again, I just don't know if there was a chance there to turn.
Seriously, come on, man. We've got
to play it more quick. Aga. That's a throwback.
Yeah, Boras.
Yeah. What about Marcuso? He's retired.
Ooh,
I think he might win it. 42 assault in the chat. Pina.
Ooh.
Is he not playing still?
I feel like he is.
I think he is.
Great shout, though.
Yeah, great shout. Chance for Resende. Is he going to put this game out of reach? Not quite yet. As we get a pause coming through. We are going to join the second game in live. It kicked off probably, 60 minutes late. It's 2-0 up for Di Fernandez at the moment. And I hate to say it, but after 10 games played, as it stands right now, I'm 9 out of 10 on predictions.
As it stands, yeah, it's still a long way to go in this game. Di Fernandez, though, back-to-back games where he started off out the tracks, just blitzing his opponent.
Yeah, what was the last game? 8-1?
I think it ended 8-1, yeah.
Yeah, against Zadan, which is a massive game. Like, I would not have predicted that. Someone saying you get Ozio. I don't know if we've got that budget for the Vets tournament. Now, Ozio was really good back in the day.
Still good. Still
No,
good.
still. I'm talking like pro level. Like he would be. He'd be in and around the events. Back on board with the featured game on the main stage. Only a couple of minutes left to play. Will there be one final chance for the lone Spaniard left in the tournament?
It seems crazy to think that there's going to be no Spanish representation if JRG loses this game. It just doesn't seem right.
It doesn't. But it's a true fact.
Yeah, and it's about to happen. I don't think that was necessary. I was rushed. He had options to play it directly into the midfielder with no one pressing. Like, he bypassed the press there already, so.
Rivaldo's got space as well there. He can turn. Player lock. Henry. Can he blitz past him? That's really good defending.
Ooh, that's a big one. Now you just keep
One
it.
additional minute.
It's final moments. That's it. Game done.
One added minute. We only got 3 goals, and Resende is in the Champions League.
Massive congrats to Resende and Rafipa. Huge result there. And the thing is, they could have a World Championship spot as well.
Absolutely. If results go his way, and
it could be done.
Aubrun was to beat Emry Yilmaz and Nicholas was to beat Tuga, the World Championships is there for Resende. He came to Spain, he came to a European League with the desire and the aspiration to play in the Champions League, and that is exactly what he's done. Congratulations to the Brazilian. A lot of hard work, a lot of hard miles going in for Resende, and he has done it. Top 4 at the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. What a game this is. 3-0.
For some reason, sorry, I was just looking at the player cams of Di Fernandez. He was annoyed. I thought he conceded for a second. I was getting so confused there. We'll take a look at the replay for this goal. It's Kaká dribbling towards goal, plays a driven pass. Rivaldo 3-0. Yeah, I thought he conceded for a second, but Di Fernandez is absolutely flying.
And again, these quick starts from Di Fernandez. Jago doesn't know what's hit him at the moment. Di Fernandez's last game, was that on the B stream as well?
Yes, I believe so.
Whereas Jago played on the main stage, if I'm not mistaken. And that's 4-0. This game could be over before half-time.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I thought Di Fernandez
this would be a close game.
Same.
Yeah.
I thought they would win. I thought we would potentially even see our first extra time game between them. It's very rare you see Jago on the receiving end of a blowout this early on anyway. Maybe if he gives up 80th minute, he's down by 3, he gives up. But now, this is crazy. Wow.
Big performance coming in from Di Fernandez. And I suppose, chat, let's keep the conversation going because we might be in a bit of a rout here. Jago can't really get anything moving and grooving at the moment. A lot of people saying how's the upgrades looking? Do you want to give a...
Hold that thought for a second. Keeper saves it.
Oh, always in confidence of the goalkeeper there.
Yeah. Aspi and Atletico Madrid out, so there will be no upgrades. They remain at a 90 rated. The same with Buchanan as well. Hidalgo didn't make it through. However, there is an option. Or at least one player is guaranteed to get the 2 upgrades. I will say one has... or both, sorry, do have the first upgrades in Becker and Gaia. But they face off.
They do in the next
quarterfinal
round.
matchup next round.
Which we'll be covering.
Yep.
Probably waiting, if you're looking forward to that game, probably looking at 15 to 20 minutes. Di Fernandez has added a 5th. And we've still got a half to play.
Honestly,
not really quite sure what we do here because this wasn't expected.
I wonder if that little slight pause that they had, the technical difficulty, makes it difficult for like Jago to, because he's someone that's very emotional and like high tempo and like he comes in raring. Yeah, he literally.
Yeah.
And then just to ease it a little bit, could have just. I'm not even making excuses for him. Di Fernandez has been incredible, but
we see what he's doing here. He's changing things around. Creativo for the CDM of Javi. Build up.
Build up, yeah. See, we know our Spanish.
I do. Defensive. Did Tuga win? Tuga did win. He's in the quarterfinals right now, and he's going to be taking on Nicholas 99 FC.
Another rematch.
Should we give a time frame? Probably about 20 to 25 minutes. They'll be walking out to play the quarterfinals.
Good step. Had to make a choice there.
You've watched a decent amount of FC today, Ryan.
Yep.
We're in round 5
of the day.
Out
yeah,
of 9.
yeah.
Of 9.
Yep.
We've been live for about 4 hours. You didn't give a prediction earlier. Having seen everyone play now, do you feel like you're in a place as we approach half-time to give a name?
I actually don't, but I'm going to give one anyway.
I did.
You went with Aubrun.
I went said Aubrun.
I'm going to say Emry Yilmaz still, just because I feel like he has the potential to do the double. I just feel like that level over that side of the bracket, I feel like whoever comes through that wins. But if somebody told me Nicholas wins, I wouldn't disagree. I couldn't argue. Aubrun couldn't argue. Emry can't argue. I think Tuga, has the level, but if you told me he wins it, I would be surprised.
Tuga would have to play the match of his year.
Yeah,
to beat Nicholas. And then in the semi-final to beat Aubrun or Emry.
Yeah.
Do you see it, the winner of Emry versus Aubrun, winning the tournament? Because then more than likely you run into Nicholas in the semi-final.
Yeah, I feel like it's that game. It's the Nicholas one. I feel like Nicholas is a cert for the semi. I can't see him not getting there. So it's just about if Emry or Aubrun, whoever can win there. And it's a goal back in this game. There's time, you never know. We saw Flippercito score 3 goals in 10 minutes.
If Tuga turns this around, Tuga's not even playing. If Jago turns this around, sorry.
Get a little face paint going on.
I'll be absolutely shocked.
He doesn't even agree to it, you see. Argentina flag on both sides there.
Yeah, spotted Nicholas.
Yeah. Nah, it's a big goal. Needed a goal, I should say, to get back into it. I just feel like even if he is to score 5, I feel like he's going to concede a few more as well, because he's going to have to push forward, and when you leave those sort of gaps against someone like Fernandez, you will get punished. We've seen in the previous round where was it 8 goals?
8-1. Let's just wait and see what happens here. Jago, in the last game, he did win. He won 4-3. He was 4-0 up. So there is definitely frailties in that defence for the Argentine. But offensively, he needs to roll back the clock. We need to be looking at maybe a 20-20 Jago in the offensive third of the pitch to pull this game out.
Just going back to, what you said about Emry Yilmaz, the conversation with him, I feel like because he hasn't got that World Championship spot, I'd be interested to see, does that make him more nervous when he's playing in a game like this? Because the pressure's on everybody, but Nicholas and Aubrun have the spot already. I know you want each Champions League, you want to get the trophy as well, but the World Championship spot is very, very important.
Emry will be looking back at that cup a couple of weeks ago and thinking, why couldn't Nicholas or Aubrun get a semi-final?
Yeah.
So we'd all be split up. We'd all be in different parts of the draw. And the second seed went out in the first round here today.
Crazy.
In Yataba. Fernandez with the strike. Good save from the goalkeeper. Short corner played. Dinked into the box. Tchouaméni away. Could be an opportunity to come forward here for Jago, but he's just swarmed out by Fernandez. Like honey to a bee, you just can't get near him. And he's sticking to him at every single opportunity. That's 6-1.
That's game over for me.
And he's stung him.
Yep. Hands on his head. Jago knows there was going to be any sort of comeback. He needed to keep on scoring, and then just look at that double tap pass into Henry. Game, set, and match.
Just having a look over my right shoulder. I can give you a slight preview of what's coming up actually on the main stage, because Aubrun's up there, which means behind the scenes it's going to be Nicholas against Tuga.
Crazy, right?
On the B stream.
Both of those games, like the name
They
value.
deserve to be on the pitch.
Oh, it's crazy. Hold on. Oh, it's beautiful.
He's red timed.
Goodness me. Yeah. It was great up until then.
Hangs his head. Does Tuga, as the fans starting to trickle back into the Estadio Mestalla for the hometown hero, Aubrun, going into his quarter-final against the FC Pro La Liga Cup champion, Emry Yilmaz. A lot of questions about upgrades, Ryan. Do you want to give an update?
We'll give another one. Why not? Goal? Yeah, that was
Great
better.
finish. There's going to be a pause, actually, so it's a good opportunity to answer a few questions in the chat. We'll start with the upgrades for the 4 items that you could have selected in the player pick. Where are we 4 hours into the day?
Aspilicueta, no upgrades.
0.
Knocked out, 0.
Okay.
Same with Buchanan as well, no upgrades for him as well. However, we do have the +1 guaranteed for both Gaia and Becker, with an option where they're playing against each other. So whichever player advances to the next round will get that extra +1 as well.
Question coming in there regarding the squad building restrictions. We can tell you 15 million coins was the budget, with a maximum of 4 icons, but the icons had to have played in La Liga's history. You're also allowed 3 heroes, but no one's really using heroes.
Yeah.
And you only can use 3 players from the same club. So that's 3 players from Barcelona, 3 players from Real Madrid. That's all you're allowed to use.
Oh.
We are back underway here with live action. 6-2, Cadiz leading against Jago of Betis.
If there was an unlimited budget, same restrictions in terms of La Liga and 4 icons maximum, do you think we would have a drastic difference in terms of the players? Like we'd see a Cruyff, an R9.
I think we'd see R9, definitely.
Yeah. Ronaldinho, maybe?
I think we'd see R9. I think we'd see Henry.
Like the better version of Henry.
Maybe Zadan.
The incisive.
Yeah. And then maybe someone like
Team of Vini.
Roberto Carlos at left back.
See Mbappe.
We'd see Mbappe. Roberto Carlos, because the left back position's
left back's
been
shaky, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Mbappe, Team of the Year Mbappe.
100%.
Maybe not even
the Dream
maybe
Chasers
not
one.
Henry.
You think no Henry? R9's a cert. I think Henry's a cert as well for me.
Maybe Mbappe wide.
But then Vinny.
Yeah. That's
Offside.
a lovely pass.
Back post. Ooh, didn't put enough power on it.
Some in the chat saying Eto. Don't think so.
I wouldn't say so.
Cuts it across the box. Good goal back, 6-3. Leroy Myth. Why isn't Ryan Pessoa competing?
I'm washed, Leroy. No, don't stay so behind me. I enjoy what I do now, you know. It's good to see other players on the main stage. I'm not cutting it at the moment. Do you think there's time in this game?
I think there's time. I think there is time.
You know that chance he had with Rodrigo moments before? It would have been like 5 or so. I feel like if he scored then...
It's over.
No, I mean with...
I thought you meant the,
no, I meant
cross.
the one before that one. Sorry. Jago's one before that. I feel like then potentially it could be game 1. I think now 15 minutes for 3 goals. We've seen crazier things. I think it's a little bit too late. I'd love to be proven wrong though. I'd love to see a great comeback.
I just think when you just look at this game in general, there's just not been that many chances for Jago. He struggled to create the opportunities.
Yeah, game got away from him very early on, in fairness. Like, he didn't really pose a threat until he was about 4-0 down and is about to go 7-3 down. The chip was a bit of a questionable one there.
Yeah, it was green timed, but it just didn't quite have the elevation to go open over the goalkeeper. Can't wait for this game coming up. Emry Yilmaz versus Aubrun on the main stage. Me and Ryan guiding you through that game. It's going to be electric. Two favourites for the competition, but only one can book any Champions League position.
I hope it's not a blowout game. I think that game deserves...
and it needs to be competitive.
Yeah, it deserves to be competitive, to be honest. I always find it hard to watch games like this just because the result is pretty much done early on, and it's the nail in... never mind, I'm going to say nail in the coffin there to make it 100% certain for Fernandez. I still believe he wins the game regardless of not scoring that, but yeah, I prefer games when they're obviously a lot closer.
He just pulls him down there, does Fernandez. It's going to look respectable in the scoreline.
Nice.
That's a finesse over the goalkeeper. 6-4. Jago's not blinked for about 30 seconds.
I think
he believes he can do this.
He believes, of course. You kind of have to when you're playing and you get a goals like it. However, I think he's angry as well.
Yeah.
Because he's thinking, what on earth was
Why did I go down?
That much as well. A lot. I say a lot. I say a few of them are because of mistakes. He gave the ball away in midfield very, very easily, but it's just a little bit too late. Unless he gets the goal straight away, I think Fernandez is experienced enough to know that he just has to keep possession, and there will be spaces for him to score as well.
Absolutely. Well, let's just hold the phone for a second. If Jago wins this ball straight from kickoff, this could be an enthralling final 5 minutes. Fernandez goes all the way back to the goalkeeper and then elects to play forward. That's a nice pass out wide. Using Kaká as the bait. Henry takes the space. Xavi with the finish. Game over, 7-4. Game, set and match. Fernandez knows that is the final nail in the coffin.
It's a big moment. Great play, though, to get the ball to Henry and then just to wait to play that pass into Xavi. And it's a difficult pill to swallow for Jago. A lot of expectation on his shoulders for himself personally.
No Champions League, no World Championships.
Yeah, it's tough.
It really is.
It's the ruthlessness of the season. You kind of just, when you have those opportunities, and I think this is a massive opportunity, I would say anyway, for not just Jago, for both Fernandez and Jago, where, again, we've mentioned it many times, you avoid the big hitters top side of the bracket, so it's a big chance.
Well, let's wind you down on what we've got coming up today and what you might have missed here at the FC Pro LALIGA Finals. Real Sociedad beating Getafe earlier on today. That was a 6-3 victory. One of the games of the day, Burgos, Hugo Sanchez beating Elche. That's Jotaba, 4-3 in a very, very surprising affair. The form player of the day has been Fernandez.
Absolutely.
8-1 victory versus Zadan and a 7-4 victory against Jago. I don't know who would have predicted against Fernandez to win this game. I can tell you who didn't. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah. Nah, Fernandez is high flying today. He's on a rich vein of form. We'd be hoping, though, if those World Champ tickets aren't secured because of the other matchups,
he just
has to beat Resende. It's a one-off game for a World Championship spot, which is massive.
Again, if you said to both of these two players at the start of this campaign, you're going to play against each other for a chance to qualify for the World Championships, You're not playing Nicholas, you're not playing Aubrun, you're not playing Emry Yilmaz.
Back the handoff.
Absolutely. 8-4, Fernandez. A rare celebration. He doesn't often get off his chair, but I think he knows that the job's done and can enjoy the moment of an E-Champions League again. A back-to-back E-Champions League. He was there last year.
Back-to-back top 4.
Absolutely. And he's making the FC Pro La Liga his competition at the moment. Will he go one step further than the top 4? We're going to find out as we draw to a close here in the Mestalla as the sun sets in Valencia. We will see if Fernandez is in a grand final, but what he is a top 4 finalist with an emphatic victory against Jago. It's going to be 9 goals to 4.
Wow.
For the Portuguese star.
I thought he wasn't going to score there. I thought, yeah, he knows that job's done.
He's scored 17 goals in 2 games.
Ruthless.
8-1 and 9-4 wins. That is a man on a mission right now, Ryan.
Yep. Jago, we saw head in his hands.
Does he go in favourite against Resende?
Based on what we've seen today, yes. But I think that one is a really tough one to call. I couldn't call it truly. I actually don't know.
Well, there you have it. What a win for Fernandez. Big victory. 9-4 win. Coming up next, the game of the day. Emry Yilmaz versus Aubrun. Make sure you keep it locked here in Valencia.
Hello, welcome back to the La Liga FC Pro Finals here in Valencia. We've seen so much going on, so much action here on the big stage. It's been very exciting. Gravis and Brandon are here with me. I almost lost my words there. It's been so much happening, Gravison. It's hard to speak. A big shock that we've just seen there. I mean, we're going to go straight into the highlights. Resende versus JRG was the first game. Not really the goal fest that we had been expecting for that one or wanting to see. And to be fair, we've been treated to some really good games today.
Yes, we have.
This was, I mean, it started off slowly as well. And I think we all said that Resende was favourite heading into it. And I think that's a fair shout. I mean, talk to me. What did you make of it?
I thought at the start of the game, Jorge started really well, not only with the first speed boost, but he tried the first goal. He scored a couple of times and he was close to scoring, but Resende adapted so well during that first half. So I don't know. I think Resende was just a better player. I mean, he didn't start well, but he recovered, and I think he's a fair semi-finalist. And not only that, but qualified for the ECL in a month as well.
Yeah, I actually just loved seeing Resende's reaction there, because he's really lovely and he's really quite shy, Brandon, and I don't know, not like Flippercito vibes reactions, but I love to see that. And then this was the second game. this, oh my word, you two, by the way, had said Jago is definitely going to win this.
Yes, we did.
And then Fernandez went 5-0 up in the first half, Brandon. I had to keep checking the time to make sure that it was actually in the first half. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeah, you like to keep reminding me every time I get a prediction wrong. I did get that one wrong as well. But yeah, what a result. Fernandez, 2 years in a row he's made it to the Champions League. Top 4 both times he's played here in the LALIGA FC Pro. But back to the point about Resende, I think why it was such a close game between the two, you could tell there was 2 players there that were really nervous and were feeling the pressure. But for Resende, that's what he came here to do. He travelled miles, and you know, it's a long old journey, isn't it, from Brazil to Spain? And the commitment he's had to make, the sacrifices he's had to make this year, for him to ensure he's definitely got another event next month in the Champions League is massive. But now he's got to turn his attentions, because look at that bracket. He wins again. Well, there's a world here, actually. He might not even need to win again. Depending on what happens on that top side of the bracket, as we know, Nicholas has already got a World Championship ticket, and so has Aubrun. So I believe if Aubrun was to beat Emry Yilmaz in the next game, and then Nicholas beats Tuga, there's a world where you're looking at all 4 players there that would have qualified for the World Championship, because the spots should fall down to Resende and Fernandez. So they'll be sitting back thinking, Gravison, they'll be going, please just win. Let those 2 players win, and then we don't have to worry as much for the semi-final.
Resende won't be watching the matches,
He won't be, actually. He might be watching this one.
I think if I'm Resende or Fernandez, for sure I'm watching the Real Sociedad Valencia game. Just praying to the gods that Aubrun just gets the win and makes it to the semi-final, and then Nick against Tuga, of course.
I mean, Fernandez, and we just saw the highlights there. What a performance from him.
Incredible.
And it, you know, we'd said that Jago was probably the favourite in that game, and that's not to do a disservice to Fernandez, because he beat Zadan earlier today 8-1. We can't forget about that. What a performance. But it was still a bit of a surprise, and I mean, he's having a good day, isn't he, Fernandez?
Yes.
And in the semi-finals, the first semi-final will be Resende versus Fernandez. Oh, that could be really good, Grav.
If we go back last year, he did have top 4 in the cup, top 4 in the finals. Then this year, top 8 in the cup. So it seems like he's always in that area between top 8, top 4. Will he be able to get to the final and then win it? It's the toughest answer to the toughest question for Fernandez, because it seems like he's a really good competitor, but championship level,
missing that.
We don't know yet.
Details, yeah.
Yeah, well, the next quarter-final that will be coming up on the main stage here in Valencia shortly is Emry Yilmaz versus Aubrun. I feel like I've just got a massive smile on my face, because this is going to be so good. I hope so. I'm slightly worried that we are hyping this up so much, Gravison, and we're like, what a game this is going to be. And then, I don't know, will it be like the Resende game we just saw, where they're both maybe a bit nervous, playing it safely? No, Grav is shaking his head. Absolutely not.
Don't be, because I'm telling you guys, if you miss this match, you'll regret it. It's going to be an awesome FC25 match. I'll bet my life on it.
I don't know what's the biggest shock here, Nicole. The fact that this is a quarter-final and not a semi-final or a grand final, or that one of these 2 players won't be making it to the Champions League, which is crazy to say.
Crazy,
I mean, for Emry Yilmaz, if he loses this game, he won't be at the World Championships, and he won't be going to an Champions League, which is a tournament he's won before, and his season's done, which sounds crazy, because he won the Cup a few weeks ago, but it could all happen.
And that feels insane because, like you said, he won the Cup 2 weeks ago in San Sebastian, and we can see him on the screen right now getting ready to come out for this big game. But we know how good he is, Brandon. He is an absolute top quality player. So, I don't know, like, this is huge then. There's so much riding on this for Emry Yilmaz, more so potentially than some of the other players here today, right?
Well, I think the one thing that we have with a handful of players here in LALIGA FC Pro is that these are players that compete a lot outside of the league.
Yeah.
These 2 players played in the FC Pro Open, which is the first major of the season. Aubrun, as we know, had a better run in that competition because he went all the way to the grand final, losing to Anders Vergang. And he feels like, look, if I can get this close to a grand final again, how much of a confidence boost it would be for me to lift some silverware, to go into the Champions League in a few weeks' time, and the mentality shift will be different. And look, he's the home player in this one as well. On the other side for Aubrun, he's the guy that probably's got even more pressure on his shoulders.
Massive game. We're going to head to the casters in a second, but we've got to say the second game happening at the same time, by the way, is a small matter of Nicholas versus Tuga. I mean, that little old game. What's going to happen in that?
We need to see them both, really, don't we, at the same time, because they're both two fantastic games.
Absolutely.
I don't know what's going to happen. I predict Nico to win, but I mean, I don't want to give any more predictions. I always get them wrong.
Up.
I get them wrong.
Okay, well, I'll let you not predict for the game that's about to happen on the main stage. So let's head over to Richard and Ryan.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. It's an unpredictable game, and that's the best way to describe it. I have dug into the stats.
Yep, go on.
You know I like this. They've played... Oh, this is Aubrun and Emry.
Yep, go on.
Pro Open, same group, this year.
Let me see if Emry is good.
You're not going to.
Aubrun won.
Beat Emry.
Yeah, and then
5-4.
And then Emry beat Aubrun.
And then Emry and Aubrun drew.
Oh, okay, I was close.
3-3.
Okay.
Last year, they played one time. Emry 3, Aubrun 4. They played in 2022 at the World Championships that year, and it was 2 draws.
Oof.
So they've drawn against each other 3 times. Emry's won 1, Aubrun's won 1.
Wow.
It is...
Cannot split them.
2 players at the peak of their powers right now. A FC Pro finalist in Aubrun, losing to Anders Vergang. The La Liga FC Pro Cup champion in Emry Yilmaz. Ryan Pessoa, your thoughts on this game?
Oh, goodness. I feel like to not see either player in the semi-final just feels so wrong, doesn't it? And the fact, obviously, only one can make it is so difficult.
No, it really is. And I think when you look at these two in their gameplay and what they're going to offer, 2 such different styles. Emry, attack. Aubrun, slightly more well-rounded, I would say. Emry's the best attacking player, but Aubrun, what can he offer in defence? It is going to be a tantalising affair. I cannot wait to get this going. Let's head on over to Gravison and Ryan to talk us through what items we're going to see on display.
Thank you so much, Rich and Brian. Yes, let's have a look at the teams that are going to be used in this crazy matchup. In case you haven't seen, new requirements for the La Liga FC Pro Finals. 15 million coins, Gravison, an extra icon that you can feature in the team. So let's not hang about. Let's jump into our first draft here from Emry Yilmaz. There's no surprise who's leading the line in this team alongside a lot of people that have backed Thierry Henry. He is the big man, the money man in this team. But Antoine Griezmann, he features in his team. He's not, the player that everyone wants to use there. If I can click anything, it probably is not going to work for me. But he's an interesting choice, is the Antoine Griezmann. And what do you make of his 4 icon selection? Because there are some differences, as much as 2 or 3 will mainly be the same.
For me, the main thing about this team compared to the one he used at the Cup is Maradona, because it's just so expensive that he couldn't afford it in the Cup, but now he can afford it. And then the other thing about Emry is the use of Anticipate Plus. You can see Balde, Tchouaméni and Araujo with Anticipate Plus, and there is none a right back with Anticipate Plus, so that's why we don't see it as a right back. But for me, the main thing about Emry, he'll probably switch into the defense and try to tackle with that Anticipate Plus, and then he has so many good players on the offense, he'll just score goals.
All day, like him or not?
I don't like him.
Ryan Pessoa doesn't like him either.
I don't like him.
On the opposite side, let's change teams and have a look at Aubrun's team. We said there'd be the odd change on the icon selection here. There is a change on the icon selection. He's gone for Cruyff.
He was brilliant. He was brilliant in that first match he played on the round of 16. So we expect a lot of finesses coming from Cruyff. Again, with the budget, he was using Cruyff, just the normal icon, which only had the first touch. This one is so much better. And of course, with that passing stats, with the double tap passes he's gonna make into the striker as well, I feel like probably if Aubrun gets that semi-final and that ECL, it's all gonna be on that man, Johan Cruyff.
And look, it's the man who probably started in at left back all that time ago in Barcelona on that left-hand side. Miguel Gutierrez, he's been in all of the teams. Nico Williams for the birthday features, and all that's left to say, guys, is we can't wait to get this game underway. What a quarter-final it's going to be. It should be a semi-final. It should be a grand final. Emry Yilmaz takes on Aubrun. Winner qualifies for the E-Champions League. Lads, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great to hear the insight from Grav and Brandon. Right there. Not Ryan. Ryan's here.
Yeah, I'm right here.
What are your thoughts? I want to get a prediction from you.
I'm going to give you both. My prediction for both games. Nicholas to beat Tuga. Emry Yilmaz to beat Aubrun.
Why? Why Emry?
I feel like there's so much expectation for him to reach the World Championships, the E-Champions League. And obviously Aubrun's already got it. That's not to say he's not professional enough to still want to do the job and win the whole trophy, let alone get an E-Champions League spot. I just feel like for Emry, it just means a bit more. And I've been more impressed with him, to be completely honest, than what I've seen with Aubrun. Even though Aubrun was good against Hidalgo, to be fair.
Let us know in the chat at home as well. Who do you think is going to win this game? Will it be Real Sociedad, Emry Yilmaz? Will it be Valencia's Aubrun? Also, we've got a +2 upgrade coming.
Yep, guaranteed.
For Jose Gaya for Valencia, or on the other side of it, it's going to be the Real Sociedad's representative getting that big upgrade. That's been the chat all day long.
Yeah.
Will Becker get it? Will Becker get the +2? In your opinion, yes, he will.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I think Emry against Flippercito, that first 20 minutes.
Dominance.
Was like, whoa, I thought that game was going to end 10, 12, something.
I'm just looking behind me here because from our position, we're right down. We can look almost behind the stage. We're pitch side and we can see the game. I'm seeing Giova give a fist bump to Aubrun. I'm seeing headsets on. I think we're ready to go. Let's get into it. The biggest game of the day so far, Emry Yilmaz versus Aubrun. And it's coming to you live from the Mestalla in Valencia. Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa guiding you through this game, and we'll also be giving you updates and highlights from Tuga versus the Iceman Nicholas. Emry getting kicked off right away. He's going to be in that blue and white strip from left to right, and it will be Valencia's Aubrun 2002 from right to left. In now with possession of Henry. Can he open up a finesse? Not on this occasion. Cruyff forcing the defensive acclimate to come out from
goodness.
Emry.
Thought it was going to be a big mistake there from Emry. That ball roll finesse, though, you're going to see it a lot in this game, whether it's from Emry or Aubrun. They like to create that little angle there. You've got Cruyff, got Griezmann, you've got Henry.
Tchouameni's been calling to action twice there in the opening 5 minutes. It's a lovely ball down the line to bring Marcus Llorente into play. Cruyff, edge of the box. Is there a finesse there? Oh, he's gone for a cross to the back post. And he gives the foul away in the process of it. Different approach there. Cross the back post?
Yeah, I think probably expected a goalkeeper movement to be moved. First time through ball, Henry doesn't get there ahead of Araujo. But yeah, that cross, that's an interesting one.
Both of these two are deadly with the first time through ball. Henry could be in. First bloods, not on this occasion. Araujo with a huge tackle. The pace at the game. We just commentated Resende on the stage, where it was quite slow. It was quite methodical. It was almost sort of
like a snooze fest, to be honest.
I wasn't going to say that.
It was very, very tactical in terms of possession based. This one here, obviously possession is important in this game as well, but they're not going to be afraid to play first time through balls, like literally like that. In on goal, Henry breaks the deadlock. Chavella at the near post, Emry Yilmaz. Just as we were saying as well.
Yeah, it was emphatic. Chavella at the near post, whipped into the near side of Courtois, and absolutely nothing he can do about it. I see someone in the chat saying the green screen looks goofy. No green screen here.
No, it's not.
We are at the Mestalla.
Yeah, we're here.
They're playing within maybe 3 meters of the actual pitch itself.
Emry Yilmaz tips off his chair. That's a little fine. Walking on the pitch.
You're getting fined for going on the green. Rivaldo down the wing. Cruyff, first time pass. Henry, the beautiful cancel. De Jong taking over. I just don't know if that chance was there with Henry.
It's a bit too much there. It's very similar to the cup, if you remember. I believe it was Cafu in this position.
Yeah.
Bombing forward. It's Llorente now. Would have been offside regardless. Don't know why he's played that pass. But the fullback just goes forward. We rarely see that in terms of how aggressive Llorente powers forward.
Every single opportunity.
It's normally fullback defend.
Yeah.
On a rare occasion, you'll get a fullback balanced, but...
What a pass that is. Griezmann has the finesse in the locker. Gutierrez comes across. Cuts it back to Maradona, but again, great step in there. So in the chat just says the commentator's actually reading this chat is actually hilarious. I love this. Look, I'm here.
We're here. Fire away.
We can see you. You're part of this conversation as much as we are. Get your opinions in. Are you liking what you're seeing from Emry Yilmaz? This aggressive display going forward. Will Aubrun be able to counter it with his clinical build-up?
Steps so aggressively, had to win the ball there. Gives away a foul.
A lot of questions and comments about the upgrades. Buchanan and Azpilicueta are out. I don't know if it's worth pinning a message to the chat on that, to be honest. We've got mods in here. No upgrades.
I thought you were going to ask me again. I thought, really, Rich?
Rende coming forward for Aubrun. Driving into the box, forces the save from Courtois.
I think he thought the keeper was going to be moved there.
That's a lovely manual pass. Threading Maradona in on goal. Dribbling is decisive inside the box. Oh, green time just wide of the post.
Both of these players, yeah, I know it's only one goal in the opening 23, but you can just see the quality that they have. It's everything you have to be afraid of. First time through balls, Travellas, finesse shots. They move the keeper well. It's just, man. Player locks. Like the mechanics of the game, they've got down to a T. It's so good.
Griezmann once again. Might not be everyone's pick, but he's Emre's pick, and that's a red-timed strike wide of the post. What I can tell you as well, look, we are engaging the chat in the conversation. We are keeping up to date with things at home. I'm also not Twitch support, so questions about the percentage, that's not for me, okay? I'll tell you about the game, and I'll tell you what's happening. It's a lovely ball down the line. Williams trying to just cut it back. Emre's got every avenue covered at the moment.
Look at it. It's just interceptions galore.
We have had an opening goal between Tuga and Nicholas. Let's have a look at it and see which one it's gone. Is it the Iceman? Once again clutching up in a pivotal moment. This is live right now, in fact. You can see the goal in the top corner. It fell for Sevilla and Nicholas. Tuga with a chance then. Just great block.
Yeah, I really thought I was going to score. I thought we would have joined the game at the perfect time.
Let's head back to our featured game between Emry Yilmaz and Aubrun. We'll keep you up to date with Nicholas and Tuga as the match progresses. Hold that phone just before we go. Could be a chance he's offside. Let's go back to the featured match and we can see what's happening. 1-0 still. Emry Yilmaz leads. But every time we come back to this game, Aubrun seems to be probing a chance. That's a goal. That's a really nice bit of play. I thought he might have overplayed it.
I was going to say that. I thought that would have been maybe the third time this half that he's overplayed one of those opportunities in the box, second-guessing things, but this time he finds the back of the net. Thierry Henry, ball roll, cuts back, turns, and then gets the finesse shot to equalise.
There is two matches taking place right now. One on the main stage, which is Aubrun versus Emry Yilmaz, and we have a game taking place behind the scenes between Nicholas and Tuga. Just seeing Gravison in the audience. He's watching.
Let me see if I can pick him out. Where is he? Yeah, got him. It's like, where's Waldo? Is that the one? Is it Waldo? Is that it?
Wally.
Wally, that's it.
Emry Yilmaz taking the space with Griezmann, offering up the angle for the finesse shot. That pink pass wasn't quite accurate enough. Henry bursting away from Araujo. Can Aubrun nudge his nose in front going into half-time? Not like that. playing right into the hands of Emry Yilmaz. And once again, this game twists and turns. That is an outstanding through ball, and he dinked it over the goalkeeper. What a goal from Emry Yilmaz.
Oh, God. Shit was perfect as well. It's a magical goal from Emry.
Talk me through that again.
Just a pass, and look at the chip. To aim it there as well, to put the correct amount of power in it, into the corner. Keeper stands no chance. Just look at
that through ball there.
Yeah, there. First time through ball, and it's beautiful.
Aubrun's had a lot of this ball. I would probably say he's edging maybe 55, 56% possession. But Emry Yilmaz, every single time he comes forward, looks to be in the ascendancy straight from kickoff. Aubrun answers back.
It's a tough goal to concede, I'll be honest, for Emry Yilmaz there. It's very unfortunate. For Aubrun, he won't care. So way back into the game and a quick response. But Emry will feel like he should have had possession there with that interception.
Was that Theo Fernandez on the sideline? As the manager. Griezmann, Henry! This game was burst into light. It was a cagey opening 20 minutes. But since then, we've seen some incredible end-to-end gameplay. And could Aubrun be going into half-time leading? Not like that. Going to get the thoughts of Ryan Pessoa at half-time, as Emry Yilmaz will round out the opening 45 minutes in possession, but with no real intent to score a goal. The referee will blow us up for half-time. Ryan, what are your thoughts on this incredible game?
I've actually been very impressed with Aubrun, in fairness. I know Emry Yilmaz has had a lot of times where he's intercepted Aubrun's wayward passes in midfield. But we'll take a look at the goal to break the deadlock in this game initially between Tuga and Nicholas. It looked close, very, very close. Henry, though, managing to score the first goal in that game. It was a response that came in favour of Tuga. Driven pass into the box. But then straight away from kickoff, Rivaldo twisting and turning through ball. Henry.
Oh.
Defender, I'm going to be real.
Araujo,
you're coming off. Yeah, come off. I've seen enough.
Hook him straight away.
Yeah, we ain't playing again.
This is live action now between Tuga and Nicholas.
Yeah, I'll be thinking he's coming off. I'll keep it real with you, Rich. 100%. Yeah, I can't trust you. How can you know? That's crazy. It's so unlucky for Tuga.
Chance, Henry, near post. Nicholas, you give him a drop of blood. He is like a apex predator. Sniffs it out and will capitalise on every single opportunity given to him. For what we've seen in this game, Tuga's not played bad. But he is like a sea lion stranded right now, and Nicholas is a great white, sniffing him out.
It's the worst time to concede, though. It's such a painful one just before half-time. You go in 2-1 down against Nicholas. You'll be upset, but it's a one-goal swing. Now with 2 goals, you're kind of thinking, all right, you might have to push on and commit more bodies forward. And when you do that, you know Nicholas is going to pick you apart. And it could even be worse.
If he goes into half-time 4-1 down, it'll turn from bad to worse. Short corner, Zubimendi, maybe not the player he wants in that scenario. Back. He's twisting and turning, he's trying to find a pass, does find Henry. The step over is just straight into Chouameni, and that will do us for half-time.
Yeah, I'm going to be critical here, and I know you might agree. That there with Tuga when he was defending, we've jumped in at the right time as well, actually. I hold that thought for a second. It's a goal in favour. It looks as if it's Emry Yilmaz that has scored. And it is a shot at the near post. to make it 3-2. I was going to say they're defending, right? So, you know, Nicholas can't go back. The whistle's going to blow.
Yep.
So why are you cutting the passing lane, knowing that the player that is supporting is so far back? It has to go into the box.
Yeah.
Has to go in. But he's lucky, for Tuga's sake, anyway,
But
that
are
he
you
didn't
even,
concede.
like, you're not even thinking that through?
No, Tuga
like,
would 100%.
You think?
Tuga's a master of the game. This guy is like, covers everything. I think sometimes that's where the nerves, though, in fairness, do play a big factor.
The Rivaldo, Emry Yilmaz. Chance just wide of the post. Corner played in short. Player locked actually to Balde there. He's having an impromptu photo shoot while we're playing him in the commentary position.
Great pass. So when you take the free kick there, he is going to take it. Emry Yilmaz can go for goal from this range.
It's got to be a direct shot. Do you not want a right footer on that? To go around the wall. He's gone up and over and it just bounces off the edge of the wall. Is that why maybe Beckham gets selected for Nico?
Maybe. And they'll grab us some mention. Oh, yeah, got to be careful of those ball roll. You see how we can just turn that from there's no chance to get a shot at goal, but it's just that ball roll really changes everything. But yeah, Gravison mentioned earlier about Nicholas missing that free kick at the end of a game against Hugo Sanchez in the cup. Maybe thinking that's why he's brought in Beckham.
He's played well so far for him as well.
He has, in fairness.
That's a lovely through ball to bring Rivaldo into play. Bearing down on goal, gets a strike away, and that will ricochet out for a corner kick. It's a short one that was faked and then whipped into the near post for Araujo. Green-timed bicycle kick. He scored one of those goals earlier on today, but not on this occasion. A free kick will come in with 2/3 played. Pause cued, but Emry didn't play the free kick. He played the advantage, and it's a beautiful little bit of play from Emry Yilmaz. He kept going forward. He didn't stand still. He didn't let the referee allow him to pull it back for the free kick. Aubrun paused it, and maybe I just think Aubrun thought the foul was definitely coming in.
Yeah.
Because defensively, he looked quite open.
Open there.
And we talk about small margins all the time. That right there is a perfect example of it.
Especially at this level when you know you're playing someone that's just as good as you. Pause coming in. Bit of breathing room, though, for Emry. Needs it.
We can give you an update from game 2, where Nicholas is in action. With 50 minutes on the clock, 5-0. Nicholas is leading 4 goals to 1 at this moment, meaning that Nicholas will be in the Champions League.
It's only right. It just feels, again, it's similar to this game, but it just feels so wrong if Nicholas didn't make it. But then even this one, if Aubrun's not there, again, it just doesn't feel right.
What I actually do need to find out, because I had the permutations, if Nicholas gets into the semi-final, but and Aubrun, both those spots will go to the other semi-finalists.
Yeah.
If Nicholas was to go, but then Emry, where does Nicholas' spot go?
I think because the 3 other players in there, it depends on the results of the semi-final, no?
Yes, correct.
Because ooh, I don't know. I'm just thinking in my head about if results go a particular way.
As it stands right now, Emry Yilmaz is in any Champions League guaranteed.
Yeah.
He has to beat Nicholas.
Yeah.
To get his FC Pro
That's
World
all he'll
Championship
care
spot.
about. Yeah.
Guaranteed.
But yeah, I'd love to find out, because let's say, Rich, Resende beats Fernandez, for example, gets World Championship spot. Nicholas beats Emry.
Yeah.
So then
there's
that
one
mean,
spot left.
Does
Where's
that
go?
Does that go to whoever Nicholas beat them, because he has this? I would assume it would.
There'll be permutations.
Yeah. We'll find out for you for at home. That was a wonder. But I would say it should go to the person Nicholas beat. But yeah.
Well, Nicholas isn't over the line yet because Tuga's just got one back. It's 4-2 at the moment.
Ooh.
And Aubrun isn't out of this game yet.
This has got to
this
be
has
a
to go
goal.
in.
I'm going to be real. This has to find the back of the net here. Keeper's moved all the way. Surely get someone on the line.
That's the easiest free kick you're going to score.
Emry, hello.
That's the easiest free kick you're going to score.
Emry, sorry.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Sorry.
What are we doing?
Can somebody please explain to me?
What are we doing?
Fair enough, it's a tough one because it's like, it's in close proximity to the goal here. It's criminal to not put a player on the line here. He thinks maybe he can block it.
Did he try?
He didn't try, no. He thinks if he
Did he accidentally put one in the wall instead?
Nah, I think his logic is it's going to curl around the wall, thinking he can put someone there.
He just went up and over. He didn't even go over, he just went middle of the goal.
He's giving him the goal, the whole goal.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Put someone on the line at least, Emry.
It's a gimme of a goal for Aubrun, and he's back in this tie with 20 minutes left to play. And just part of me feels as though that goal might just unsettle Emry.
And it looks like it has.
Williams waiting for runners. De Jong dinking it over the top. It's just a little bit too pretty for Aubrun. He's dancing on the edge of the box. He's waiting for a run. Cruyff, near post, caught out with the save. Short corner played, back to Johan Cruyff. Does he elect to go into the box here? Edge of the box for Rivaldo. Tchouaméni linking up. It's precise passing from Aubrun. Henry, twisting, turning, fakes it. Oh, what a goal that would have been.
God. Oh my goodness.
He's moving this ball.
Emry he's getting swarmed out there.
He's moving every single chess piece right now at his own will. Will it be checkmate for Aubrun? He needs to get a fourth goal. Henry looking for the speed boost. And if Emre would have turned the other way there, he gets the instant tackle back.
Yeah, that sequence of attacks there was so patient.
Paul's coming in. Take a breather. Let's just have a little look at that other game that's taking place. 4-2 with 25 minutes left to play in this one. Tuga with a goal back. And it looks to me as though, from what we can see on this match, that Tuga's edging his way back into this game. This would be a shock if it was to win this game too.
Yeah, I agree, especially from this position as well.
Yeah. He could have a chance. Henry with his strike. Rivaldo picks it up as the wind picks up here, actually. I'm going to hold down my papers. In Valencia.
In behind.
Beckham. Nothing up with him, but it's just a drive towards goal. Wait for the low driven and take the corner.
We see Nicholas do that a lot, that little low driven at the near post, and sometimes it catches the keeper out. That time it didn't.
Henry on the finesse. Yeah. Short corner, 1, 2, 3 passes and a finesse from Henry.
It's special. It's Thierry Henry in the box, you can't stop him. And just a quick, snappy passing. By the time Tuga blinks, it's an opportunity. Back over to the main game. Still 4-3.
Something's got to give. We wanted it to be a close game. It is a close game.
Yep.
It's the tightest affair we've had today. Between the two of the best players left in the tournament. And a huge save. Keeping Aubrun in this.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's a massive, you know what? Fair play. That's an incredible step there. I think he's played, so it's just before Diaz that stepped across there. Beautiful.
The ball's breaking down in the middle of the pitch. Aubrun's Xavi trying to just thread through Johan Cruyff. That's an error at the back. Xavi Henry! 4-4. The ground are off their feet. Emry Yilmaz has gifted Aubrun 2 goals in this game to allow him back into it.
Nah, nah, it's nasty work, that is, seriously. It's him again, isn't it? Get him off. How many times? I'm sorry, that's nasty. I feel like I've just conceded. I feel sickened. Wow, Emry Yilmaz, man, that is...
Aubrun.
We can't blame Emry for that.
You can't, but...
It's perfect for
Since
Aubrun.
that free kick went in...
It's been all Aubrun.
It's
Other
been
than that one chance, yeah.
Aubrun. Will it be a goal straight from the kickoff for Emry Yilmaz? Will Aubrun capitalise on this forward pressure that he's been having since he got the 3rd goal in this game? I said it before the 4th goal went in. Something's got to give.
Big tackle.
And it might just fall the Italians' way.
Oh
The
my
play
God.
lock from Henry. Aubrun, can he keep calm? 1-on-1 with the keeper. Green timed off the post. That's the chance. That's the E-Champions League moment. And it's the left upright that keeps it away from him. One more chance in this game before we go into extra time. Aubrun with the player locks, trying to fake out Emry. Henry, edge of the box, and Emre's got a chance to come the other way.
Got to play for last. It's sensible. I was going to say there's no way he's going to rush and play that to Henry on his own. 2 or 3 minutes. 3 minutes added on.
That's a long time to keep this ball without going forward.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree here.
Emry will be nervous right now. Aubrun can smell a winning goal. If it goes for extra time...
Don't want to be in these... Not here.
It's a hard reset. And this pressure that Aubrun's building up right now...
No.
Might fall down.
Oh,
Johan Cruyff.
It's a big tackle.
The game just broke down for a second there in the middle of the pitch, and it fell Emre's way.
I was about to say, I actually think Aubrun's going to get the ball back. We'll go over to the game between Tuga and Nicholas. Six goals to 2 in favour of Sevilla and Nicholas here.
Just when you thought Tuga would get back into this game, 4-2. It's been clinical from the Iceman. And another semi-final, another E-Champions League, a trophy that he's lifted before for Nicholas.
I think for Tuga, it's just, for him, I know he'll be devastated in the sense
Just look
of...
at the matchmaking.
Yeah, you can't get away from Nicholas. You had him in the group stages, he stopped you from topping the group. You've now got him in the finals and he stopped you getting any Champions League spot and potentially even a World Championship spot. It's devastating for Tuga. Nicholas, though, we presume will see it out comfortably and reach the semi-finals and the E-Champions League later on this year. Back over to this game, though. Oh, it's beautiful.
Chance. Oh, the keeper movement's unbelievable. Aubrun is reading every single tell of Emry Yilmaz right now. Emry once again coming forward. Henry on the finesse, green time, he's aimed it wide.
Aimed it well wide. Idea was there, I get it. It's just the aiming.
Extra time for the first time here in Valencia. I doubt it'll be the last. With the quality of players we've got stepping into the semi-finals, with the permutations, the season-defining FC Pro World Championship sports up for grabs. Emry Yilmaz must win to book his place, guaranteed at the Worlds. That's a lovely cross into the box. Courtois comes and does claim.
Is that on? Oh my God, it's onside. He's chipped
him again! Just in underneath the crossbar. He has perfected that chip over the goalkeeper.
I thought it was offside. Honestly, I didn't expect him to be on. But as you mentioned, that chip started to become an Emry Yilmaz trademark, similar to the ball roll finesse that he's done this year.
The first time through ball, the pace to get away from the defender. And it's probably, what, an inch on the analog stick?
Yeah.
We criticised him on the last aiming of the finesse shot. He put it wide. That one is perfect. Just having a little look at the Nicholas game. It's about to round out. Nicholas 7, Tuga 3. And that is a full-time score coming in right now.
Oh, keeper, massive save. Thierry Henry knocked down there, aerially dominating.
Short corner played into the back post, but all the way through the box. That's whipped back in. Courtois punching and not collecting it. He's crossed the ball quite a bit at Aubrun in this game.
Let's try the first time through, but he's got fortunate though. Araujo, mistake again. Henry.
He's just quite not clinical enough.
See if you saw the precision at the arrow to aim it there, he made his mind up where he was going to shoot regardless of where Aubrun moved the keeper.
And losing the ball on corners can be detrimental.
Yeah.
You can get counter-attacked.
Onside.
Just about. Henry, that pass not quite accurate. And with one additional minute, Emry Yilmaz won't risk losing the ball in transition, and that will do us for the first half. 15 minutes left to play. Each Champions League qualification on the line. Who will clutch up? 5.5 XG to 3.3 in Emre's favour. But it's only one goal that's sending the Dutchman into the ECL right now. A lot of players don't necessarily invest in the bench right in these squads. It's huge now that you've got something coming off that bench.
Absolutely. I feel like you can get a couple cheap players in for a couple. Let's say you have 300, 400,000 coins aside. You can get in. Luke Bakio's okay. He's nothing great. Fermin's incredible. If you haven't started Taganko, he's another option. Nico Williams. If you need a fullback, you've got Alaba, you got Miguel Gutierrez as well.
C'è il triangolo oro, Sanchez. Ma sento così.
Actually, he's gone back, he's gone Sunset. Cam now. Instead of Fermin. And that's how we're going to do it. 15 minutes left to play, locked and loaded. Chance, Henry, it's another dink over the goalkeeper. And a 2-goal cushion for Emry Yilmaz. With only 13 minutes left to play. He's been clinical from the resets.
It's a through ball again in behind Thierry Henry, and it's another chip.
How often do we say you have to protect your kickoff.
Absolutely.
Aubrun kicked that game off. He lost the ball in the middle of the pitch, and Emry has just made it count. Aubrun came so close in regulation time to knocking out the FC Pro La Liga Cup champion. But Emry Yilmaz has found a second wind in extra time. What has Aubrun got left in the tank? That's a lovely dink over the top. That's on Rees. Had to shoot early.
Yeah.
He's been dangerous from corners. This time it's a short one. Into De Jong. Lovely. Into Rende. Off the post again. But the rebound finds its way into the back of the net. 1 goal game with 10 minutes left to play.
I was going to say he kind of needs to score from this attack because you know Emry Yilmaz will be comfortable in keeping possession or trying to. That would have been the aim, but now a 1-goal lead is not safe. You can't opt to keep the ball. You need to make sure that you try and get another one and hope that Aubrun pushes bodies forward, even space.
A lot of minutes.
Yeah, it's a long time to try and keep
You can't keep the ball for that long.
No chance. Needs to do similar to what Resende done in those last moments against Andoni, I believe it was, where instead of going back from the corner, he keeps it in his opponent's final third.
There's only a few players on the planet that you would say he could do that against a player of Emry Yilmaz's quality, and Aubrun is one of them.
Hold on.
But straight from the kickoff, Emry Yilmaz once again is ruthless.
I'm a fan of taking that shot straight away there. It's risky, and this is what Emry Yilmaz said. I remember we had an interview with him in the Cup. He said sometimes his coach and everyone behind him will have a go at him for taking shots like this because he takes risks. And I think because it's so risky,
he just opened up though.
Aubrun's probably thinking there's no way he's going to risk a Trivela here. No way. But Emry Yilmaz realizes it's an opportunity. He scored it before, whether it's in practice or a tournament, and he will do it again. And that's exactly what he's done. And that, for me,
is that game?
Job done.
Is that cemented?
Yep.
He's got the Ryan Pessoa seal of approval.
It's done.
I'm just going to hold the phone until this attack comes in. Henry, first time strike, he went for the near post.
Did score from the corner before though, wasn't direct, but the build-up play.
That one's a variation.
Good tackle.
De Jong takes everything, player and ball, and will drive Emry Yilmaz clear. And with only 5 minutes left to play, Emry Yilmaz has needed every single moment in this game. Aubrun has put up an unbelievable fight. But I just don't see a chance falling his way. There will be no E-Champions League for Aubrun, which seems like a ridiculous statement. But when you see the story of the bracket,
you can understand.
One of the best players in the world wasn't going to be there.
Yep.
The gameplay that we've seen from these two, remarkable on the main stage. What a performance from Emry Yilmaz. Ryan Pessoa, your final thoughts on what this game has just offered?
Very close game. I think both players had their dominant periods, but I feel like the last moments of the regulation time, I thought Aubrun was going to nick it, but Emry Yilmaz, very strong mentality to bounce back as well, because he was leading by 2 goals.
He certainly was.
So it did take a lot for him to persevere. He gets an E-Champions League spot.
No ECL for Aubrun. Emry Yilmaz with the biggest win on that main stage. He was a cup champion a couple of weeks ago, and now with that victory, for me, he is the favourite. The semi-finals will be rolling right around the corner. Resende taking on Fernandez and Emry Yilmaz against the Iceman Nicholas. They do not want to be missed.
Welcome back to the La Liga FC Pro Finals here in Spain. Alongside myself, we have Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa and a ball.
Correct.
Do you want to tell us why you've got a ball, Richard, or no?
So I was down at the pitch, you know, for a decent amount of time.
Yeah.
I just picked it up.
Okay, cool.
Simple as that,
Thank
really.
you for that really exciting story. Should we talk a bit about some excitement that we have seen out there that you guys were actually commentating on? Emry Yilmaz versus Aubrun. What a game this was. It was end-to-end, non-stop. I had no idea. I try and, you know, do my notes, write who I think the next matchup is going to be. Well, I was constantly changing it. It was so close, wasn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, when Emry took a 2-goal lead in the game, I think it was 4-2 at the time, I thought then he would push on and maybe get a couple. But then Aubrun done so well to not only get the goals back, but he looked like the more likely to win the game in regulation time. When it went to extra time, I think Emry started off so well, it gave Aubrun a mountain to climb. But for Emry, I think he needed that win even more.
Well, Aubrun had a really good shot that could have made it 5-4 right at the end.
Yeah.
He could have taken the win, which would have been a huge comeback, but he hit the post and I heard your frustration. Was that, Ryan, when you said that you felt sick? You were like, I feel sickened.
There's quite a few moments, to be fair. there was a goal. It was the one where Richard blames Emry there. The defender doesn't like lock onto the pass.
It didn't. But I also don't.
You don't think the pass should have
88th minute, you don't pass.
You don't play that pass there. I get it. That's fair.
And also, we've seen a lot of people do the manual pass there.
True.
Out on triangle, you guarantee it. I don't know. The game was unbelievable, and I think it's really harsh for Aubrun to get knocked out there. But also, it's down to the cup performance that they're on the same side of the bracket in a quarter-final.
Absolutely.
I mean, Emry finished first seed. He's had to play Aubrun in the top 8. It's awful matchmaking, but Emry now the favourite, in my opinion.
It made it a good watch, though. And yeah, Emry, of course, won that game and goes through to the semi-final. And we actually have one of our other semi-finalists here joining us right now. It is the brilliant Nicholas. Hello, come and join us. Thank you, Ryan. That was such a cute little clap.
It feels really weird with this kind of mic.
Do you
it's
feel
like I am the main guy.
You are the main guy.
How are you feeling? You've had a good day so far. It's felt like comfortable enough wins for you?
Yeah, I think that was the main goal, reach the semi-finals because the qualification for the Champions League. Yeah, now I want to win the tournament, that's obvious, but the main goal was try to achieve that goal, and I did it, so I'm happy, I'm comfortable, playing well, so let's see now against Emry.
And I'll let you guys jump in a minute. I'm just going to have my moment with Nicholas here.
No, go for it. Enjoy it.
We're going to see the highlights here as well from the game we just saw against Tuga. After what happened in the Cup 2 weeks ago, how did you reflect on that and, I suppose, get ready for this big day here?
I think more practice. I practice a lot. I think I did well in the Cup, but I was a bit unlucky because the game is like that. I think that's okay. I understand. But yeah, I practice a lot. I think in practice I lose like really, I don't know, 5 games, but maybe I play 40, 50, 30. Like I play a lot, but it was the same for the Cup. So I was trying to do the same, and I think right now I'm doing well.
Yeah.
After the Cup disappointment, did it give you extra motivation to win this?
Yeah, I think so. It's because it's more right now. Yeah, the main goal is win the tournament. It's obvious we all want to win, but at least I have a goal that I didn't get yet. You know, that was the top 4, and I did it. So yeah. For your question, yes, I'm more motivated right now, and now I'm confident.
When it comes to preparing for like a game like this, for example, Emry Yilmaz, would you have done a lot of work, like watching a lot of his gameplay before? Is it more so just your gameplay you're focusing on?
Juanma and Fer, my coaches, they watch a lot of games of my opponents, but they just have the content. If I ask, that's okay, but usually I don't ask because I don't care. I just try to do my stuff.
Yeah, they wouldn't bring it up now and just be like, hey,
now if I say, guys, what is Emry doing, they will say.
Okay.
But for me, I just try to focus on myself. But then if I need some help inside the game, they say, okay, Nico, try to do this, and we try to fix the mistakes.
We're going to let you go shortly because we know you have a big semi-final to prepare for. But that is, of course, against Emry Yilmaz, who we were just watching on the screen on the main stage. And he's a top quality player. How are you feeling heading into that? Confident?
Yeah, I think, you know, in a tournament you have to play all the best players if you want to win. So it's the same for him, I think, and also he's playing for the World Cup spot. So I think he will get more motivation. But yeah, it will be really tough. Also, we don't practice a lot. We practice a few games before the Cup or before now, and I think it's really tough for both, but let's see.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, thank you so much. We wish you all the luck in the world for that game. And I think we can have a look at the bracket and see what is coming up and how things look right now. Richard is still having a lovely time with that ball. Okay, guys, I mean, whew, a lot has happened today. We started off, of course, with 16 players, and it has been whittled down to our top 4. And what a 4 they are. So we have Resende versus Fernandez, which is coming up next, the first semi-final. And then, of course, the small matter, that little game of Emry Yilmaz versus Nicholas, who we were, of course, just speaking to. Richard Buckley, I mean, what a semi-finals we've got upon us.
Unbelievable. I actually had 3 out of 4 in the semis. The only one that I didn't predict was Emry beating Aubrun. I had Nicholas, I had Resende, and I had Fernandez.
I think I got all of them.
Well,
but I am, I've got 2 wrong today. The JRG game, I didn't expect him to beat Jataba, and there's one more. I can't remember, but there is one more.
We'll let you think about that. In good news, I suppose, Richard, for you, not so much for us, it means that you don't have to dress up as Batman, because you said if Aubrun goes on to win, you will dress up as Batman.
No. It was if he didn't get
no,
it.
It wasn't.
Yes,
no, it wasn't. Were you here?
Come on. I'm sure the chat. Nah, we can't let him do that.
Yeah,
That's
chat,
crazy.
let us know. We'll have a look back. No. We'll rewind and see what you said.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Anyway, I mean, those 2 games, Ryan, that we've got coming up.
Yeah.
This is the sort of semi-finals that you want to see, right? We love the fact that in the Cup, we had so many shocks and it was so unpredictable. But I think the reason that you 2 have got most of your predictions right, I'm not giving you too much credit here, I think it's because most of the games, not the better player.
What you say, Nicole? What you say?
The player.
She's come off the fence.
To come off the fence. The better players will win all the games.
I've been sitting on the fence so nicely. No, but the player that was favourite, perhaps, is mostly the players that have won here today.
I remember the one I got. It was Hugo Sanchez against Tuga. I said Hugo Sanchez to win that game. This one, though, Fernandez is on crazy form right now. Like, he's scoring so many goals. Today is what? 17 goals today, I believe?
17, yeah, 9 plus 8.
Yeah, was it? Oh, goodness me. He's scoring so many goals, but Resende is playing very, very possession and defense heavy. So I wonder how this game will play out, honestly. I really don't know.
What are you
I'm not actually
thinking?
giving I'm sitting on the fence for this game. I don't know.
What are you thinking? Okay, Richard, you're going to have to do something with that ball because you're just twirling it around.
I'm just
Go
enjoying
on,
it.
Do something, please. The camera's on you.
What do you want me to do?
This is your moment. What have you got?
I'll give you...
Please.
Come on. Here, just say get on the desk. That's not happening.
Not on the desk.
That's not. What I'm going to tell you is Resende is going to win this game.
Imagine Richard standing on the desk doing keepy up here.
Resende's winning.
Yeah.
Oh, Resende wins.
You know what? We don't need that anymore. Resende's winning.
Oh,
no more fun in games.
Yeah. Resende for you, Ryan?
It's
You're
the
not
biggest
sure?
game of the tournament.
Yeah.
FC Pro World Championship qualification. The season is on the line here. Maybe a contract for a new season.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I truly, if I knew, I can't.
I just need a name.
I don't know.
Just pick one.
That's not a name, though, is it? It's so hard to call, and I'm with Ryan here. It's really tough, but I'm gonna give me a name, any name.
You think Fernandez?
I don't know.
Right, we're just going to say Fernandez for Ryan.
Yeah,
right, Brandon Gravison, let us know your thoughts. Over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I just read in the chat someone saying about Rich dressing up as Batman. So if that still is to happen today, I don't know what the rules were on that. I think it was if Aubrun was to go and win the whole thing. I think he may have just been saved because
he said that.
He's been eliminated. But Gravison, we're into our semi-finals now. In terms of predictions for this game, Fernandez or Resende, for me, I feel like this would be the story complete perfectly for Resende if he was to go and win this. He's come all the way over from Brazil to play in the LaLiga FC Pro. But then for Fernandez, the best he's ever got to is a top 4. Did it in the Cup last year, did it in the League last year. He's only ever been to a World Championship once before, back in 2023. This is a really hard one to call, but for me, I'm leaning more towards Resende.
I'm not going to give a prediction. I'm going to repeat the words that Nicolas said to me. He said Di Fernandez was playing amazingly. Out in practice, he was the best player that he played against. And in his opinion, it was a 60-40 match to Di Fernandez. So that's Nicolas, that's not me. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, one thing that's exciting about this game as well, I was just looking through the archives. They've never played before, mainly because they've both been in different regions before this year. But as you said, Resende, usually based out in South America, came over here to Europe to play in the La Liga FC Pro. Both have just qualified for the E-Champions League. And a lot of people asking in the chat about the World Championship spots. Who gets this? Who gets that? Well, one thing we can guarantee is whoever wins this game, Gravison, will be going to the World Championships, which is a massive money can't buy ticket. It will. You speak about extending your season. That takes your season right until the end. You're guaranteed to be playing in the biggest tournament there is this year.
That's it. With the win they just got on quarterfinals, they extended the season for just a month, which is still good. I mean, you're playing another tournament, but wow, getting that World Championship spot, I'm telling you, I just got it once in my whole life, and it felt, I don't know, it felt like the most amazing thing that could happen to you, really.
And then they cancelled it.
It is what it is, I guess.
But to your point, you said you were in tears when you qualified for that World Championship, because it honestly does mean so much to these players, right? Just to get to that tournament with the best 32 players in the world is massive. People are asking, yes, Nicolas has already qualified for the World Championships, although he's in the semi-final. I mean, technically on paper, Emry Yilmaz has near enough qualified for the World Championships to a degree.
Yes.
If he can go and win that final, or go and win that semi-final game, because if he doesn't, basically there will be a playoff, I believe, between the loser of this game, and if Emry Yilmaz wasn't to beat Nicolas, he would also have to play in a playoff game. So he has to kind of beat Nicolas in his semi-final to guarantee that World Cup spot, or he has to go the longer way through a play-in. If that does make sense for those at home, then we'll give as much context as we can on this one.
It's fairly important match, this one, because, I mean, you're just one game away for the World Championship, but the thing is, you're playing a final as well. There's so much at stake, because you're playing for a World Championship spot, but then when you get to the final, you gotta go for that silverware as well. So those are the matches that you train your whole life for. That's the reason why, for example, Resende has left behind his family, his son, everything back in Brazil to be here, pursue the dream, and try to get to that final and win it. I mean, this is all we hope for.
Yeah.
Those big matches, everything we play for. And if we're just crossing fingers, because we're expecting big things coming into this first semi-final.
We hope so. We really do hope so indeed. As we said, lots on the line here. Not just the World Championship spot, the extra prize money that comes with it as well. On the opposite side of that bracket, what an opportunity this could be for Nicolas to go back-to-back as a champion here in Spain. He's already maximised his season to a degree. He's qualified for the World Championships. He's playing in the Condebol y Libertadores in a few weeks' time. He's playing in the E-Champions League.
He's playing everything.
The perfect season.
He's playing everything.
He really is, and he's getting closer and closer, Gravison, to being the first pro player to break $1 million in prize money. If he wins this whole thing today, he'll break over $900,000 in prize money, and he'll only be a couple of tournaments away, a couple of rounds away from achieving that huge milestone. And to believe that's nearly $1 million, Gravison, without winning a World Championship as well.
Imagine if he wins it. Great defense by Di Fernandez. We're seeing Di Fernandez playing with the black shirt from left to right, and then we're seeing Cadiz on the other side, playing from right to left with the white shirt. So, Brandon, let's go for it.
Absolutely. What a chance this is. Who will qualify for the World Championships? Will it be Resende of Real Sporting? Or Di Fernandez of Cadiz? He's representing the Spanish side for a second year. And after a top four last year, he is looking to go one step further this time round. What a start he has had. And what a goal-scoring machine he has been today. 17 becomes 18 goals in total that he scored in the La Liga FC Pro Finals. What a way to kick off this semi-final, Gravison.
Incredible, with the control sprinting, with Ricardo Kaká, which I think is the only player in the whole competition now that Jago has been eliminated to be used. That Ricardo Kaká as a starter, and then that Trivela, great time. There's nothing you can do really. As a goalkeeper, that's 1-0 to Cadiz, 1-0 to Fernandez, who's just one step closer to the World Championship spot.
Yeah, we have the pleasure as well of being joined back by Ryan Pessoa. I mean, that was a quick run, wasn't it, from the desk?
Getting the steps in. Definitely getting the steps in. Honestly, if...
Hang on a second. Rivaldo to make it 1-1! Resende responds instantly!
That's incredible. Great bit of skill there with Rivaldo. Finds the bottom corner. Low dribbling he's got as a silver play style. I spoke to Gravison about this Rivaldo item. He's one of my favourites, honestly. I think he goes under the radar a bit for those at home.
He does. He's not that expensive now in the game.
Yeah.
And I talked with Richard about this. It's just a combination of the low dribble play style and then the Trivela. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and he's got technical plus. He's got picked pass as well, which is a nice addition. He's actually relatively quick off the speed boost as well.
He is. He might be the quickest after Emry and maybe Ricardo Kaká, I could say.
I was about to say that. I'll be devastated. I'm obviously a big fan of Fernandez, but I've seen Resende in the scene from when I was playing. Both are playing, to be fair. Yeah, if he doesn't make the World Championship, I'll be really upset for him.
I'll be upset.
Really upset.
Well. He's changed a lot because he used to be passionate guy, just screaming when he was playing, and now you can see he's a father, so he's more calm in the way.
Yeah, but it's good to see him at the highest level.
It is. It really is.
Just looking as well, you wouldn't believe the last time we played in a World Championship, guys, was back in 2019, Resende.
Crazy.
And the fact that he's still playing at this level, what, 6 seasons on from that, is ridiculous.
Do you know what's crazy as well? Some of the other pros that I speak to who are sort of new into the scene, they don't really know how good Resende was. It's like Resende was PXZ before.
Seconds! There's something about that Ricardo Kaká.
Yeah, he's loving him.
Where Resende's in control of him. He's not on everyone's wish list, don't get me wrong, but he makes him look unbelievable.
Again, we were mentioning the low-driven play style. It's just that beautiful step over. You open up the angle, 5-star quick foot, and again, it doesn't even need time finishing.
It's just deadly. Deadly finish in front of goal. Oh, black in goal. What do you think, Gravison? Would you have gone with him? I think I actually would have gone with, if it's not Courtois, it would have been
Mamardashvili, yeah,
6'6", Valencia, so it doesn't take off it takes a club where you're unlikely to use all of those players from that particular club anyway with the restriction.
I mean, I don't think there's many players that would have taken All Black either, really, would there?
Yeah,
talking low percentages.
I saw someone in the chat asking how you do the manual pass. It's R1, where you hold, good interception, R1, and then you play the triangle pass.
But you got to be careful, because if you misuse it, could happen what happened to Emry. That last kick of the second half, in which he missed the pass, the centre back didn't lock, and then you can see the goal. But still, I find it really hard, that manual pass, Ryan. Have you been trying it?
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a free header there. It's not easy to do. You have to pick your moments.
Such as Resende's doing now, as wins another corner. Xavi looks to play a lot there, but it was more of just a tease. Rivaldo still, speaking of Brazilian icon, speaking of Resende. He is so confident in that final third. Here comes Fernandez now. After taking that early lead in the game, trails by 2-1. Remember, World Championship spot on the line for this one.
This is
Thierry pulls away, was off balance ever so slightly. It made it slightly easier for Thibaut Courtois. Do you need maybe an extra step over there, or something just to rebalance him?
Maybe just the time finishing, I don't know. But it seemed like the animation was not the right one. Nah.
Maradona.
He's flowing.
Times it yellow, but you saw the finesse plus play style just ping above his head. Of what damage that could have caused. Keep in mind that on the opposite side of this bracket, Emry Yilmaz will take on Nicholas. Following this game, a battle between two Champions League winners.
Coming back to your point, Ryan, he really was Resende. He was the best Brazilian before PH.
Yeah.
People might forget about him because PH was obviously FC Pro champion, 2v2, champion with Brazil again. But Resende, he was just so
Resende
good.
was crazy. Like, he was so good. That's why, again, I have that affinity to want him to do well.
And with Tundi, for example, when Resende got announced to be a player with Sporting Gijón, he told me, "Who's Resende?"
Wow.
So you really don't know Resende.
That's crazy.
But the thing is, he was 11 years old when Resende was a great player. So.
But I think it was 2018 was his real emergence onto the scene for Resende, wasn't it? That was the year that he qualified for a World Championship. Ricardo Kaká, that save. Very nearly just fell onto the path of Thierry Henry. A chance to break away now on the counter-attack. Kaká down the other end.
Cross.
You got that one, R1, double tap.
What a ball that could be, Arajo.
I think he just done a normal double tap cross. If you hold L1 and R1 there and then double tap it, put the right power, it's a tapping.
That's what you do when you play those 3 foot champs.
Yeah, I'm there. Got that to do on Monday. Not looking forward to it, I'll be honest.
Got an early flight back tomorrow.
Midday.
Midday,
yeah.
45 games waiting for you tomorrow night.
Oh, God, don't say it like that, Rende.
I mean,
I might cut it down to 30, you know.
You're probably going to get quite a few rage quits, aren't you?
Yeah, but even then.
How long does it take for the 45?
It's about 8 hours.
Oh, my man.
How are you feeling after that? Drained?
Disgusting. I feel, you know, like when you order, let's say you've gone shopping, you've done a healthy shop, but you feel a bit lazy, you order in a takeaway. That feeling you feel afterwards, just regret. You know, it's just disgust. I'm looking in the mirror thinking, what have I done? That's the feeling after it.
It's one of them though, but when you win and getting those rage quits, it probably feels all right.
Yeah, but when you lose a game.
Then when it finishes.
Yeah.
Five minutes away from half-time here. If you have just tuned in, this is the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. We're live in Valencia. As someone will be lifting silverware here into the later hours in Spain. Rivaldo off balance will win a corner for Resende. Tries to recycle it all the way back round. De Jong, Maradona, who's going to be the player just to bite or maybe take that shot or goal from distance. Rivaldo step overs into the shot. Question for you both as well. I mean, I don't know if it's more of a question for just the options defensively that are there in aerial, but you've been surprised maybe at times the lack of direct corners we've seen. Because I've seen a few players, as we did 2-3 weeks ago, the bicycle kick seemed quite popular if you can get the ball into the right area, or is it more just mixing it up?
I don't think there's an out-and-out dominant player aerially in these teams. I'd say, arguably, Araujo's the best player in the air.
Yes, he is. But he's not that good, really.
Exactly, that's the thing. I understand playing it short and looking for a chance. But we have also seen an acrobatic goal today. It was Aubrun, actually. Bicycle kick.
Ref? Yeah.
Half-time in our semi-final. Aubrun not involved, unfortunately. He was eliminated earlier to Nicholas, which will be our next semi-final, which comes up as he will take on Emry Yilmaz. But we are 45 minutes away from finding out another player who will qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. As it stands, it will be Resende, but something tells me, Ryan, that this isn't going to be the end result. This is going to only just be the start.
No chance. There's guaranteed to be goals in this second half. Who it falls to, Gravison, I don't know. I feel like Resende's had a great first half, to be fair.
Yes, he's played good. I feel like those first 30 minutes were really good. then on the last 15 minutes, he did lose a bit of possession.
Yeah.
But still, I feel like Fernandez is really alive in this match. And of course, he should get a little bit more of possession now. But we're seeing how he's changing now between the 70 depth, 95 depth. Because you know when you're playing against Resende, you're going to get maximum of, what, 40% possession?
Literally.
You're not getting more.
You're not seeing the ball.
You're not seeing the ball.
We'll just have a little look now. There's 32 spots available at the World Championships. We are, after tonight, nearly halfway there in terms of filling the spots. Yesterday we found 2 more players in the Netherlands. Gio Bundy and Chris de Boer booked a spot from the Dutch Eredivisie. Obviously we saw Young qualify last week from the Portuguese League, the Premier League and the MLS also concluded not that long ago. Here's Kaka. Chouameni there in the way. But yeah, after tonight, gents, it will be 17 spots filled. We're getting there slowly, aren't we?
Step by step. Could it be Resende in there as well? It seems like it with the way he's defending now and with the way he's pressing. I don't know. I predicted Fernandez to win this match because I did speak with Nico about it. But it seems like he's not found a good way to play now against the possession of Resende.
It's lucky. Could have fallen the way for Resende there.
I was asking about upgrades as well for certain LALIGA FC Pro items, and we'll update you on those. Quite a few of the players have been eliminated. Rivaldo! How's he hit that off target?
Wow.
Fernandez will not want to see that one again.
I think the keeper moved there as well, in fairness.
Probably, yeah.
But I feel like it's a tough one because I can't even be critical of Fernandez in the sense of the only criticism I have there is not getting off target.
Yeah.
But I think the keeper moved quite late.
Yes.
So it's not a bad choice to go to the near post.
And it's still precision shooting.
Yeah, so it's in your hands a little bit more. So.
It is a bit, but
what a chance.
One thing that we did see Fernandez is losing in those top 4 situations. So I feel like this specific chance, if he was a warm-up match or even training, that's going in, right?
Yeah. It's the nerves because, as you mentioned, once it's happened before where you've come to this far and you've missed out on a World Championship spot by 1 game, and it's happened a couple times, well, this would happen a couple times now, that's obviously going to play on your mind, like naturally. I feel like that would happen to anyone.
Out of all the players, though, that have played today in this bracket, Resende does a good job of keeping these quite low scoring. He only won his last game 2-1. The game before that was 3-1.
The thing is, as well, we were speaking about Fernandez. He scored 17 goals across the first 2. He's kept him to 1.
8 goals in his first game today, 9 in the next.
I don't think Resende scored. Resende has scored 7 goals today. Compared to Fernandez hasn't even had a game where he scored less than 7 or less than 7 goals throughout. It's crazy.
It's just a clash of styles sometimes.
It's only a goal, though. 9-minute halves. There is so much time left to attack. Maybe this could be that chance. Sanchez into Thierry Henry. Keeper. The AI locks on to Courtois, who can just about clear that away. Oof. That may have not been pretty.
Good. Whoa.
Great press.
It's a big win back for Kaka.
The step over wasn't
Was not
needed. No. Incredible work up until then.
Even though it's 2-1, this is a great level of FC we've been seeing.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's on.
Kaka for a hat-trick! Well, that might just be the goal to send him back to a World Championship. He's had to wait a long 6 years to be back on main stage. And it's no one else other than Ricardo Kaka.
Been his MVP.
MVP.
It's just always in and amongst the goals for Resende. It's a massive moment. I wouldn't go as far as saying it's game done.
No,
25 minutes is a long time, 9-minute halves. However, Fernandez is going to have to start to tap into what he was doing so well in the previous games. But Resende just makes it so uncomfortable. Like, it's horrible.
It's horrible. Just for the people at home, you know when you're playing against someone who just passes the ball to the fullback, then runs back, switches up the play. Okay, that can be frustrating, right? Imagine that against a player that dominates the left stick dribbling, that can create creative runs, that can do everything
and
really.
With the extra pressure of this winner of this game guarantees himself 40,000 euros. So there's 20,000 extra to win this game. So it's just the increased amount of pressure. Yeah, I understand if Fernandez sooner or later starts to rush and panic.
Rivaldo. He's just so fast, strong.
Good step.
And the fact that he's done this all as well, gents, without a team of the year, Thierry Emry in the team.
Hold on, Rodrigo. But it does enough. Anticipate.
Does that surprise you that he's been that effective and that efficient without maybe one of the most popular icons that so many have backed?
I think Kaka's done so well for him though.
Yes.
And you can see the way that Resende is playing with the low driven and finesse. It's not just finesse shots. The low driven has been so impactful for him. So I understand if he wants to opt for an attacker that has that play style. It's all personal preference at the end of the day, you know.
Well, we'll catch up with Ryan Pessoa a little bit later on. He's going to head back to the analysis table with Nicola, Richard, Buckley. Final 18 minutes of this game. There's a quick look at the team that both of these two are using. Here's a couple of important changes coming on there. Looks like Valverde's coming on just to inject some fresh legs on that right-hand side, Gravison.
Yeah, probably as another midfielder in there. Because he won't be using Valverde as an inside forward or even as a winger. He's probably another player to defend with. You can see Zubimendi coming in. Xavi's off the pitch as well. Miguel Gutierrez is on the pitch. Valdez off the pitch. You can see the offensive approach now being changed to 90, which is not aggressive, but it's high. And now, for me, the real question is, will Fernandez be able to not only get the ball back from Resende, but then scoring the chances that he's got, because he won't get much more than, what, 2 or 3 chances? He has to score 2 of them.
Even if he can just get the ball for about 10 in-game minutes here, Gravison, and just keep ticking over possession. So we just take a moment to look across to all the spectators that are here today inside Valencia's special home stadium. All I'm seeing is so many deflated faces of players that have been eliminated out of the tournament, Gravison, that are here just still watching. I'm looking at Jago, I'm looking at
Tuga just behind him.
Roony,
Hugo Sanchez as well, yeah.
All inside the Mestalla Stadium. Here in Valencia. Right, back to this one now. 15 minutes away from a World Championship spot for one of these two. Hang on a second. Miguel Gutierrez is somehow onside there for Fernandez. He just kept running and somehow he peeled off on the right-hand side. Game on.
We mentioned how he would get, what, 2 or 3 choices. That's the first chance he's got. That's going in. Miguel Gutierrez with a beautiful finish. And now, as you mentioned, Brandon, game on. 3-2. More than 10 minutes left to play.
How do you play these last 10 minutes?
You gotta attack. If you are Resende, of course, you gotta keep the ball a little bit longer. You can switch the play. You can maybe go for creative runs as well, but you gotta attack because there is a lot of time left. And if you just keep the ball, it won't be enough, really. And Fernandez has been pressing really well with the cam and the striker as well. but Resende's through.
One more goal certainly would be the ultimate plan. Here's Ricardo Kaká. Ricardo Kaká looking for a fourth. Into Maradona. Might fall back to Kaká again. He can't get the shot away. Tchouaméni there just got a leg in front of the Brazilian icon. And suddenly Fernandez is straight back down the other end to have a go himself. Xavi. Rodrigo! Tiny bit of goalkeeper movement there, Gravison, but I think Courtois would have been able to match up the save regardless.
Yes, it looks like it. But now Fernandez, we asked for a little bit more of him, and he's turned it up. He's playing well, he's pressing well, and he's finishing his chances. So it seems like he's gonna have at least one more chance. And wow, this game is tight. No, big mistake from Maradona.
It's a poor pass. He gives possession back to Fernandez with ample time left on the clock. Rivaldo, Kaká, where's the one more pass? Rodrigo was just screaming for it there. You thought there was a little bit of a challenge. So not a challenge, a bit of space, a channel to open up a shot or goal. He didn't want to go for it though.
Now, Resende could seal the deal.
Maradona. Into the corner, somehow keeps it in play. Maradona is a player lock from Kaká, blocked by Araujo. Frankie de Jong on the volley off the post. You thought maybe that was going to be the moment, but Fernandez still hangs in the game.
Look at the press.
3-4. Knife shirts around Resende's Real Sporting players. That's a really risky pass. He's given possession away again.
No, out of bounds.
One and a half in-game minutes away from Resende returning back to a World Championship stage. A place where he hasn't been since 2019. All he's got to do is just see this out. Just look after possession.
Added time. 1 minute, just 1 minute.
Added time of 1 minute. Gives away possession. Fernandez has to get that ball up the pitch and past the halfway line as soon as he can.
No.
Misses that chance. Fernandez will be eliminated in the semi-finals. Resende is in the World Championships. And look exactly what it means to him. It was always a big risk to come from Brazil to Spain. All the pressure on his shoulders.
And he got the job done. Just incredible from Resende. Being 28 years old, traveling over from South America to Spain, getting that E-Champions League spot, that World Championship spot, but job's not finished because he has to play the final
He's
now.
just guaranteed himself 40,000 euros, though, Gravison, an E-Champions League ticket, a World Championships, but he is in tears. He's waited since 2019 to be back on the big stage. He has just done that. We're off for a quick break. When we return, Nicholas will take on Emry Yilmaz in another semi-final live here from Spain.
Welcome back. We are live here from Valencia in Spain. I'm joined by Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa. And what a day it has been, guys. But we have our first finalist here. Amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Again, with your cute little clap.
I'm so happy for Resende, I'll be honest. And Rafifa, everyone in the team there, that they've put in the effort to succeed. And it was a great game, to be fair. The level was really high. And I do feel for Fernandez, but Resende, I'm extremely happy for him.
Absolutely. And, you know, we were all chatting about this game pre-match, and we were kind of saying, well, what's this going to be like? Fernandez has been scoring a lot of goals. Resende's games today, we've not seen many goals in them. And so we weren't too sure what would happen in this one. Did it start off the way you kind of thought it would, or did you think, oh, hello, got a few goals already?
I was walking down to the casting desk, I didn't even see the first goal. But, I thought it was going to be a battle whether, I feel like if Fernandez won, it would have been by quite a margin. And I feel like if Resende won, it would be close. That's just based on what we've seen so far today, but
that's the big chance.
That's a monstrous chance that you cannot. To get it off target, you're going to be punished. And he got punished straight down the other end as well a couple minutes later. So, yeah, Fernandez will definitely be ruining the chances that he missed.
That reaction from Resende, Richard, really said it all. I mean, we know that there's been so much on the line for our players here today. And Resende, at the end, the scenes that we saw from him, he was so emotional. He was so happy. He literally, like, fell on the floor, Richard.
We've been doing this for a long time. I've been watching, commentating for a while, and I feel like we're very impartial for the most part. But I was so happy, not necessarily Fernandez losing, but Resende finally getting that opportunity to go to a World Championships. He's the definition of the word, like, grinder. Like, he's there every single game. If he's playing well, if he's not playing well. I've seen him have horror years. And now to see him at a World Championships in the grand final. I mean, look at those scores. 3-1 against Andoni, 2-1 versus JRG, 3-2 versus Fernandez. And now he's in a grand final. Guaranteed 40k, guaranteed E-Champions League, guaranteed World Championship. I'm really, really happy for him.
Incredible stuff. And also, Richard, it means he is guaranteed 40,000 euros. A huge amount of money. Of course, it's not just about the money. They're playing for so much more than that. But Ryan, that helps, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I feel like now going into the final, call me crazy, I feel like there's less pressure.
100%.
There's way less pressure because he's got the E-Champions League, he's got the World Championship spot. That's what...
You came with objectives and you've secured those objectives.
Yeah, absolutely.
The extra 20k, it's great. But Resende's won a lot of money.
Yeah.
Nicholas has won a lot of money in the grand final. Emry has won a lot of money. It's that World Championship spot which is everything. And the final game, it's the trophy, which is always nice to have on the mantelpiece, and that extra 20k.
In fairness, I'm going to credit both of us, right? We did say...
Resende...
What's happening right now? I am for both of us, because Nicole won't give us the credit for this. We did say Resende would make the final at the bottom side of the bracket.
We did?
We did. I don't think he'll win it. I said Emry would win it. I think Emry wins.
Okay, the only thing I am going to say in response to that, Ryan, is... and how do I word this again without you guys saying, oh, she's off the fence? I don't think that was the biggest, bravest shout to say that Resende would kind of come out on top.
What are you trying to say there, Nicole?
Well, the side of the bracket that he was in was more favourable for Resende, right?
Before a button was pressed.
He was
the favourite. Yeah, based on what I've seen today, I think Fernandez was the better, before that game, I mean, the better performer in those first 2 rounds. But that game, Resende was so hard to break down.
Absolutely. And we have had the pleasure of speaking to Resende a few times across this season. And he speaks so well, and he's really lovely. And we were kind of saying off camera that we are really happy. We have no bias here, obviously. But we were saying, oh, we are really happy for him. He's so lovely. Yeah. And he works so hard. And like we said earlier on, if you're just joining us, Resende, after the Cup, he made sure he stayed here in Spain, made sure that he was really in the right headspace and had done all the practice and prep that he could do for today's finals. And it's clearly helped, Richard.
And he also, when we went to Barcelona, I remember speaking to a lot of people saying, what do you think to Resende? Every single person that I spoke, he's not that good this year. I don't fancy him. Yeah. It was all Nicholas, Emry, Aubrun, Zadan, Chasita, Nacho Abella. They were the names that were going out. And Resende, every single time I spoke to people, and the argument I said, he might not mechanically it might not be his greatest year, but he knows how to play on that stage, and that is the last trick that is hardest to learn. Maybe Nicholas is the only player to have more experience on a stage than Resende, and once again, he has shown that 28 experience, it does pay.
Yeah, and also Ryan, I mean, maybe there's something in what Richard is saying in terms of if people aren't expecting that much from you, you're not being...
pressure.
Yeah, you're not being talked about and pitted as the favourite to win. You're going more under the radar.
Yeah, and one thing that I will say from watching him throughout the game so far this season is that he can kill a game.
Absolutely.
He can, 1 goal lead, he's fine. He's all right. Like, he's not going to be rushing, thinking, oh my God, I need no... He would love goal number 2, goal number 3, etc. But he's happy to keep a 1-goal lead and defend.
Yeah, now, guys,
who plays him?
I'm excited for this one. Exactly that, Richard Buckley. Who is going to face Resende in the grand finals here in Valencia? Because this is our second semi-final coming up. Emry Yilmaz versus Nicholas. That is an incredible game that we should be seeing outside on that stage shortly, Ryan.
Yeah.
What a matchup. And actually, I know we spoke to Nicholas earlier on, and I was speaking to him when the Aubrun and Emry Yilmaz game was kind of just coming to its conclusion. And Nicholas was standing here with me and we were watching it, and I was saying, who would you rather face? And he was like, honestly, I don't care. And I thought, oh, he's feeling confident. And Nicholas said, no, they're both
amazing,
so good.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a preference. They are both absolute top quality, and they are, aren't they?
Honestly, this game is like, if someone told me this was the final,
I believe it.
Yeah.
Believe you. It's just, the level is so high. I would want Emry to win because I want to see him. I still think obviously we don't know how it works with the World Cup spots being passed down based on that. I think even if he loses, he gets it, but we're not 100% sure. Yeah. I want to see him though at World Championship. I think he deserves it this season.
Okay, but I mean, who do you think is going to come out on top? And this is a really hard one to call, and it really is, because they are both so good. Emry obviously won the Cup 2 weeks ago in San Sebastian. That's going to give him the confidence. So who comes out on top for this one and heads through to the final? I'm not going to get your predictions. Oh, Ryan, quickly, go on. Emry?
Emry.
Okay, Brandon, Gravison, over to you guys. What do you think?
Thank you so much. Look, this is ridiculous. How on earth is this not the grand final? It's a semi-final of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Nicholas against Emry Yilmaz for a spot in the grand final. For Emry Yilmaz for a chance to qualify for the World Championships. Nicholas, he's already qualified for the World Championships. He did it at the FC Pro Open. We were just looking at the stats. I mean, I'll ask the chat this as well. We'll suspend it a little bit. They've played 4 times, these two. The last time they played was in July of 2023 at the past World Championships. We know the answer, Gravison.
We know it.
How many times? I mean, how do you think the games have gone? They've played 4 times. Do you think Nicholas is 1 all 4? Do you think Emry's 1 all 4? Do you think maybe 2 and 2? I mean, it surprised me, the answer to this, I'll be honest, Grav.
It surprised me as well.
Massively. I mean, we'll see if the chat wants to get involved in the conversation here.
I think it's a great conversation, so hopefully the chat gets involved. Because if you were asking this to me, blindsided, no chance I replied that to you.
I have not believed it. Well, we can tease you that the answer is 4 times they've played, and Emry Yilmaz has won every single game. We're going to take a quick break before we jump into our semi-final here, and we're going to check in with Richard and Ryan on the touchscreen.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I can't wait to get this game underway. But before we get there, we're going to break down a little bit of Resende's gameplay. He's going to be sat in the audience now. We're joined alongside Chasita. He's got the controller in hand. You've picked these clips out.
Yeah.
What is Resende doing so well in these scenarios? I'll hit play just here.
Okay. As you can see here, Resende is triggering a lot of players. You see, for example, you got here Sigankov, you got here Rende, you got here Emry. So obviously it's really hard to defend, and you have to focus in a lot of things if you are right now Fernandez. So what Resende do really well in this clip, you can see the situation now for Resende is worse because obviously there is not a lot of players, just Emry and Sigankov here. So the defense could be easy. So what Resende do really, really good here was like the Trivela, as we can see here.
That's
we
so
can go
far
back.
Out, though.
Yeah, it was so far, but the best thing about this is just like the technical, as we can see in the control in the screen.
Yep.
He's just running with the technical, and Kaká doesn't even have like this playstyle, so obviously with playstyle could be better. And the Trivela just flies.
Yeah, how important is it as well to time those type of shots? Do you think it goes in without time finishing there?
I think with this long distance, should get a time finishing, like a green time finishing. If not, I think it's not working, but yeah, it's important.
Let's have a look at the second clip that you've picked out for us as well. We can show you Resende's goal here. Talk me through it.
Yeah, basically, as we can see here, Resende is playing with a cam that is Maradona, that is just here between the two CMs. So obviously De Jong is out of his position, and Maradona is just free to go. So as we can see here, he's playing with the situation of Maradona being here in the cam.
Yeah.
So basically, De Fernandez is trying to cut back this pass and find the gap perfectly to Rivaldo here.
So talk me through on the controller.
Yes.
Act me out exactly what's happening here on the controller as it goes.
Basically, De Jong pass, and then you got Rivaldo in the middle of the center backs with the trigger of Kaká. So just a triangle, first touch triangle. I think Rivaldo doesn't have tiki-taka or incisive pass, so obviously if the player got that both playstyles, could be best.
Yeah. I've got a question. I'm going to go back slightly here, right? We're going to play on from when does he start to trigger Kaká here? Because you can see that over here, this is the eventual player that it leads to in on goal. When would you start to trigger the run there?
I think here you have to trigger, he's probably triggering with the L1 Maradona and Kaká at the same time, just to have Maradona as another option. And then he see Kaká making the run, so obviously Rivaldo is just free in the middle, so the timing is perfectly. And then he ends with a finesse with the left foot of Kaká, with this item of 5-5, obviously should be working.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Resende in the grand final. While we've got you, before we go back to the commentators, who do you think wins this game? It's the biggest game. One word, Nicholas or Emry Yilmaz?
Emry.
Emry. That's 3 Emrys.
Yep.
Here. Will Emry do it? Let's find out. Brandon Gravison, over to you.
No. Stop this. 3 Emry to 0 Nicholas. 3 Emry to 1 Nicholas. Nicholas is going to win this, obviously. He's going to go back-to-back, Brandon.
I'm going to go to Nicholas as well.
Yeah, right?
If you're on this desk, you're on the Nicholas train.
Okay.
I mean, look, Neek's done it before, a back-to-back champion. Can Nicholas go and do it again? We knew that the Cup was not a good performance by his own levels, but he said confidently he feels like he's playing better FC this year. And when you play against this man, you're not just playing against the Iceman, you're playing against the aura of Nicholas. This guy is ridiculous. He's already qualified for the World Champs. He's having probably one of the best seasons ever. All that's lacking is a trophy.
It's just the trophy, really. I mean,
he's everywhere this season.
He's everywhere.
He's been at the FC Pro Open. He's going to be at the CONMEBOL Libertadores, LALIGA FC Pro, Cup and League finals, E-Champions League coming up, which he's already won as well, by the way. The one thing that these two do share, by the way, is the same trophy. They both were E-Champions League winners. And the point we were going back to, just as we gave the lads a bit of time just to break down some gameplay, is that they've played 4 times before in the history of competing. Nicholas has never beat Emry Yilmaz, which sounds mental to say. And one of those 4 wins that came over Nicholas was in the Champions League back in Istanbul, if you can remember that, when Emry Yilmaz went on to win that competition. This is a matchup that Nicholas will be looking forward to. He wouldn't have forgotten those games. He would not have forgotten those matches that he lost.
No. I mean, I think we asked, but I think it was week 2 of regular season, we asked Nick about his biggest rival in this competition. He said Emry, because he thought Emry was the best player in the competition and he was the one he wanted to beat. Of course, he does think that, but if you look at the numbers, I mean, they played 4 times. Yeah. Emry has won 4 times, so that's a chip on your shoulder.
But they've had to wait a long time to play as well, haven't they? They've been waiting since, what, 2023 in July. They played last at a World Championships where he beat him 3-0 and 3-0. I think that was the year that Nicholas actually got grouped in the World Champs, which is ridiculous to say that in itself. That is what they're playing for, plus 60,000 euros. Resende's in the grand final. He's at the World Championships. But who's going to join him? What a game this is.
What a game.
Emry Yilmaz against Nicholas in the semi-final stages. He wants an admin already. Nicholas' hand goes up.
Yes, he does. He told me he was suffering a bit with the light of the stadium and everything. So
it's something that's being overlooked. I've seen a few times some of the players sit down, and the brightness on the screen sometimes for these guys is a little bit too much for them to deal with. It's all about just getting comfortable. You can understand why. There's so much on the line here as Ryan Pessoa runs back pitch side again. You're getting a workout on here, aren't you, in Valencia?
How many steps today? It's the biggest game. Nico.
If you're not on the Nicholas train, get off this desk.
Get off this desk now. He has to win
this game. That World Championship spot. I'm not sure if he's got it confirmed though, because
he hasn't got it confirmed.
It's not confirmed yet. So we don't.
In case he loses the semi-final,
there'll be a playoff.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Which won't be on screen, just unfortunately everyone as well.
Wow.
So just confirmation on that. Nicholas has already qualified for the World Championships. He did it earlier this year. If Emry Yilmaz doesn't win this game, there will be a playoff between him
and Di Fernandez
for the World Championship spot.
Hey. There is no one on this planet wanting Nicholas to win more than Di Fernandez right now. I promise you that.
Wait, can I see? Is that him in a Sevilla shirt I can see in the crowd?
I want to see where Resende is. His celebrations were incredible.
You saw how much it means to him, don't you? The commitment he made.
I'm so happy. Again, this is not against Di Fernandez. Massive fan of him as well. But I'm a huge Resende fan. So happy for him.
I'm so happy as well. It's just that we were there in 2018, so it's just, it could have been you or me.
Literally.
You know.
And it's the way he, you can see how much it means to him. Yeah. For me, it just...
And it's great to see how the careers have changed. Like, Resende's still playing, he's competing, you two have...
Yeah, don't worry about us.
Yeah, I don't care about that narrative.
We're not thinking, that's old news. We're not thinking about that. Resende is what matters. I don't think he's going to win it, though, if I'm being honest.
The World Champ.
I meant the final. The final.
Oh, right.
I think whoever wins this game, I said it would... Well, I predicted Emry to win the whole thing. So I'm going to stick with that.
Yeah, same.
But I think Resende has done what he needed to do.
Look, it's not about... It's going to sound mental to say, but with everything in mind here, all the extra invites, the tournaments, you really... It's a €20,000 game.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of money. It's a lot of money, but it's not a game that you're going to lose your East Champions League. You're not going to lose your World Champs over it. It's just, it is one game, and I think you come into that with a lot of pressure off your shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do, because the season is not over. But if you're Nicholas,
of course,
you don't want to lose a final.
100%.
Of course.
I mean, the pressure on Nicholas's shoulder to win every single final he plays, that's huge.
So high.
I don't know.
I can hear the game. I think we're starting. I think we're ready to go for this semi-final. Let's jump into it if we can. And let's kick it off. Semi-final time. Who will play Resende in the grand final? Will it be Emry Yilmaz or Nicholas 99? Well, Nicholas 99 looks to defend his trophy once again here in Spain. It was just off Barcelona last time out. And we're a little bit along the coastline here in Spain, but it could be the same scenario this evening here in Valencia if he was to win not just this game, but one more tonight. Did you hear the stat about they've played 4 times? Nicholas has never beaten him.
Really? I didn't know that.
Online, on land, everything. And
my
it's
goodness.
4-0 to Emry.
Not even a draw in there.
Nope.
Absolutely not. 4 straight wins for Emry Yilmaz. Speaking of Emry Yilmaz, here he comes forward with Marcus Llorente. He always has a couple of interesting choices in his draft, Nicholas. But maybe not everyone would bat, one of those being David Beckham, potentially.
Yeah. I had the chance to ask him about David Beckham. He told me he's just really good at dribbling, he's good at passing, and then when you don't expect it, he has that finesse as well.
True.
Emry Yilmaz with Anton Griezmann there. Needed an option. Chouameni, finesse! What's the save? Courtois. Maradona there, very close to opening up his account.
Goalkeeper movement. That should have been 1-0.
Yep.
Great country
Straight
attack.
back to you, Nicholas. Araujo in the way of a time green Trivela there.
Hey. It's on.
Is he onside? Thierry Henry, massive chance. Emry Yilmaz, has he got too much time on it? No, he doesn't need any more time. Emry Yilmaz opens up the account. He leads by a goal to nil.
I had the chance to speak with Nicolas just before this semi-final, and he told me there's one main thing in this match. Emre won't miss a chance.
Yeah.
When he's on this 1v1 situations, he scored every single one of them.
A lot of people could fluff that. The pressure, when he slowed down a bit, I thought, oh, hold on a second. But then just to cut back and then Trivela, Graveston is amazing.
So if you go to the other side of the pitch, when Nico is in a 1v1 situation, he's thinking, I cannot miss.
Yeah.
I cannot miss because Emre won't miss.
How does that play into like a player's mind thinking? Does that add a bit of pressure?
It does.
Because you're subconsciously, even if you're not thinking it, you kind of just act that way in game. You're thinking, oh my goodness, I have to score here. Because if you lose possession, there's a very high chance you concede.
That's added pressure, I would say, because you know your opponent won't miss. So it's just a little bit more of pressure. Those 1v1 situations, they're not easy.
Yeah.
But when you know your opponent won't miss those, oh, it's even harder, I'd say.
So much more pressure.
Because you're right to say that, Ryan. Often you have so much time in that moment, you will just scuff it. You'll overthink the chance.
Yeah, I think that's a normal thing as well. Like, I can't even criticize Bro. Oh, I was going to say Bro finesse.
Oh.
Emry Yilmaz there. He had another time green finesse shot powered up there.
Oh, this is brilliant. Great defending.
Corner,
very,
no,
very
goal
defending.
kick. Pause cue, Nicolas not happy with something. It's not feeling right in his own mind. And he'll be having a word with an admin.
Call a referee, trying to get the problem fixed.
Something tells me they might even restart the game.
It could happen, yeah. Let's probably show a clip to a referee to try to explain what's happening. We cannot hear anything, so I cannot translate the Spanish conversation into English. If I hear something, I'll definitely translate it. It could be anything, really. Emre is ready to resume playing.
Well, there's quite a distance between the two players on the stage here. Obviously, Emry Yilmaz will know that Nicolas isn't too happy, but we'll just be waiting to kick things off and get things going again. Remember, he has to win this game to qualify for the World Championships. If he doesn't win this game, the spot will then be passed down between him or Fernandez. That will be a playoff game that will happen off stream. Which, I mean, that's one hell of a way to work out who takes that final ticket. Back underway we go again. 1-0, Emry Yilmaz still leads in this game, but it's all Emry Yilmaz at the moment. Keep an eye on that run from Frankie de Jong there. It's a deep run from the centre of the midfield.
Yeah. It's an optimistic.
I'm not sure what that was.
Optimistic and awfully executed Trivela there from Nicolas.
So that's now a chance for Nicolas to try to build up from the back. And we might see a change of formation from Nicolas because he does play with a lot of different variations. 4-4-1-1, 4-2-3-1, even the 4-3-3.
Really? Which version? The regular one?
Regular one.
Interesting.
You know, he won La Liga last year, the final against Nacho, with a 4-3-3.
Wow. That's a clever pass. Bellingham was the option in mind. Rende just got ahead on that one to keep possession in the hands of Emry Yilmaz. It's going to fall kind into Baldo, who's going to have the pace there to overlap into Rivaldo. Maradona, what
Beautiful.
a pass, Thierry
Oh.
Henry! one hell of a piece of build-up for Emry Yilmaz.
He's just too quick with those passes.
You can't switch in time there.
No.
Like, look at this. He gets the ball roll inside. First time, he's already triggered on Reed. Good night.
He already knows what he's doing, doesn't he, before the ball's hitting the feet of Maradona.
The finish is perfect as well. Yeah, Emry is flying.
He's flying right now. And the only thing that's in his mind is, cannot stop now.
He needs more. It's 2-0. You know, Nicholas, there's going to be a flick of a switch sooner or later in this game where Nicholas will start to dominate. So Emry knows when he's in the ascendancy now, he just has to keep on going.
Such as this.
Tried it again. You see, it's scary because now you're going to have to worry about the extra pass in behind, which opens up space for a ball roll finesse, a Travella.
Rivaldo was waiting for that run of Bellingham there. Rajo comes across again to save the day. For those that have just tuned in, you're looking at that Becker item in a Real Sociedad FC25 strip. He has been upgraded for a +2 because Emry Yilmaz made the semi-finals and he won his opening game. It is a +2 there. Some in the chat asking what version of Thierry Henry are they using, Ryan?
It's the Team of the Year version.
It is.
The other version is a bit too expensive for the budget. SBCs aren't available. Bit lucky. Nicholas has to score.
Off the post. That really just shows how his luck is going in this game.
And we were just mentioning how he cannot miss these ones.
Yep.
I'm sure he's thinking about that. How when Emry will get the chance, he'll score. We were just talking about this, Ryan. It's just
literally,
it just goes into your mind.
So important he doesn't concede again, Nicholas, otherwise he is going to be in a really difficult position against Emry Yilmaz, the one player that always seems to be in the way. Somehow they've avoided each other pretty well in this LALIGA FC Pro season. It's the first time they've matched across this season in the regular format. That's an absolute gift.
Oh, he had an open pass.
And Emry Yilmaz has not made the most of that.
And he could have shot across. Do you know what was beautiful there from Emry? Burrows to fake the finesse. Keeper's moved. When the keeper's on his way back, he's ball roll for the finesse again. Emry Yilmaz, just something else, you know that? Oh my gosh.
That was incredible.
It was fortunate though, the way it fell in the box there for Henry. If it did go in, it would have been unlucky for Nicholas's perspective, but just the way he works those chances, you mark it once, it's just grab back.
To be honest, he had all the time in the world because we saw that open pass every single one
I thought
of us.
I thought he was going to pass it.
Yeah.
But then, I thought he was going to shot cancel in the end because he's already powered up, but maybe he thought the keeper would have moved out of the way.
You can see now Nico's still talking to the referee. You can see Fer now, Nico's coach, talking with the referee as well.
I don't know what they can do though. That would just maybe restart the game if it's not feeling great.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I mean, you can see how there's some other referees jumping on the stage now, so yeah.
You can just hear the voice behind Nicholas there of one of his coaches who vocally, I think the words you were picking up in Spanish earlier, Grauson, was that he can't move. It feels like in the gameplay he can't move. He can't really play if he'd normally want to.
Yeah, that's...
But the best thing he can really do is restart the game.
Yeah.
And we kick off again from the 34th minute.
That's what he was saying, Nico. But I don't know. I guess we'll have an answer in a few seconds. But there's not much information we can get in here. I guess when we have direct words from the team, we'll know and we'll update you. But there's not much we know in here. Seems like Nico and Fer are now discussing with the referees about what they can do. Restart the game, they don't know.
Well, the one good thing we do have here at LALIGA FC Pro is you do get a bit of audio back from the players. You can listening to some of those conversations and discussions that are happening. I think it's more for Emry Yilmaz as well to understand what's going on as well. He was just sitting there, as innocent as he always looks at Emry Yilmaz.
He just wants to play.
Just wants to get this going.
He's playing for a World Championship
Yeah.
spot.
Again, if you have just tuned in, welcome to the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. Myself, Brandon Smith, Jaime Alvarez and Ryan Pessoa have got the pleasure of guiding you through this second semi-final. In case you've missed what's been happening so far, the headline news is this. I mean, Resende's in the grand final here in Spain. We are currently in our second semi-final. It's just a small technical pause between Nicholas and Emry Yilmaz. But so far, so good, Ryan. Emry Yilmaz is 2-0 up. And remember, he has to win this game for that World Championship ticket. He missed out at the FC Pro Open back in February.
I think he still wins. I know he's 2-0 up. It's easy for me to say. I said it before the game. I know Nicholas is having his issues right now. It's very difficult, honestly. It's such a hard conversation to have on it.
Well, I think we're going to head to a little break to work out what is happening here in Valencia. When we resume, hopefully, we'll be continuing our second semi-final from the 35th minute. Go and grab a drink. We'll be back in a few minutes' time to continue this matchup. Emry Yilmaz v Nicholas is up next.
Welcome back to the FC Pro La Liga finals. We're in the semi-final stages. Emry Yilmaz versus Nicholas is currently on a technical pause. So while we're waiting, I thought, let me jump in the analyst screen. And I'm going to break down Emre's first goal in this game. In particular, the finish that he has applied. So we're going to roll this clip on. It's quite simple. It's a first time through ball. We all know that. But as he goes through a goal here with Henry, there's a couple of things I want to highlight. Firstly, that rapid plus. It activates. It means that the space in here, there's just not enough that he can get back in. And we're just going to play this clip on very, very slowly. He actually slows down, does Emry Yilmaz, allowing Tchouaméni, arguably the best centre-back in the available squad, to get back. And as we just play this on ever so slightly, he takes a touch there, and it's super, super slow. He backs Henry on either foot. A lot of players would go there on the finesse shot. You open up on his right side and you finesse it in. What Emry does, he just takes a super, super short step and goes with the outside of the right boot, with the trivela, past the goalkeeper. Emry Yilmaz, for me, is the best player in this competition at attacking. And it's for the simple fact that he's so unpredictable. He can take the finesse, he can take the trivela around the goalkeeper. And what he's doing, the final moment of this clip, he's constantly making Nicholas guess with the goalkeeper. Just look at this goalkeeper movement. As we roll this clip back, Nicholas doesn't know where he wants to go. He doesn't know if he wants to bring the goalkeeper with the rush out play style. He doesn't know if he wants to go to the right hand side with the goalkeeper movement and mark the finesse shot. It's Emry Yilmaz constantly being 2 steps ahead of his opponent. He was 2-0 up when we went into that technical break. I'm really intrigued. Does Emry step on the gas? Will Nicholas find a way back into this game? Let's head back down to Grav, Ryan and Brandon to see what happens.
Cheers, Rich. Great to hear some insight there on what we've seen so far today here from the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. I've just turned to my right and I've just seen a new PlayStation 5 go into position on Nicholas's setup. So I think we might still be some time before we resume this semi-final. Again, it was in the 35th minute roughly. In case you missed what happened, Emry Yilmaz was 2-0 up. If we can have a look at the bracket, if that's possible, we can give you a bit of a lowdown on how things are looking so far here in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. Pretty much all is done in terms of E-Champions League spots, World Championship spots. All it is really, guys, is the question mark over Emry Yilmaz. Emry Yilmaz has to win that top side bracket game there to qualify for the World Championships. If he doesn't, there'll be a playoff game between Cadiz de Fernandez and Real Sociedad's Emry Yilmaz.
Yeah, and I'm sure this break in play will be unsettling him. I'm sure he'll be frustrated. I would be fuming.
I'll be fuming.
I'll keep it real with you.
If I'm Emry, I'm fuming.
Yeah, I'll be raging.
But on the other side of Nicholas, would you do the same?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's like, I get it. However, it's...
I remember he was Paris 2020 with Champions Cup 20. I remember the PSN servers were down for I think it was like 50 minutes. I was just on my chair, and it's just like you're in the middle of the game, so you still have let's just say 60 minutes to play, but you're kind of off the match because you don't know what's happening and stuff. But in a way, you're so stressed because the match has to be played. So it's just a really unfortunate situation.
Yeah, and I know technically it happens. It does happen, but it's like it's a tricky conversation right now. We're gonna take a look at the most used items in the FC Pro Finals. Henry, 87.5% up top. Most selected though, joint I should say, between Tchouaméni and Rende. I'm trying to think who didn't go with Tchouaméni.
Well, Tchouaméni. I don't know. Someone who's eliminated probably.
Yeah, literally.
On that first round of 16, because, I mean, he's the best centre-back, no discussion about it.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, on the other side as well, someone who didn't go for Thierry Henry Team of the Year is Resende. He's gone for Ricardo Kaká, who isn't in that top 11 most selected items on there, but he's in a grand final. He's shown how he's dealt with not using a Team of the Year Thierry Henry. Again, across the board there. Let us know at home which item you would have in your team. A must-have, of course. Don't just be bored and say Thierry Henry. Give us someone else if possible. We are going to be going to a very quick break again very shortly before we kick off this second semi-final. We're still waiting to get things going here at the Stadium of Valencia in Spain. It's been a long afternoon here. We've had lots of games. 16 players came, only 4 remain. We've still got a World Championship spot to play for, and we've still got a semi-final to finish. At the moment, Emry Yilmaz is 2-0 up in the 35th minute. When we get back from this break, I promise you, we're going to get this game going, all right? We'll see you in a few minutes. Well, good evening here from Spain in the Mestalla Stadium in Valencia. We are excited to say that we should be getting this semi-final underway now. We can see the gameplay's kicked off. Let's get back in the game. Here we are. 35 minutes played. And the scoreline As we said, in case you've missed it, Emry Yilmaz is 2-0 up against Nicholas 99, the defending champion of last year, who might not be defending his trophy. As it currently stands, he is in a bit of a difficult scenario in this game, Ryan, but that pause from both sides, what could that do for two players? For Emry Yilmaz, I mean...
Benefits Nicholas. Before you can even finish your sentence, straight away benefits Nicholas.
It does.
Or hold on a second.
But I don't think...
Oh my goodness.
I thought that was a penalty.
Same.
I don't think Emry is one of those players that gets mentally off a match.
No. And
of course it affects you, but it will affect much more me or you, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You can see Nicholas now.
He's on. Oh, good interception.
Tchouaméni. That's the reason why everyone is using him.
Almost everyone.
Almost everyone. Just one player not using Tchouaméni. I mean, he's quick, his body type is really good, anticipate plus.
Thierry Henry there looking to drive away, looking for a third.
Good strength.
Tchouaméni again showcasing his quality. It was Emry Yilmaz that knocked out Aubrun in the quarter-finals here in Valencia. Those asking about how he's getting on. This is going to be a massive switch of play. Keeper comes out flying. Courtois for second time of asking.
The thing that I kind of respect there from Emry is that you have to, the ball, the keeper's not going to come towards the ball there without you holding triangle the whole way.
Yes.
And so you have to be committed, thinking that Courtois is going to get there. It's beautiful.
Thierry Henry did everything right. Just had Courtois in his way. This is brave from Nicholas,
so
half-time.
Wow.
And believe it or not, we're going into another little break.
It's not a break, but this time it's just a quick pause of 90 seconds.
I hope so. I really hope so. Moments, though, there, guys. Two of them in particular for Emry Yilmaz to maybe find a third.
Emry has started this, as you say, he has resumed the match in a really good way.
Yeah, literally as he left off, he was dominant beforehand, and now he seems to be doing the exact same thing again. But yeah, I just feel like Nicholas needs that next goal. If Emry goes 3-0 up, I think, yeah, it's going to set a nasty tone for that second half. I think for Nicholas to get back into it, he needs a goal. Doesn't even need to happen straight away. It could happen if it's still 2-0, 70th minute. I still believe that there's still a way back into the game.
Could somebody tell us where Di Fernandez is at? Because I'm sure he's at the ground somewhere watching this match.
Somebody screaming, restart 0-0. Restart 0-0.
Let's have a little bit of a scan to see if we can find Di Fernandez again. The reason for that is that Di Fernandez lost his semi-final against Resende, which meant that he lost out on the chance to qualify for the World Championship. But because Nicholas is already there, unless Emry Yilmaz could...
Keeper movement.
That could have been it.
He's decided, you see with the aim there with the precision shooting, he decided where he was going to shoot before he even looked at the keeper movement. And he just didn't react in time to put it the other way.
Back to the point, basically, if Nicholas was to win this game, Emry Yilmaz would play Di Fernandez in a match to the side of World Championship tickets. Rivaldo off target. How on earth has he not hit the target there?
Did you see the coach's reaction?
Yes. He celebrated.
Nah, you're joking. Emry Yilmaz.
You read that about 10 times, Ryan. You score, you'd like to say all 10.
I back Emry Yilmaz every time. If you told me there, I had to put my ultimate team on the line. Emry Yilmaz, freeze frame, does he score? I'd have said yes. Everyone discarded. Gone.
Is Pele into that mix
gone
as well?
Hold on.
Hang on.
Oh. Game on. End to end.
One thing that Nicholas hasn't been able to do in this game is create, in all honesty. Can he now? Yes! Maybe the tide is about to turn.
I'm gonna be real. I thought that was awful keeper movement.
Awful.
I'm quite confused here. I want to see.
Tchouameni's in the lane to block the shot across goal, so to move that aggressively is very surprising, I'll be honest with you.
It is, it is.
I don't really understand. But nonetheless, great reaction from Nicholas.
With the technical as well. But it was double tapped with a triangle to try to move the keeper. It wasn't necessary.
I didn't see the shot on there. Across goal.
I think Tchouameni would have blocked it, in my opinion.
Yeah, same.
And even if he's trying to stop the other side, you're looking at the ball going through the player's legs there.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like if you're going to move the keeper at all there, it would have been to the other side.
Yes.
Let alone across goal. Because I know it doesn't always work that way. It could always go for the defender's legs, etc. But there's more chance of it being blocked there than the other side.
Just saw Joe in the chat say, right, can Emre pause the game and get a new PlayStation 5?
Nah, Joe, literally, if I can see there 2-2, if I'm Emre, I'm turning the console off. Excuse me, ref. Hello.
We might have to extend our booking here tonight inside the stadium if that's going to keep
going
happening.
back and forth.
Back to you, Emry Yilmaz. Only a goal between the two of them now. Remember, as we said, Nicholas was champion last year.
Look at Emry. This could be it.
Here he comes again. That one goal really could have changed it all. Are we to see Emry Yilmaz have a Nicholas-like year? A year where he does the double? It really could happen.
Could happen.
His first season competing in Spain. He was runner-up last year in the Eredivisie. Nicholas. Nice step over exit. Jude Bellingham there, bundled.
Oh. I thought he changed cursor about it very, very slow there. I can't lie, Emry Yilmaz. He's done enough to get the ball.
It was the AI with Tchouameni, really. No. Emre's now rushing a bit with those passes into the striker.
It wasn't on that time.
Yeah. Now Nico's winning just step by step the possession of the match. And when Nico just gets into this rhythm, it's dangerous for every single opponent. Of course, Emre's the same.
He really is building into his rhythm, isn't he? It's Thierry Henry.
Nice interception. Good play there from Nicholas as well, to be honest with you.
You can feel maybe like the game is starting to swing. It's so important that Emry Yilmaz can make the most of this and try and score with ball there of all players, all the way from left back.
I thought he was going to chip it. I thought he was going to chip it. I've seen Emre chip that so many times.
Every single time with Rivaldo.
Yeah.
Now.
Maybe he didn't have the faith in Balde in front of goal.
Maybe he's second-guessing himself now, because he's playing for a World Championship spot.
Yeah.
It just wasn't the player that you wanted in that moment, was it? And even on the rebound.
It's a poor pass. He's going to get punished. Is he? Courtois, you have to get there.
Rivaldo. Shot was asking way too much on that angle. Nicholas is really building into this one now. +20 minutes. Surely he's not onside.
No, it didn't look. Yeah.
He was offside, yeah. Oh.
It's a worrying time, though, isn't it, Gravison? Because you can feel like Nicholas is starting to gain a grip of this game.
Yes, but look at this. It feels like Emre could just score a goal.
Those first-time passes that he's finding, those clever, incisive passes, the...
Good defending.
Great defending. Great. That's a beautiful pass.
Cup out there, Henry's waiting for it. Thierry Henry for Nicholas. Thierry Henry! 2-2, we're all square in a semi-final, and you cannot lie. It was sort of written in the stars, wasn't it?
I'm not even just saying this, yeah. I know we're here to dissect the goals and stuff. Seriously, yeah. If I'm Emre's coach, I promise you, pause the game, we're putting a hand up.
That's a great, great goal by Emry now. It was a situation in which it was Henry against Tchouameni. He had the time to go for a trivela, for a finesse. You could see the goalkeeper being pulled out of position.
Yeah.
He just took his time for a normal shot, and it's 2-2.
Emry just looks like he's He's just panicking.
He is.
When he gets the ball, he's giving it away so needlessly there. Whereas Nicholas is just, that time away, the little break has given him just time to reset and just, he's come back a different player. Oh. Is he gonna, no, it doesn't get there.
Courtois. And now Marcos Llorente is out of position. Let's see if Nico builds up.
You feel like you know what's coming next.
Yeah.
So Nicholas winner, pack your bags, we're off to a grand final.
Yep. Ooh.
Suddenly, Nicholas is on his way to a third. Jude Bellingham! He's just flipped the script completely. From 2-0 down, he needs 3-2, and maybe he's on his way to defend his trophy here in Valencia.
It's another Araujo disaster class there.
It is.
Today he's been horrendous, honestly. He doesn't intercept the pass. The double tap from Nicholas gets it in behind, and then it's just about, does he go near post, does he go far post, what does he do? Goes near post, and Nicholas takes the lead for the first time in this game.
First time, but when it matters the most.
100%. Onside.
He's onside. Oh. Is it a penalty? No. No penalty. And now Nico is not in a rush to do anything at all. He could just pass the ball backwards.
He's going to manage this game now, and it's going to be a really frustrating last 10 minutes for Emry Yilmaz.
But he's going to get at least 2 or 3 chances. But he's in a panic state now, as Ryan mentioned before. But this could be his first chance of a great attack. Nope.
Hang on a second. Does he need to score again? He's just going to take time out of this game. He's going to frustrate Emry Yilmaz. Is he going to find a fourth? Keeper comes off the line.
What a save!
Thierry Henry's
It's a
there.
massive save.
Chouameni gets the ball cleared away. And back to Emry Yilmaz.
Emry is rushing.
You know what this means, though? If he doesn't win this game, Fernandez would still have a chance of getting a World Championship ticket. And if they were to play straight away right now, Fernandez would really fancy it, because Emry Yilmaz will be fuming.
I find it... this is such a tough one.
It is a tough one, Ryan. I mean, if the game ends like this...
It feels dirty. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a bit of dark arts there from Nicholas, and I don't blame him, to be honest with you. But for Emry, I just feel a bit... It just feels like... I don't even know the word. I don't know the word here to explain it. It just... Yeah, gosh.
But do you see it from both sides?
I see both sides. This is what I'm saying. I see both.
Because we are playing a game here worth
20 grand.
20,000 euros. If you're not happy with how the game plays, Phil, you've got a right to stop the game and restart.
I'm with you.
But at the same point, it did take 20 minutes. And for Emry Yilmaz, that's unsettled him.
100%. I get it. Like I say, I see both sides of it. It's not just one. That could have been a finish there.
Now let's see where Emry...
You're right to say that, Ryan, that he did this before Nicholas against MS Desari once upon a time.
Yeah,
I remember.
Was it last summer?
Yeah.
Yep.
And that one was in Riyadh, wasn't it? At the Esports World Cup.
Chouameni's got to get... Oh, I was going to say, got to get there.
It's totally understandable. But it seems like Emry's just not playing these last 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, like I said, I completely get both sides of it. I think for Nicholas here, seals it, surely.
Last chance, Emry Yilmaz. Can Nicholas trap these ongoing runs? Look at the run from Emry. Can he just get round the right side of the defender? Thierry Henry
Great
wants a
slide
tackle.
Great slide tackle.
From the most popular man that these LALIGA FC Pro drafted teams. A minute left plus additional time. Nicholas is on his way to play Resende in this year's LALIGA FC Pro Grand Final. He's just got hold onto the ball. He's just got to see out these closing moments. Emry Yilmaz is going to feel so frustrated, so annoyed. But for Nicholas, he simply won't care. He's on his way to another grand final. He might have been eliminated at the Cup 2 weeks ago, but he won't care. This is the big one. And for D. Fernandez, he's still got a chance.
Ooh. Whoa. No, but it's been an incredible bounce back from Nicholas. To get the goals back at the perfect moments, huge congratulations to him to advance.
Emry Yilmaz eliminated. He will not be going to the World Championship at this moment in time. There will be a playoff game between him and D. Fernandez to decide where that spot goes. As much as Emry Yilmaz will appreciate Nicholas trying to explain his point of view, he simply won't care. He'll just say, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Semi-finals done here from Valencia. We've got 2 players left. When we return, it's time for the big grand final. Resende against Nicholas for €60,000. Will Nicholas go back-to-back as a champion? We'll find out after this.
welcome back to the La Liga FC Pro Finals live from Valencia here in Spain. Alongside me right now is Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, you have been out there watching all of that action, the semi-final that we just witnessed. Whew. I mean, my heart is like this, beating out of my chest. I mean, it had it all. It had drama. You couldn't ask for much more, Ryan. I think we're going to have a look at the highlights now. I mean, Nicolas versus Emry Yilmaz. We hyped this up ahead of the game. We were saying how good this was going to be. Two of the best in the game competing against each other here in Valencia. I mean, talk to me, guys. You were out there, of course. Emry goes 2 goals up.
This goal, the second goal was beautiful. In terms of just the build-up play, the passing, good sequences, and the right timing as well. He goes 2-0 up, and you're sort of thinking, okay, Nicolas isn't happy, etc. We get it. And then Nicolas needs to respond in that second half, and he does so. I think this one's a questionable keeper movement. I don't really understand it. I still don't, watching it again. And then from there on out, it just seemed as if Nicolas was bound to come back, Gravison.
It seems like, because Emry was playing really well when the game resumed. Those last 15 minutes of the first half, he was playing really good on those first 15 minutes of the second half as well. But it seemed like when Nico scored that first goal, Emry just crumbled. He did. And again, I totally understand that, because you've had a pause for 15 minutes, even more, I think. It was
longer
15,
than that.
20.
Yeah.
Of course, it's really hard, because we have to remember people at home. World Championship spot at stake, and then the final as well, so it's understandable.
Absolutely. I mean, it was quite a turnaround, wasn't it, from Nicolas? I mean, we know what he's capable of doing, so I don't think anyone was entirely shocked. But Nicolas ended up taking the win, beating Emry Yilmaz. We do, of course, feel for Emry. He must be frustrated. But Nicolas goes through to the grand final. We can see here the bracket, the route that has got our finalists to where they are at, where they will be coming out shortly on stage here in Valencia in front of a big crowd, I'm sure. Resende versus Nicolas.
Wow.
And yeah, exactly. And that is a final that we can very much look forward to, because what a game that could be, guys.
Argentina against Brazil.
Yeah,
I mean, the biggest game of football ever.
Yeah. It feels like a throwback, because it's like two players that were really good back in the days are still at the top level now. So yeah, it's going to be a tough game.
I'm trying to think if they I don't think they played back in the day.
I highly doubt. Different console.
Resende did play and win a couple of Xbox tournaments.
Yeah.
But when he won, Nicolas didn't win, I think.
Exactly.
So I don't think they played back in the days as much.
Resende's obviously had a bit of time to prepare for this. I wonder if he was watching that. I mean, surely. He said to us that he doesn't watch the game that
just a little eye,
But surely, right, to know what you're coming up against, I don't know how he will be feeling after seeing that. He was probably preparing to be playing Emry Yilmaz, and suddenly he's had to turn things around, Grav, and be like, oh, okay, it is Nicolas. Either way, he probably wouldn't have been joyful about facing either of those guys.
I mean, it doesn't matter really if you're Resende. I don't think. Obviously, the game plan is different, but it's just you're playing against a monster. So, if I'm Resende, of course, I'll be with my phone. I think you're just like looking at the screen.
Yeah, you just check. Yeah, you just have to see who's winning,
what's happening.
Yeah,
but it feels like Resende could win the title. I mean, he was a beast on the group stage. He was arguably one of the best players. In the cup, he was playing really, really well until that game against Emry.
Yeah, lost to the eventual winner then. For his sake, hopefully it doesn't happen again, because it would just be bitter to swallow. But
and I would say the pressure is on Nicolas' shoulder, not Resende's. Resende's, if he loses this final, it's okay. But he got the World Championship spot, ECL spot, so it's all on Nico.
All right, let's find out how Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith are feeling ahead of this one.
I mean, look, in some ways, you'd think that there's one man who you may have predicted to be in this grand final with Nicolas 99, but on the other side for Resende, what a story for him. What an opportunity, Richard, from coming over here to Brazil to getting the Champions League done. And he's at the World Championships after a 6-year wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Resende, I said it on the desk, I'll say it again here, I'm really happy for him. I think we try and keep as sort of neutral as possible, but seeing what he's been through, seeing the grind, seeing the hours and days and years of competing, from online to 2v2, playing in different leagues. It feels like a real sort of winning moment for Resende. I'm really happy for him. On the other side of the stage, Nicholas is just he's a bit of a machine, isn't he? Game in, game out, year in, year out. Another final, another chance to make his name again with another trophy. And I'm really excited to see what this final hosts, an all South American final. It's going to be big.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. As we said, look, so much on the line here coming into this, which we cannot wait for to break you through. 60,000 euros on the line. Someone's going to be lifting that La Liga trophy here in the Mestalla Stadium in Valencia. But I believe before we get there, we've got a musical performance that we're going to go and check out. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this.
Juan por estar aquí, muchas gracias. Tengo miedo de que no sea el momento de arrepentirme y de que todo salga mal. Tengo claro tus principios, tengo claro que tú quieres mucho más. Tengo miedo de perderme en tus desastres o de la risa de un domingo entero en el sofá. Tengo miedo de la luna, que hoy es llena y tanta luz me va a matar. He pensado tanto y sigo siendo igual. He cambiado el prisma y quiero jugar. Si vuelas alto avisa que no quiero caer. Tengo miedo a las alturas, no me quiero perder. Si vuelas alto avisa que no quiero volver a removerme las heridas, caminar lejos del suelo. Tengo miedo de no estar a la altura, pero con tanto miedo no se puede caminar. Siento haber esperado tanto, nunca quise cagarle y la cagué por esperar. He pensado tanto y sigo siendo igual. He cambiado el prisma y quiero jugar. Si vuelas alto avisa que no quiero caer. Tengo miedo a las alturas, no me quiero perder. Si vuelas alto avisa que no quiero volver a removerme las heridas, caminar lejos del suelo.
Bueno, como veis, falta toda mi banda. Ayer tocamos y se han quedado por el camino, se han perdido, no han llegado, me han dejado solo. Así que esta canción tiene unas trompetas que me vais a tener que ayudar, ¿ok? Sí, vale, gracias. De tus caricias hacer una canción, que tu mirada sea mi religión y despertarte bailando esa canción que nos gusta tanto. Estar también respirando sin estrés y de noche que nos den hasta las 6, quedarnos durmiendo y que el tiempo pase lento, que la luna nos guíe el caminar, que te enfades y no puedas aguantar. El azar nos la ha jugado, afortunado escribiéndote, llevarnos por el viento. Y es que no te miento cuando digo que me haces feliz. Solo escuchar de cerca todas las recetas que me digan cómo hacerte feliz. Buenísimo. y poco a poco ver cómo esto va más relajado, intentando respirar tu cuerpo y el mío, escapando del frío. Por tu culpa llegar tarde a trabajar, reírme solo por la calle al recordar que anoche volvimos sin sabernos el camino, que la luna nos guía a caminar, que te enfades y no puedas aguantar. El azar nos la ha jugado, afortunado escribiéndote, llevarnos por el viento. Y es que no te miento cuando digo que me haces feliz, solo escuchar de cerca todas las recetas que me digan cómo hacerte feliz. Ta tara, ta tara, tara, ta tara, ya tara, tara, ya tara, ya tara, tara. No. Bueno, gracias por esta invitación, es increíble estar aquí y poder participar en esto tan increíble, así que ya me voy, nos dejamos con los partidos. Dice: me muero al pensar que un día este sueño llegue hasta el fondo del suelo y no recordemos nada de este tiempo. Me muero como aquel soldadito de hierro que aguanta de pie en la batalla, con miedo, temblando, dispara. Y no quiero despedirme de estos años, que no voy a dejarte de la mano. Y voy a robarle todo el tiempo que pueda al amor, despertarme y que estés a mi lado y el sol pinte nuestra habitación. Y voy a robarle todo el tiempo que pueda al amor y algún día poder explicarte el porqué de esta canción. Oh, oh, oh. Me muero al pensar que algún día estés lejos y no pueda contarte mis miedos. No quiero echarte de menos y no quiero despedirme de estos años, que no voy a dejarte de la mano. Y voy a robarle todo el tiempo que pueda al amor, despertarme y que estés a mi lado y el sol pinte nuestra habitación. Y voy a robarle todo el tiempo que pueda al amor y algún día poder explicarte el porqué de esta canción. Y no, oh, oh, no, 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 no. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Ahora sí, ya me voy. Nos vemos en los próximos conciertos. Nos vemos el 22 de noviembre en el Navarra Arena. El 17 de diciembre en el Movistar Arena. Y el 27 de diciembre en el Palau Sant Jordi. Y me despido porque aquí, en estos sitios tan bonitos, se siente esa euforia, pero también esa libertad. Como un tsunami siento el aire entre mis dedos. El cielo avisa de que algo pasará. La mente en blanco presenta todos mis sueños, esos que por fin puedo alcanzar. Se pone el sol dejando un paisaje inmenso, con el color de la esperanza y del amor. Como una estrella deja huella mientras muere, eso es lo que tengo que aprender. En mi mano voy a ver que algo hoy puede suceder y la euforia dejará un secreto al que gritar, un secreto al que cantar. Soy como el aire que va a toda velocidad. Solo estoy en mi caminar. Soy como el cielo que revienta de repente. Una explosión, una bomba nuclear. Soy como el aire que revienta contra el mar y va gritando contra el viento, rompiendo todos los esquemas en mi piel. Una explosión de euforia, libertad. Me siento vivo y no me tiembla el pulso. Son mis latidos los que marcan el compás. La tierra tiembla y estoy solo en este juego. Si pierdo, vuelvo a ganar. Como un cometa que alumbra todo el cielo. Esos segundos que siempre recordarás. Estoy seguro de que muero en el intento y eso es lo que nos hace brillar. En mi mano voy a ver como que algo hoy puede suceder. Ole. Y la euforia dejará un secreto al que gritar, un secreto al que cantar. Y cero. Soy como el aire que va a toda velocidad. Solo estoy en mi caminar. Soy como el cielo que revienta de repente. Una explosión, una bomba nuclear. Soy como el aire que revienta contra el mar y va gritando contra el viento, rompiendo todos los esquemas en mi piel. Una explosión de euforia. ¿Te la sabes o no? Va, canta fuerte. Soy como el aire que va toda. Ole, ole. Solo estoy en mí. Soy como el cielo que revienta. Una explosión, una bomba nuclear. Soy como el aire que revienta contra el mar y va gritando contra el viento, rompiendo todos los esquemas de mi piel. Una explosión de euforia y libertad. Muchísimas gracias, mucha suerte. Hasta siempre, gracias.
Muy buenas tardes, Mestalla!
Well, how about that then, eh? For a bit of entertainment before our grand final. I'll be honest, Gravison knew what he was saying and what he was singing. We didn't. We were just hearing the music and we were enjoying it.
I've seen a lot of musical acts at the La Liga.
I mean,
that's the best.
That's the best.
That's the best I've seen so far. We're getting a bit of Jason Mraz vibes from him.
Could be. I mean, he's huge here in Spain, and that last song is like a big hit.
Everyone was singing it along. Even I was. Yeah.
Soy como el aire.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, last year we did have a rap here, I believe, as well.
We had a metal band the year before, a rock band.
We have different music and entertainment every single year. The LaLiga FC Pro does things very differently. If you have just tuned in, don't worry, you are watching an FC tournament. You're not watching a concert. It might feel like a little bit like that. We are inside, of course, the Mestalla Stadium here in Valencia. It's time for our grand final. We did have like a gazebo above us earlier. It's gone, it's out the window. It's time for a big grand final. In case you're wondering who's in the grand final, it's Resende against Nicholas. Let's talk predictions, guys. Let's get you involved at home in the chat as well. Who's going to win this game? Who's going to be lifting that trophy and 60,000 euros?
I mean, I started the day saying back-to-back Nicholas. So it just feels right for me to just stick with it, I think. Has to be Nicholas.
I know what you're saying.
I'm in on Resende. I think if there's anyone to beat Nicholas, it would be a Brazilian.
Could happen, yeah.
A great final. Brazil-Argentina.
Great narrative.
In Valencia. It feels... a stadium that's 102 years old. This might be the first ever time we've seen a Brazilian and Argentine in a grand final here.
Sure thing.
In terms of following the narrative as well, Gravison, it's not been there's no Spanish players in the final, which...
No.
Not Spanish players in the tournament for about 3 hours.
Yes, I mean, just one Spaniard on the last 8. I mean, I think we got to look at ourselves as Spaniards, because there were a lot of people coming in to play from not only South America, but other countries in Europe and stuff, and we weren't up to the standards.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair to say that.
I think when you look at Nicholas as well, he just that cup defeat was probably the best thing for him.
Sure.
Because now he's extra motivated. He feels as though it's his right to win this trophy. I'm looking over to my right. I can see one of the Spanish talent on the stage, getting the crowd up for it. We're, maybe 2 or 3 minutes away from kickoff, from the players making their way onto the stage. What about you, Brandon? You really give a prediction?
I'll give you one. And I'm going to just see what the chat is saying as well in terms of who they're backing. Let us know. We can see you at home. I'm going to say Nicholas, I think, Rich. There's a narrative there of him being a back-to-back champion. If he does go 2-0 down, I hope he doesn't pause the game and make us restart again, because that man on the guitar will be getting a call back out to keep us entertained for 15 more minutes. Because, look, it is ridiculous, the consistency that we've seen from him. Again, he's qualified for pretty much every tournament this year. He could be on the same length as, or same pathway as Neat of being a back-to-back LaLiga FC Pro champion.
It could happen.
I don't know if you can hear Nicholas just being announced to come out. Was that a few boos?
There were a few of them, yep.
Let's listen. Let's listen when he walks out. It's not as
cheery as it once was.
No, not really.
And let's see what reaction he's like for Resende.
Well, maybe they're just booing Rich because they're both not from Spain.
Nah, I don't think so. Let's see.
Resende.
I mean,
yeah, okay.
He's the favourite here. He's the favourite.
I think you might be right there. Resende getting a lot of love here of Real Sporting. What a grand final we've got coming up. But before we do that, let's go and check in with the drafts of these matchups. I think we're checking into the drafts of these matches, aren't we? Maybe not.
I don't know. I didn't hear that.
We're staying here. Sorry, I think poor Ryan Passau would have been on his own there on the touchscreen. Anyway.
What we can tell you, Resende is definitely a favourite here.
He is a fan favourite.
That shot me a little bit there.
It's not me.
Maybe they didn't like being kept in the cold, sort of on the shady side here of the stadium. They had to wait an extra 25 minutes for that semi-final to conclude. Is Nicholas the villain coming into this somehow?
And it fits him. I mean, I don't think he cares about being the villain.
That's probably made him even more riled up for this final to go and score 4 or 5 or 6 past Resende. And to go and silence this crowd.
The crowd is supporting Resende. They really are. Are you?
Sorry, I'm impartial.
You're impartial.
Impartial as always. What I will sort of speak about here, Nicholas is pretty fresh off the stage. Maybe 20 minutes from the last game finishing to now. As you can see, Nico's team here. Ryan Passau?
Where is him? Where is Ryan?
He's one of the only players to use a defender as an icon. A lot of other people using Maradona or Johan Cruyff in that attacking area. He's going with Zambrotta. Do you think he's good enough offensively that he can use an icon defender and doesn't necessarily need Maradona or Cruyff in that position?
He could be, but I'm missing Xavi.
Yep.
I think Zubimendi was a decent choice back in the Cup, but now here in the finals, I think he lacks passing, he lacks everything really. So I'll probably go with Miguel Gutierrez or even Alaba, and then Xavi as a starter.
Yeah, and I know you, when we talked right at the beginning of the day about David Beckham, you spoke to Nico since then.
Yes.
What's the thought process behind that?
So he thought, first, you can use him in many positions. Then the finesse he has is incredible. So for him, it's kind of using Antoine Griezmann, but with better play styles, better passing stats, better dribbling stats. And the main thing, because he confirmed it to me, you know, he got knocked out of the Cup with
the free kick. Yeah.
And now with the Dead Ball Plus, he can score those.
I mean, you look at the other side of it, with Resende's team, he does have that attacking icon, and he's got Xavi in there as well. Defensively, Balde, we've asked questions all day long, but it's not phased him.
He's been good.
That much. And Antoine Griezmann, they fancy in at right wing. Again, not a particularly sort of great player.
No.
Yeah. But he does the job.
He does the job. And if you want finesses, he's the main man.
He is Mr. Finesse, isn't he? I mean, he is here, there, and everywhere with that finesse shot. Interesting selections on the draft teams. As we said, one difference mainly in those icon selections. Going for Zambrotta, we saw earlier today the 11 most used players. I'd love to see the percentage stat of Zambrotta, because surely Nicholas, probably one of the only players, if not the only player, using Zambrotta as a left back. That's what they're playing for. That trophy there and 60,000 euros. Both have qualified for the World Championships, which will happen up later on this year. And somewhere, backstage at some point, there's going to be that matchup happening between Emry Yilmaz and D. Fernandez for that FC Pro World Championship spots. If we hear about the result before you do, if we hear about when the game's being played, we'll let you know.
We'll let you know.
But if not, just keep an eye on social media to work out where on earth that FC Pro spot will go for the World Championships.
Yeah, apologies, actually. I said the fancy Griezmann. It's actually numero foot. So I'm sure someone in the chat would have corrected me before I got in myself.
For sure.
Well, I'll be ready then.
Would you have predicted when we started playing Barcelona Resende in a grand final? I think
No.
people thought we were going to go far.
No.
Top 8, top 4.
Top 8. There's a big difference between top 8 or final. Big difference.
2 games.
Still.
No, it's a big 2 games because the level of opposition.
Well, here we go then. It is time for the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Final. Sevilla will take on Real Sporting in a matchup worth 60,000 euros. Only one of them can call themselves the LALIGA FC Pro champion. Will Nicholas do it for a second year in a row? Or can Resende do it in his debut season here in Spain? It would be quite the story if Nicholas was to be a back-to-back champion here.
Also, wouldn't it be the first time a South America's coming in on the debut season and won?
No, another story actually of National League with a South American coming in and just winning it all.
But back to the point we said earlier. Hang on a second, Nicholas looking to get things going early doors! 5.5 minutes in, Thierry Emry will give Nicholas the all-important lead.
Okay. We're hearing chants from the crowd. Si se puede, si se puede. Yes, it's possible.
I thought they were saying Resende. Resende. No?
Oh, si se puede.
Which is?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can turn things around.
Okay. So they're Resende fans?
Yeah, all of them.
Okay.
Because for a minute there, they were supporting Nicholas.
It's not only is it a great start for Nico going 1-0 up, but he's also won the ball straight from kickoff, off Resende's kickoff. We always say you have to defend your kickoff.
You have to. He did it right.
This could be a second goal.
Yeah.
Mendy, oh my days. David Beckham would not get an easier chance than that. He was just about onside. And if you can cast your mind back to last year's grand finals, which Nicholas did play in against Natra Bayo, it finished 5-2 already, just 10 minutes in here. I feel like we're potentially on for another grand final that's going to give us another handful of goals. Maybe not 7 of them, but for sure a few. These fans here are trying to get behind Resende. What a beautiful pass. Kaka!
Oh.
Courtois comes out, sweeper keeper-esque, and ensures that Nicholas will keep that clean sheet intact.
We're seeing the 95 depth coming into action with the press of all Sporting de Gijón's player. And now Resende gets the ball back. Seems like this first 50 minutes of the game he's not been comfortable. And it's still happening with the press of Nico. Oof, that was close.
A few people in the chat saying, where can we watch D. Fernandez against Emry Yilmaz again? That will not be a broadcasted game. It will happen offline, I'm sure, somewhere here in Valencia. But this is the grand final. The final part of the puzzle to conclude this 24-25, the LALIGA FC Pro season.
Chance.
Here's Maradona. Araujo there comes out, was aggressive, does enough to just about give Nicolas possession once again. David Beckham dropping the shoulder, finds his fellow English counterpart. Thierry Henry, step overs are nice! 2 goals to nil. Nicolas leads in this grand final.
A grand, beautiful FC. I expected a finesse coming in. I expected maybe a low driven, but he went for a step over to create enough space for Tchouaméni to be in doubt, and just a normal finish. The goalkeeper was moved to the near post, and that's easy. 2-0 to Nico. Again, we can see Ripley with a step over, which was just incredible.
Digging into the history books on this game, I could find one match where they played against each other.
When was this?
It was a Gfinity series in 2019.
Wow.
So the year that Resende, well, they both would have made a world championship there, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and Nico won 5-2.
Was this the final?
And I believe that were over 2 legs, because they would have been playing on different consoles.
Different consoles, yeah, that makes sense.
Was that an LQE?
It was.
And was it the one that Nicolas won? Or
yeah.
Not?
Yes, because the Foot Champions Cup that year, it was Mestosari, the one he won in London.
There was quite a few Brazilians back there, wasn't there, competing?
A lot of them.
Spider-Con.
Oh, what a beast.
Did they technically match in a cross-console final then?
I think it was.
Yes, they did.
They would have been playing, yeah, absolutely, on 2 different consoles back then. All to do for Resende. At the moment, Nicolas fully in control of this grand final. And Sevilla can't really moan at what they've seen from him so far, because he's only been playing here for 2 seasons and he's already brought them over $200,000 in prize earnings.
The one thing that I will say, when I came to this final, I predicted Resende to win, but I had the reservation was, you saw the reaction when he won his semi-final game. That was the objective achieved. He came to Spain from Brazil with an E-Champions League qualification, an FC Pro World Championship qualification, and he achieved both. This game, it feels as though, mindset-wise, he's already done.
Yeah.
He's finished the tournament.
Yes.
He's playing for an extra 20,000 euros and the trophy, which can't be understated how important that is, but in the big picture,
it's not what
he's achieved what he came to do.
Yes.
Whereas Nico came to win.
He might be on for a third here. David Beckham. Oh. Baraja was just saved. Thierry Henry from having one of the easiest goals that I've all game.
That's a great point, Richard.
Bellingham, Henry. David Beckham, keeper goes down to ground. It's still possession though for Nicolas. As they look to reframe this attack, reshape it up.
Nico came in here to just play for that ECL spot.
Yeah.
And once he got it done, it could have been it for him. But then after that semi-final, I think he has a chip over his shoulder now to win it all.
First ever player to qualify for the Champions League and the Commonwealth Libertadores in the same season.
Yes, that's him.
He could do a clean sweep. He could win the league. He could win 2 huge continental trophies.
Well, usually,
and then going into the World Championships.
Usually you can't do it all, though, can you, normally? But because he's based out in South America, he played his regional qualifiers there. That's how he got into the FC Pro Open qualifiers in the winter of last year. He's sort of been able to give himself a fully packed calendar. And this would be the year that he will probably be on to break $1 million in prize earnings. Could it be the year that he goes to become a world champion as well? That would round out what would be an incredible career.
This year would this win would put him close. An extra 60k.
But it would put him just over 900,000, I believe.
Yeah.
And he's already got money for being just in the Champions League and being in the World Championships.
And if he does go on and win the World Championships, there's a lot of hypotheticals. I think this might be the last ever season you see him play.
I agree.
Yeah, agree.
I don't see him having a season like that and then going again the year after. His goal is to win a World Championship. Alongside that, he's picking up LALIGA FC Pro titles. Along the way, he's picking up Champions League wins. 2v2 championships.
He's always mentioned how he's striving for the World Championship.
That's the end goal.
And when that happens, that's it.
He's going to retire, isn't he, on the spot, I believe.
That's it.
That's what he's teased us with.
Some interview, wasn't it?
Surely that prize money is just too good that he keeps on turning over year after year. Speaking of Resende, though, has struggled to sort of find his feet in this grand final.
What a pass.
Square.
Does he fancy him at the back post? Ambrotta wins a corner.
He's going to play for the last kick of first half. He should.
He's not.
No, mistake. This could be a good counter-attack. Look at Maradona.
Griezmann just don't have the pace there to get past him, though.
Especially now in the league.
Yeah.
In the finals. It's not the same as regular season.
Especially that Zambrotta item on that side.
Last kick of the first half, 1 minute at a time. He has to rush, he has to go forward.
Get that ball past the halfway line and try and make the most of it. No, that should, or not. Kaka, no, dispossessed. Frankie de Jong will do it. Half-time, Resende's 2-0 down in this grand final. And this will be a moment, just have a break, have a pause. And to have a chat with Rafifa, the man who sits over his shoulder, has been in this scene just as long as he has. Richard, talk to me about the stats we're seeing in front of our eyes.
Dominance at half-time. Yes, he might have got more possession, but you see the XG, you see the shots, 7 shots for Nico. And I'm not surprised we're seeing tactical changes coming in from Resende, because if he continues in that vein in the second half, he's not going to get anything out of this match.
I can see now Nico discussing with Fer how Resende is using the 4-4-2. So they're discussing if they want to change.
Maybe not for long.
Maybe not for long.
He's adjusting his 4-2-1-3 tactics at the moment. We are able to tell you that because the players are quite far away from us here on the stage and our voices aren't being broadcast out to the arena.
I'm loving this chat between Nico and Fer. He's discussing if he should be using roaming or he's good with balance and defend. Nico's just saying how he's feeling like balance is the right way to go. He's always using, if you look at the roles, one inside forward, one winger. And that's the main reason why he's using Beckham. Because
so he's getting one winger plus.
One of the few players in the league that has the winger plus.
Yeah, you actually noticed that Emry, advanced 4++, Rivaldo on plus, Ambrotta on plus. The only player who got nothing is Rende, but he's just too good not to use.
Which is the best right back in the competition, really.
Well then, should we kick off this second half then? As it currently stands, Nicholas, 2-0 up, but for how much longer? Resende just wide of the right-hand post. There was a hand on it though. Quick corner comes in, Araujo stops in his tracks.
Has to go.
Has to go in.
Has to go the other side. He has to go the other side.
Had all the time in the world, really. You were mentioning how the end goal for Resende was the World Championship and the ECL as well. And you're feeling in these instances,
he has to make the most of this. Ricardo Kaka does not. Araujo, right place, right time for Nicholas.
Block plus.
Still though, another wave of pressure to come in from Resende. Has to make one of these chances count, otherwise Nicholas is just going to be able to see out these waves of pressure.
Oh!
What a turn. What a turn for Rivaldo! Oh! What a finish! That is simply incredible from Resende.
He's been hitting that a few times and got tackled every time. What's the phrase? He just cooked him.
Wow!
What a goal. That's got this crowd up for it.
Frankie de Jong, Araujo, see you later. What a turn that is from Rivaldo. game well and truly on.
That has to be goal of the tournament so far. With the stakes, and not only that, with the guy you're playing against, Nicholas, 99 FC. Whoa.
You don't do that against the Iceman, do you, Gravison?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Hit him straight off the kick-off. First time through ball. Carved him open.
In other ways, he's just said, sit down. Sit down to the crowd here. They were on their feet a second ago. Instant reply from Nicholas. And there's a 2-goal cushion again.
Sit down. Be humble. I'm the champion. I'm going to be the champion again. What a goal. What a way to just kill the momentum of Resende. Just one kickoff. Wow.
Well, back to the same scenario, aren't we? A 2-goal cushion for Nicholas.
You can see the formation change from Resende, how he's more comfortable now with the 3 attackers now, with the wingers and the striker.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught that as well, with Nicholas moving his goalkeeper quite a lot.
Yes.
Even that far out. He was one of the best players at defending and moving the keeper. It's quite a sort of a... If you don't notice it, you probably don't even realise he's doing it. But it's something that a lot of players can't do that well.
Me, for example, I've never ever just learned how to defend and goalkeeper move. I mean, it's impossible for me.
That's a great ball.
Rivaldo scored one already for Resende. Pass it on to Kakaru.
Oh!
What a chance!
Got to go in.
Maradona.
He actually had more time than he thought.
He could have
taken a touch.
Maybe.
Yeah. Was it green?
No, it wasn't. And with the precision shooting as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing now with the 4-2-1-3. It's if Nico decides to go attack 2v1 on the wing, not much you can do. As you can see.
He's hit a few different corners, has Nicholas?
Yes, he has.
Like here, you probably think he's wasted this corner, but he's still got all the bodies in the box. He's still got the players forward.
De Jong, Trevella Green, just over the bar.
And a lot of it is just diversions, just creating different obstacles to try and trick you up. Is he just offside?
Yes.
Well, in the last 15 minutes or so, this game has all just started to get a little bit shaky.
We see a pass coming in, probably from Resende, because if Nico decides to just keep the ball and pass it, I was going to say, he's going to be open to counterattacks. Nice press.
Antoine Griezmann, can he then bring in a few more players into support? Heading towards the final 20 minutes of this year's the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Final. Nicholas edging closer towards a back-to-back trophy win, defending his championship title here in Spain.
The close control in there from Resende with Xavi is so clean. He's keeping the ball in areas where you shouldn't be able to keep the ball.
Oof.
What's the ball back of it? Emry just about onside. Nicholas might just be well and truly on his way to be a champion here again in Spain.
Every time it's the triggered run, it's the through ball. And that pass from Jude in behind.
We doubted him Jude Bellingham as a cam. It's not even the Team of the Year version.
No.
But it doesn't matter because it's a perfect pass and it's 4-1. It seemed like Nico controlled the final, but Resende had a window.
When it was just edging his way, 2-1 straight away, and Nico just shut it down instantly, straight from kickoff, bang, 2-goal lead, back in front.
This is the thing about FC, it's a game of margins. With Diego Armando Maradona, he takes an extra touch, goes for a right time finishing, that's 2-2, and that's a whole different match. But now we go forwards in time, 5 minutes, and it seems like the final is over. 4-1.
Game over.
It feels that way.
It feels that way. Resende is not a goal-scoring machine. It's just not his game style. And as Richard mentioned before, oh, hold on.
Hold that thought, Rivaldo. Could he have gone on his opposite foot there?
I thought there might be a Travello when he cut back in there. The pass didn't seem really on. Just wait and see if this goal goes in. And we see a 5th goal Nicholas's way. It will be curtains wrapped up. Etch the name in the trophy. No more pauses. Fake throw, just on this far side. He's waiting his time. He's one of the best players at that manual passing, whether it's R1 square or an R1 triangle. So effective.
He's just taking time off the clock.
Yeah.
Because he knows his 3 goals.
That's it.
And that's it. That's GG.
Game, set, match.
He's done it again. Nicholas will be crowned champion once again here in Spain for a 2nd year in a row with the LALIGA FC Pro.
That's a crazy finish, by the way, from David Beckham. That's a crazy
He's got
finish.
no right to be doing that.
Without it, Beckham, without it, Jude Bellingham. MVPs of the final. Assists, goals, they can do everything.
Well, we have got a minute, gents. 12 minutes left this game. Let's talk about Resende for a split second, because in his bracket side, the bottom side of the bracket that he was on, there was always a chance tonight that he could have been in this situation of a grand final, but bigger than that, to qualify for an E-Champions League and a World Championship, Richard, is massive.
Yeah, I said it before we even sort of were 5 minutes into the game. His objective was to get those qualifications, to get into the World Championships again, to get to an E-Champions League, and he's done that, and he has achieved those goals. Yes, he's fallen short of the final hurdle. He's not going to be lifting the trophy on the main stage here in Valencia. But what he set out to do, he's ticked off and he's achieved it.
Eight minutes away, Nicholas, from another perfect season in many ways. He wants 6. He's not done yet. Frankie de Jong, not afraid to have a shot on the edge of the box.
A lot of players came into this league this year, non-Spaniards. Nicholas, 2 years in a row, will have reigned supreme in Spain.
And you can't argue that
this... put players off next year?
And you can't argue that this year was even more stout than last year. Emry Yilmaz came in, Aubrun came in.
Resende came in.
And still, he's found a way to win.
We don't know what's happening in that 3rd against 4th spot, but Fernandez, top 4 last year in the Cup, top 4 in the finals, top 4 in the finals this year again. He's been consistent. He's just 1 step away from that medalware. Just 1 step.
Could be one final chance here for Resende. It's not going to fall his way.
For Nicholas, this will be a massive sort of peak back in the season for him. Will it be a consolation here for Resende? It won't be anything more than that, unfortunately. Added time of just 2 minutes. As Valverde just pushed that one slightly off target. He did time agreed, to be fair. But what a story. The Iceman does it once again here in Spain. His second season playing in a domestic league. He's never needed to do it before. But ever since he's come to the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, all he's done is pick up prize money and lift trophies. 2 years in a row. Nicholas reigns supreme here in the LALIGA FC Pro. Champion once again. Who will stop him? That's the question.
All he knows how to do is win. Tournament after tournament, trophy after trophy. He's built a team around him that win at every single opportunity.
Well, this will mark over $900,000 in prize earnings for the Iceman. Your LALIGA FC Pro champion for a second year in a row. It's the two-time champ. Sevilla do it once again here.
Last year he came into the tournament looking to prove that he is the best player. This year he came with a chip on his shoulder, literally and figuratively. And once again, nobody gets close to Nicholas.
No one can stop him. No one can get near him. The Iceman, there was question marks that Emry Yilmaz game. The pause he made, the tactical pause, which changed everything.
I'm going to talk about the final, because the final is where he's won, okay? I'm sure that semi-final will get a lot of comments.
I just wanted to scratch the itch, that was all.
And then the itch will not be scratched.
Okay.
It feels as though he's going into those worlds in the form of his life.
Yeah.
And he could be walking away in 4 months' time with a CONMEBOL Libertadores, which will be going in his favourite, an E-Champions League, which right now is going in his favourite, and FC Pro World Championships, where Anders Vergang might be looking over his shoulder.
Hey, bring it on. Bring it on is all I can say. 2 weeks' time he'll travel back to South America to play in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Then he'll have an E-Champions League just days later, and then all eyes will be on the World Championships. Again, that is it from the commentary side of things here. That is it for another season of the LALIGA FC Pro in terms of gameplay. Nicholas does it for a second time. Nicole, it's over to you and the guys on the desk. We're going to run and see you in a minute.
Lovely work, as always. Thank you so much, guys. Run as fast as you can. Come and join us here right now. It's just myself and Ryan Pessoa, and we're feeling a bit lonely. But Ryan, wow, we have our champion, what we have been waiting for all day today. We've been building up to this, and for weeks, for the past couple of months. And it is the Iceman, Nicholas 99 FC. He is the champion.
He is. Congratulations to him. I was right in the sense that I said it was somebody from the top bracket. I got it wrong with Emry.
You are clutching at straws,
I really
Ryan.
am. This first goal, I feel like defensively, it was so shaky from Resende. It was a start for Nicholas that followed the performance as well. And he just kept on prodding, and you knew it was bound to score. This one was great with the step over boost and a shot across goal. It just felt like the game was just getting away from Resende very, very quickly.
Yeah, Nicholas went 2-0 up, but then Resende did get one back, and then we kind of thought, oh, okay, game on.
Yeah, has to score this, though. That's a big moment. I think he should have gone the other side. This goal here, the skill move is beautiful. Absolutely sent Nicholas to the shops.
Yeah, we were outside watching this, weren't we? We like this one.
Yeah, it's one of for the highlight reels, but it obviously didn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, unfortunately, from that point onwards, it was all Nicholas, wasn't it? He was really dominant throughout this game, Ryan.
Yeah, I feel like maybe if he doesn't concede straight off the bat from kickoff there, you never know what could happen. But the moment Nicholas scored this, with Emry, another great goal, by the way, the first time through ball, that it was done from there, in my opinion.
What do you think happened in this final then for Resende? Was it, I mean, we know the quality that Resende has.
Yeah.
Was it a case of Nicholas just being that bit better or playing better than him, or did Resende maybe let those nerves get to him? We spoke to him earlier on, and funnily enough, when he faced Andoni earlier today, hours ago, he was saying that he was nervous, but he could see how nervous Andoni was from the start, from kickoff. And did Resende, unfortunately, let his nerves get the better of him?
I don't know.
I wouldn't say nerves.
Yeah, I don't know what he...
I think Richard got a great point. It's just he came to Spain
for
to
one
qualify
thing.
For the World Championship.
And he's done that now.
He got it done. You could see the celebration when he just finished that semi-final, crying. He wasn't emotional at all through it, the whole tournament. But after a semi-final...
I feel like if he won the, let's say he beat Nicholas there, he is not celebrating to that extent as much as he did for the previous round. And that's why I said anyone that goes through the lower bracket, I didn't see them winning. Just not because of their ability, but I feel like they're kind of job done, in my opinion, for them anyway, and I agree with them.
Yeah, Resende was just thrilled to have got through the semi-final to the final. Of course, he would have loved to have won the whole thing, be champion, get that extra bit of money as well. But like you said, he came for a reason. He kind of already achieved that. And we can have a look now at the top 5 plays from today. Top 5 goals. Graph, was that good? I thought that was quite good for me.
The finesse from David Beckham.
Doesn't even acknowledge it, you see?
Don't even acknowledge it. The disrespect to this desk, Gravison.
To be honest, I can't hear you. Sorry about that.
Probably for the best.
This one is in the game earlier today. Jago gets D. Fernandez, little chip pass. It didn't really mean too much in this game. But yeah, it's a decent finish out.
It's a decent finesse. I mean, it seems like it's all about finesses.
Yeah.
This top 5.
Little dink chips. This one is a great elastico speed boost. And then the driven shot from Resende. If I don't see that goal against Nicholas in there, that has to, for me, that's number 1. I'm sorry, the skill move one.
That
was
the
beautiful.
first one.
Yeah.
You can see the celebration from Resende.
What's the second one going to be?
This is Emry. This is the first pass from Maradona to Emry. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's a beautiful first time pass.
Make it 2-0. One of the best goals in the competition. And, I mean, we all expect the first one.
I'm interested to see here.
It has to be the Resende one.
It's either that or it's another first-time through ball one. It's one of those two.
What's the top goal?
Oh, it's a bicycle.
Oh, it's a bicycle kick.
Oh, yeah. You love to see it.
I respectfully disagree
So
with the first decision.
Yeah, not having that.
It's just the Resende one in the final.
Yeah, the skill moves are beautiful.
Lovely stuff. Okay, we have spoken about our champion, and he's actually here with us right now, fresh off the stage, lifting that trophy. It is the brilliant Nicholas. Nicholas, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Now a different mic. Now, but
you've got the handheld. I feel like that's the good one, right? That's the one you want. Well done. Congratulations. You are the champion. How does it feel the second year in a row?
amazing. I'm happy, a bit tired, but yeah, I'm happy. I think the final, I play like a final. Then after when I beat Emry, I say to myself, like, this is one more step. And you have to, all the players want to win, Resende wants to win, and I say, Nico, you need to play like a final. You need to go, destroy him, do the pressure and I think I did it, and I won it is fair.
Resende is a great player, tough opposition. How do you think he played in that game? Because you were pretty dominant.
Yeah, I think he played normal or well, or maybe the thing is he moves really well the possession with the center midfielders, with the wings and stuff, and also in practice he's like that. And I ask to my coaches what I need to do. For example, I really like Bellingham because you can be so annoying with him. Yeah. So the advice was go with Bellingham, try to be annoying, try to push them, and I think the pressure was really good. So I think the whole tournament he played really well, but the final I think I was better.
Well, yeah, clearly. Hey.
Clearly. First, congrats, Nico, on the back-to-back champion. Back on the group stage, you mentioned how you wanted to play against Emry because you felt like he was one of the best players in the competition. Just if we go back to maybe yesterday night or this morning, did you feel that if you reached that semi-final against Emry, that was the main match in this tournament?
Yeah, I think so, because this is early final, I was thinking if Emry wins, he should win the tournament. If I win, I should win the tournament because it's not disrespectful, but we are like top level.
Yeah.
And we know how to play those kind of games. But yeah, I think what's expected, at least Aubrun or Emry, but I think that was like an early final.
So what's the next couple of weeks looking like in terms of preparation? You've got E-Champions League now, you've got the World Championships. Is it
Libertadores now.
Oh my God,
yeah, Libertadores,
I completely forgot. That's another trophy potentially that you can win. What does practice look like for that? Is it pretty much same as always?
Now is tomorrow I need to go to Buenos Aires. We need to start the practice with the Libertadores restrictions. The guys from there are practicing since a month.
Yeah.
So I need to readapt to different players, because I'm playing with Rioja, Mostovo, Bellingham since a while. Then it's Champions League, but I think it's step by step, and I think try to do the same than here.
How difficult is it to, you want to celebrate, and I'm going to ask you in a moment how you're going to celebrate tonight, but how difficult is it going from winning this and how high you're going to be to getting your head back in the game so quickly for the next tournament? They're coming so thick and fast.
Yeah, I mean that's competition.
Yeah.
You need to be able to play a tournament. Then you see if it's a different, do a reset. But as I said before, I think the cup, I have a problem with my psychologist. It's I can't enjoy the things a lot. So maybe I'm happy for 30 minutes, and then in 1 hour I'm doing the Libertadores team because I'm already thinking another tournament. But I think that's good and bad. But yeah, we need to do a reset.
You need to give yourself a chance to enjoy the moment.
Yeah, I enjoy it, but I enjoy 30 minutes.
That's it. Okay, how are you going to celebrate then tonight? Surely there's going to be some sort of celebrations, and are we invited?
Tomorrow I have to fly, so no parties tonight. Sorry. Well, if you want to invite me, maybe I go for an hour, 2. But no, dinner with the team, with Fer and Juanma, they helped me a lot. So thanks to them. They work so really hard. They analyze the game. Even if I'm destroying in practice 10-0, they have a Nico, you did a mistake in this situation, so they are fixing me a lot, and I really like it. So yeah, let's try to celebrate with them.
Okay, well, we do hope that you can spend longer than 30 minutes enjoying and celebrating the moment. Congratulations once again. A very worthy champion. Thank you so much, Nicholas, for joining us. We're going to let you go and celebrate. We're going to have a look at the bracket and see how Nicholas got to this point of being crowned the champion. I mean...
5-2 win against AdriDominic convincingly. Yeah. That game against Tuga, it was just a repetition of what happened in the group stage, and that semi-final against Emry, that was the main match, Ryan.
Yeah, that was the big game. As he mentioned as well, it was the one that he needed to get past in order to win the thing. He said that the winner of that would have won the whole thing, and that's what happened.
Yeah, we are now joined magically by Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. Hola, amigos.
Hola.
She's learning.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, gracias. ¿Y tú?
Bien.
Yeah, great. Didn't think that was coming back at you, did you? Gravison is just like, oh God, this is awful. You guys have been out there. You've just run back to join us. You've ran quite slowly, is what I would say. What was it like out there, atmosphere-wise? I know there were quite a lot of fans here watching that final.
I'll be honest, it was actually freezing out there.
Freezing, man. Oh.
It's freezing. It was freezing, but I think I got bitten by mosquitoes 4 times now.
Oh, okay, guys, this is not the vibe that we want.
I would say it felt actually quite anticlimactic.
Yeah.
For the simple fact that the fans wanted Resende to win.
Yeah.
Everyone out there, 80% of that audience were pro Resende, and they didn't want to see Nicholas go back-to-back. But I feel like he relishes it, Nico.
Yeah.
He wants to be hated. And I think he plays best. What did he say last year? He came to Spain to prove that Spanish players weren't very good.
Ooh. He was better than them.
And I think when people doubt him and people sort of don't want him to win, he stands up and silences the haters and silences the crowd. I
mean, when this final ended, I could hear Nico talking in Spanish to himself. He was saying, I'm so good. I'm so good. Oh. I'm so much better than them.
Well, I also think the last thing probably on Nico, for me, there's been a lot of debate over who's the best player ever. And I almost think he feels a little bit disrespected that people aren't putting him in that conversation. There are piece of content that you did the other day with Tex and Anders, and they were discrediting what Nicholas has done, saying he's not won a World Championship, he's not made a sort of, he's won each Champions Leagues, but unless he wins a World Championship, he's not in that conversation. And I think he takes that very personally.
He does.
And I think every single time he wins something, it's not only letting the people he's playing against, but every single player, every single punter, fan, whatever you might want to call him, he's letting them know that he's still here, been doing it 8 years, and he's still at the top.
He's got an unbelievable opportunity as well this year as well, Nicole, to go and springboard off the back of this. Yeah. Go to Brazil, win that, go to the Champions League, have a better tournament there than he did last year, and then who knows, if he wins the World Championship this year, I generally think, as we were saying, he would probably retire. I generally think he would.
Well, we have our La Liga FC Pro champion, Nicholas. He's there behind you. Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure. What a season it's been.
Thank you.
It's been lovely. Brandon, we're going to have words after this. Right, thank you guys so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure here in Spain, in Valencia. We'll be back next year, and we'll see you there. Bye-bye.
Adios.
Adios.
Adios, adios.